are opening up our Duncanville City Council meeting. This is the briefing working session. The date is September the 5th of 2023. I can't believe it's September. It was just Christmas. It really was. And then this guy stands up and tells people it's only like 42 days away till the, you know. Okay. All right. Well, we have a very busy calendar. And I will say at the outset, we do have 3 executive sessions. And I think it is in our best interest that we understand at the outset right now that those 3 executive sessions will be held at the end of the city council meeting. And then we'll take up anything in terms of executive session action as a result of those at the very end of our city council. Those are very important, and there's no way to gauge the amount of time we're going to have to spend on that. Okay, so thank you very much for being with us tonight. And I heard on the news we are now in our 50th day of triple-digit temperatures, and it's like the 4th record for the city of Dallas. And we understand how difficult this is on many, many people. And of course, the news I was listening to talked about the economic impact of just this kind of weather. So a lot of restaurants are suffering, retail is suffering, even manufacturing is suffering. And when I was thinking about manufacturing, it's kind of in tangential to what we as a city are doing because of our public works folks, our parks and recs folks, people having to work out in this kind of heat. That we have a major manufacturer here in our city that has over 1 million square feet and is not air conditioned. It's cool with evaporative coolers, but it does not have what we would consider air conditioning. And so we have that going on in our backyard as well. So thank you for that. All right, moving on to our city council calendar. City Secretary Chiquita, if you would start this, please. We have some pretty important things to discuss.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Okay, the next item on the calendar, we can skip August because we're past August. So for September the 8th, the DISD luncheon, I've already sent the RSVPs for everyone who wanted to attend. That'll be at the Duncanville ISD offices. And also at 4 p.m. is the police award ceremony.
If I could, how many council members are going to that DISD luncheon?
3.
Myself included, okay, thank you.
Correct.
Just curious, okay.
And the 9/11 Evening of Remembrance, that's gonna, on Monday, the 11th, we've gotten the tables and the RSVPs for that as well. The boards and commissions interviews is scheduled for the 12th. As of today, our cutoff was the 31st. We have 6 people that are for interviews on the 12th. The 14th is the TML Region 13 annual meeting, and we've already gotten those tickets, and they have been distributed to everyone who said they wanted to attend.
That's a down and back same night.
Correct, yes. Also, on the 19th, we have a council meeting for the adoption of the budget and the tax rate. And also, we're gonna have the audit committee meeting on that day as well.
Let me rewind back to the 16th for the KDB cleanup
Yes.
on the railroad. Just an update. I did get some information from BNSF in terms of them picking up the debris and the garbage along Main Street. And they committed to have that done by the end of August. At 7 o'clock on the 31st of August, I sent an email to BNSF saying you have failed to fulfill your commitment. And the next day I got an answer back from BNSF saying, very sorry, we should have it done by the end of the week, which is this week. So they have settled or committed to having all that stuff cleaned up by the end of this week, and hopefully they will fulfill that commitment. Just wanted to let you all know that not letting this one rest because it's a sore subject for all of us to see that stuff on our Main Street by River. So for the folks that will be involved in that KDB cleanup, hopefully it'll be gone by the time that comes around.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
ma'am. On September 21st, the Fentanyl Awareness Town Hall at Village Tech. The 23rd is the Hispanic Heritage Festival. at Armstrong Park. And we have two tentative dates for the audit review, which is the 26th and the 28th. We can also do the 25th or the 27th. As of now, there were two council members who could not do the 26th and two that could not do the 28th. So if we want to choose one of the other two dates, I'm okay with, if we would have more council members available for
Let's
the
talk about
25th.
this. Yeah, let's talk about this. Yeah, go.
So the 28th, Duncanville High School is putting on a community type Hispanic Heritage Celebration. It should be some invite to the city secretary for us. So that's part of what's going on with me. But other than that, I'm free the other days.
Yeah, and I can't do the 28th either. And this is we need to take a little time. This is a very, very important meeting to find out if we green light this or if we red light this, and if we green light it, who's not going to be present, and if it's going to be acceptable to those who can't be present. If we have the majority who can make it, it's a serious time. So, you know, I have inputted to our city secretary, Mr. McBurnett, knows well as chairman of the audit committee, that the 26th is about the only day that I've got on that series. But we have conflicts among us as city council. So let's chat about if we can find the day that we have to go on this, or if we can get all 7 of us. Just open it up. So put that on the table. Let's talk about this.
What were the other two dates?
The 25th or the 27th.
So there's a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, are all being put into consideration. And I was hoping to see Mr. Baldwin, because he,
I saw him a little while ago.
yeah, because originally he was kind of targeting the 26th. Mr. Baldwin, the question is for the tentative special call audit review meeting. Any day that week, would that work for you?
It
as
will.
well? So 25, 26, 27, or 28?
It will. As long as the audit meeting's done and over with, enough time to post the agenda for the regular session to adopt it. Because that's ultimately what we're trying to do, is get it adopted before the end of the fiscal year.
What is that timeline, Mr. Baldwin?
Well, 72 hours, so as long as the audit committee meets on the 19th, is that the day you're looking at? So 3 days later, 72 hours, we can post it. We'll be ready to go with the audit committee's recommendation. We'll be ready to adopt it.
So Mayor, my question is, the 25th work for everyone?
I'm open on 25th so far.
I can reschedule, I can make the 25th.
Good.
25th.
Fantastic, all right.
Wonderful.
Wonderful, okay.
This has to be done before the end of the fiscal year. By charter, it has to be adopted. That's the main thing.
Okay. And the end of the fiscal year is going to be on September 30th. Coffee with the mayor on the 28th as well. Now we'll go to October's calendar.
So the tentative on the 28th,
We've removed both
That's a
of
no-go.
those. That's a no-go.
that's a
Yes.
no-go.
We've moved both of those to the 25th. On October, we canceled the council meeting for October 3rd. That is also National Night Out. October 4th through the 6th is TML conference in Dallas. And October 17th would be the only council meeting in October. And then we have the Boo Bash for the 27th at Duncanville Fieldhouse. And for November, the council retreat is going to be November the 2nd through the 4th. That's a Thursday through a Saturday.
Why did I cancel coffee with the mayor on the 26th?
I don't believe, I'll be in October.
Yep.
I don't believe you canceled it on the 26th. You canceled it on the
It says,
23rd of
yes.
November.
It says-
I'll have her update that calendar, but I looked at it when I had it, but it's the 20, you canceled on the 23rd
Right,
of
okay.
November.
So
that's the city
26
holiday.
October is still.
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so November the 7th is a city council meeting. The 10th, mom and son game night. And the 21st is also a city council meeting. We've canceled, coffee with the mayor for the 23rd due to the holiday. Now we'll go to December. December 1st, Duncanville Christmas Parade and tree lighting.
Well, that's early.
December,
It's typically kind of when they schedule it, the first Friday in December, but it will always depend upon how well the football team does, okay?
When are the playoffs? Do you have any idea when the playoffs are?
First November.
For playoffs?
First part of November, so we should know.
Yeah.
So let's just put it on the table right now that in the past, if our football team ends up,
I said, don't jinx it.
just so y'all know, in the past, if our football team ends up going to state, we do modify our
Okay.
Christmas festivities. So we're flexible, we move around on that one if we have to.
Usually by that time in the playoffs, they play on Saturdays. Most
Most of the
of
time.
the time.
Thank you. Okay,
December 5th is the city council meeting. The 9th is the Heat Duncanville Beautiful Cleanup Committee and Cookies with Santa. The 15th is Parents Night Out at the Rec Center. December 19th is also a city council meeting. And we have coffee with the mayor on December 28th. And that is all I have.
any afterthoughts? Questions? Okay, all right, that's the big one on the audit committee meeting, or the city council special meeting based on the audit, okay? Very good. Thank you, city secretary. Moving on to item number 3, briefings and presentations. Item number 3A, briefing regarding, no, I'm sorry, yeah, it's his turn. Okay. I always need help, I never turn down help. Thank you, Mr. Keys. Mr. Brown, interim city manager, the floor is yours for the agenda items.
Yes,
Sorry,
sir.
thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening to everyone. We've got several consent agenda items, so I'll try to move through this as quickly as I can. Consent agenda item 4A is considered the minutes for the following city council meetings. August 1st, 2023, regular city council meeting. August the 3rd, 2023, special call meeting. August the 7th, 2023, special call meeting. August the 8th, 2023, special call meeting. August the 10th, 2023, special meeting budget workshop. And August the 10th, 2023, special meeting. August the 15th, 2023, regular city council meeting. Consent agenda item 4B, consider an ordinance of the city council of the city of Duncanville, Texas, repealing, or, yes, go ahead.
I'll go ahead and read that. I have a comment.
Okay, all right. Repealing ordinance 2345R codified as chapter 12 of the Code of Ordinances. Article 9, curfew hours for minors, effective September 1, 2023 to comply with newly amended state law. Basically, Mayor and Council, our legislative session bids cities to have curfew laws. So that is the reason why we're bringing this before you. And Chief Levigny is here to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. McBurnett.
Thank you, and I understand that the state did pass this and that we're falling in line with that, but I'd be curious to hear from our chief, his feelings on how this ordinance being repealed, how he feels about it, I guess.
This ordinance has been a tool for our police department to make contacts with individuals under the age of 18 since 1994. Now, all these individuals aren't necessarily out up to no good. They may be, headed somewhere. But the way we've handled this type of ordinance is more of a well-being ordinance. Initially, as I look back on it, as I put this item on the agenda, the citations back 94, 95, we wrote a lot of citations. And as we worked through the years, we were more checking on individuals and making sure that individuals were okay and that their parents knew where they were. Quite honestly, since you asked, I think the ordinance was good because it gave us that ability to make these contacts. And very seldom, especially over the last 2 years, and I don't remember the numbers right off the top of my head, but we fell off a cliff. We didn't write citations for the most part. We made contacts and we checked on people, and it gave us that ability to do so in a legal manner.
As I understand it, most police chiefs in the state were opposed to repealing this curfew. But the state legislature decided to go ahead and pass it anyway. Many of you have may possibly received some input from a citizen concerning this particular item, and it goes back to HB 2127. And House Bill 2127 is the preemption bill, and the preemption bill takes away some authorities from municipalities. And just for your information, I participated in a webinar last week with the City of Houston. The author of the lawsuit that has been filed against the state of Texas for HB 2127 is the city attorney for the City of Houston. And the author of that bill conducted a webinar that I listened to, and I was present for it. And he went through a great deal of information. I think I passed on the PowerPoint that he presented to us from the North Central Texas Commission. And the key point in what he said was, he feels that the HB 2127 is unconstitutional in its entirety, and that's what the lawsuit is based upon. And it trickles down to this particular one that we're looking at right here with this curfew. But the preemption bill of 2127 affects a lot of different things, and it goes into many things. And one thing he said was, is it was really key to me as a lay person, we in government's having to understand. He says, even though that this is in the appeal process, it is still enforceable. And as long as it's enforceable, we as a city don't have any choice but to comply with the law. And that was from the city attorney of the City of Houston. And that's key to what we have to consider in terms of we as a governing body for the city of Duncanville and those particular thoughts. So yeah, a lot of chiefs around the city or around the state prefer not to have this curfew repealed. It has been repealed. We have to live with the law, and that's the way it stands. Now, one other interesting thing is that the city attorney for the City of Houston knew that this had to be adjudicated by a judge before the law went into effect on the 1st of September. So that hearing was held, and that judge did adjudicate, that the law was unconstitutional. At the same time that the lawsuit was being filed by the City of Houston against HB 2127, the state of Texas had already prepared and appealed. Okay, that's how important 2127 is and how it affects so much of what we do as a city in the future. But as it stands today, it's a law, and we really don't have any choice but to comply. I think Mr. Kuntz, then Mr. Contreras.
Well, we were given information earlier, and I'd like to, and I did talk to the attorney about it, I'd like to hear his thoughts on any judgments that have been made against that would cause us to pause our.
Now, the 2127, this particular provision not prohibiting cities from having curfew laws was an amendment to the, I believe the Code of Criminal Procedure was not part of 2127. So the lawsuit has no effect on this, and that statute went into effect. The justification for doing away with this is if you were a minor and were found guilty of an offense under a curfew ordinance, it could be used as an enhancement if you had a later adjudication or a criminal case. So it would count as prior conviction. And that's what they were trying to remedy. I think they threw the baby out with the bathwater. But that statute went into effect and was not effective by 21/27.
Thank you.
So you could go ahead and proceed.
Mr. Coates?
So everything having been said, I still would like to have this moved to items for individual consideration.
Can do. Same discussion will take place there. This will become item H. Under items for consideration, be 5H. Okay. Okay, any other information on this particular item? City Manager.
Yes, sir. Consent agenda item 4C. Consider a resolution approving the proposal for city-paid employees and retiree medical and prescription plan for Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas for a one-year agreement. To ensure continuance of service and minimal cost to remain in effect, it is recommended that the city renew its contract with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas Health. This contract is critical in securing cost savings in the amount of $55,000. And our HR director, Mr. Todd Siegel, is here to answer any questions council may have.
One question I had is, what's the percentage, reading the packet, I didn't see it, but what's the percentage that the city pays and the employee pays?
It's roughly an 80-20%.
City 80, employee 20?
Correct.
Okay.
Roughly.
Yeah, roughly, thank you. Mr. Patricia, yes.
Did I read right that the cost for the retirees coverage is being increased, and it was increased last year?
Yes, that is correct. We looked at our strategies about 4 or 5 years ago. That's when we went from self-insured to fully insured. And we wanted to look at everything that we were doing to make sure that we could contain our costs. One of the things was looking at the retiree expenses and what it was costing us. And our consultant let us know that we were overfunding our retirees. At that point, it was probably like by 60% in comparison to the market that they have in their world. So we've been reducing the cost that the city contributes for the retirees by 5% every year. So we're like in the 4th or 5th year. And now we're at the point where we're on par with the market. But they do recommend that we fund it down to 0, so it's all completely retiree funded, but we haven't entered into that discussion yet.
Do you know what the retirees are paying right now a month?
For retiree only, it's about $902
A month.
per month, for medical, yes.
And how many, again, approximately, how many do we have that are using?
We have 10 retirees that are on either the PPO or the high deductible plan.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Yes, sir. Consent agenda item 4D. Consider a resolution of the city council of the city of Duncanville, Texas, approving the variance to the requirements to provide replacement trees on the property located at 306 and 308 West Camp Wisdom Road, Duncanville, Dallas County, Texas, and providing for an effective date. Basically, Mayor and Council, this, as you know, this location is our new fire station. The City Council may approve removing trees located at West Camp Wisdom Road where the new fire station is being constructed. Various trees are proposed to be removed without replacement. and as replacement will be an expensive ordeal for the city. And so this is an opportunity for us to just decide which direction we want to go. This is our tree, part of our tree preservation.
Mayor, I'd like to move this to individual consideration.
No, Mr. Mackford had a comment.
Well, I'd probably like to do that as well. I just have a big problem with the city. If a developer comes in and they're going to require us to do this, so we're doing the, you know, we're saying, we need you to do this, but hey, we don't need to do that. I have kind of an issue with that. I'll just go with Mr. Contreras. I think we need to move it to individual consideration as well.
Any other comments, Mr. Contreras, or is that what you
So
want?
that's it.
All right, hold on a sec, I'll make some notes. This will move to 5I.
I guess I do have one other comment, Mayor, and that comment would be, I'd like to know what the cost is gonna be. It seems like our contractor or the way things line up is that should be part of our costs for doing it.
Ms. Colton, can you see, ma'am, if you could find the cost for that information?
Yes, sir. It's like 28,000 or something like that. But I guess the reason why the mitigation was requested is because some of the trees as proposed would grow into the underground infrastructure. Some of the trees, because of the canopies, when they're fully mature, will grow into each other. So the design that we received from the architect was not well thought out for the landscaping. And so that's one of the reasons why we're asking to not have to plant these trees.
Mayor, I guess my comment would be is if somebody was doing that again a lot, or a developer, if you couldn't do it, then we require them to do it somewhere else. So that's something I would like the city to consider.
Okay, we'll have that discussion. Yes, Mr. Contreras.
Yeah, and I was hoping that we could get it moved to individual consideration. I've asked Mr. Garcia to provide us the referenced tree survey that's written in the staff report, so I'd like to see a copy of that before we discuss it in individual consideration. I'm not opposed to this, but I think we'll probably get to hear what that land and that area of land is being used for in a little more detail to justify the removal of these trees. I'm not arguing that there's probably good reason that they want that additional space, but I'd like to hear more about it. I think for the public that, to Mr. McBurnett's point, that sometimes have to replace these trees. If we're gonna do it and we're not gonna replace the trees, that's fine, but we just need to have a public discussion so the public can understand why this is important, that we open these spaces up and some of these trees will have to go.
Well, Ms. Colton made a statement that I think bears on what our concern is, that this plan was not well thought out. She's on record with that statement as of this moment. So for us to examine that, or for it to be re-examined by appropriate officials within the city staff, may be more appropriate than we as council looking at, because I don't have the ability to take a look at that and say whether it's right or wrong, but apparently our interim public works director has looked at it. That's why we're at this point today. And to have that further examined, maybe the best possibility for this one is to have some questions answered in items for consideration, but possibly table it with further examination, more information coming back. Might be a best course of action for us to consider when we get there. Or do you want to take that particular action at this point? We can take it out there in items for individual consideration and then table it, or take these comments that we're hearing today based on Ms. Colton's statement and your comment, Mr. Contreras. I'd like to see it. Come back at another time with all that information so we understand it in a little more detail. It was a huge piece of information to read, reading these kinds of trees are this and these kinds of trees are that. I had to read it 3 or 4 times to even understand what I was reading, to be quite honest. so I think Mr. McBurnett's comment, you know, where would we do with this? Where would it go? That needs to be explained as well. That's not identified in the packet. And then this statement that it wasn't designed well in the first place is another issue I think we need to take on at a particular point in time. So
Agreed.
do we want to move this to individual consideration, have these same comments made, or do we want to take the action right now to say, let's ask Public Works to give us more examination and bring it back at a later time? Save us time out there.
I'd like for us to move it to the individual consideration, because I've got quite a few other comments to make about it.
Okay, fine.
And I think it also gives the opportunity for fire department to speak on their needs and their use of the property that would justify the need to remove some of these trees. It's not all about what's going on underground. They may want to put more pavement for training or any host of things out there. We haven't seen those plans yet, so we don't know.
Right, okay, so Chief?
You have me make a statement?
Nope.
Okay.
Based on Councilmember Contreras' comment, we will be looking for input in that regard when we go to for individual consideration. Okay, make sure I move this correctly. So we're taking 4D and creating it as 5I. Okay? Okay,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brown.
Yes, sir. Consent agenda item 4E, consider a resolution ratifying the crossing surface installation agreement between BNSF Railroad Company and the city of Duncanville for the installation of pedestrian crossing at West Davis Street, and hereby approve the additional $13,547.94 payment. This expenditure is for the completion of the installation of the pedestrian crossing at West Davis Street. In 2022, the city entered into an agreement with BNSF to complete construction of concrete crossing surfaces. And so this amount is the amount that's over the original estimate. And so Ms. Colton is here to answer any additional questions that you may have.
Mr. McBurnett.
Thank you. And my question really might not be for Ms. Colton. You know, I understand why this is done. I'm in agreement with this is done, but I looked at the work was completed September of 2022, and I'm sitting there going like, this is a year ago. When was the invoice submitted? What's going on with this? And I wonder if we're paying any interest on this.
Yes, sir. So what occurred is we entered into an agreement with BNSF, and we were entering into it based on an estimate. So the work was done, and for 3 or 4 months later, we got invoices from BNSF. And so we were communicating with them, hoping, to get them to, lessen the amount that we owed, because we told them, hey, the estimate was like 47,000, and now, you're wanting to charge us like 60-something,000. You've got to justify, these costs and amounts, because we're going to have to go to council now, because the original agreement was administratively approved by the city manager. So basically, we've been in the process of, talking with them regarding these numbers and confirming and obtaining justification for the fees that they are saying that, we owe. So basically, what they have told us is flagging was outside of the scope of the original agreement, and that's kind of, most of the overage. But we have been in discussions with them all this time about this invoice.
What's flagging? 13,000?
Yeah.
Your question, Ms. Good?
I was asking flagging. I understand flagging as holding flags and warning.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what I need an understanding of.
Oh, yes,
What is
so
flagging?
flagging is, they pretty much like direct traffic. They flag people. Yes, and so the difficulty that we're experiencing in getting BNSF to come out and clean up our city is what we're dealing with, as far as this invoice is concerned. Because it's the railroad, so.
I understand the
Yeah.
difficulty with railroads. So the additional charge is coming from them flagging, directing traffic.
Well, basically,
For how many months?
Yes.
For how long?
that was actually for about 2 months, on and off. But they, you enter into an agreement with them that, you know, as far as doing work to their tracks, you can't do it, they have to do that work.
Right. Thank
Yeah,
you.
you are basically held hostage.
Yeah.
By them. But I didn't know what was being done, and it's kind of like, okay, it's like, and then I'm sitting there going like, the work was completed September 22, and then I've heard you say invoices came, and it's like, and I'm not sure of our process, or how or what, and that's where I was kind of wondering about that. And then I had my other question, this might be to Mr. Baldwin, did we have to pay interest on any of that?
Yeah, there is no interest involved.
So the negotiations that you've undertaken for almost a year have now come to a completion.
Yes.
And that's why we're having to deal with this now. And dealing with BNSF over this amount of time is not unusual. Regrettably.
Consent agenda item 4F, consider a resolution approving the terms and conditions of professional services agreement 23-0033 with Duncanville Associates for the design of Harrington Park wastewater area reroute. The contract amount of $68,800 and an additional appropriation of $12,760 as a project contingency for a total amount not to exceed $76,560. This item is vital for improving the city's pipeline system. Dunaway Associates, located in Fort Worth, has successfully completed the Daniel Dale Road pavement and utility improvement design projects. The city is requesting additional funds in the amount of $76,560, which includes $12,760 for unforeseen expenditures. So again, Ms. Colton is here to answer any questions council may have regarding this particular item.
Oh, okay, thank you. Next item, please.
Consent agenda item 4G, consider a resolution authorizing amendment to professional services agreement 23-0004 with Dunaway Associates for additional professional engineering services as part of the Softwood Drive sanitary sewer area crossing repair design project in the amount of $14,450, not to exceed a total contract amount of $99,250. In 2022, the city sustained damages to one of its 6-inch pipelines in the Bendel Creek area near Softwood Drive. The damage has jeopardized the upstream function of the pipeline. This item is critical to maintaining and stabilizing the north bank at 10 Mile Creek. And Ms. Colton is here. Council has any questions?
I do want to make a quick comment. Ms. Colton, I want to thank you and the staff for F&G and for taking proactive steps on these two items.
One comment I have on G is on H. Dunaway has given us an estimate for the completion of that project, a little over $600,000. But I didn't see in the packet for item G if they have an estimate for that entire project once they're done with the design. Is there any estimate on that total project?
It would be around the same amount.
About 600,000.
500,000-600,000. Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brown.
Yes, sir. Item 4H, consider a resolution I'm reading a different one. Consider a resolution approving the terms and conditions of amendment number 1 to the household hazardous waste in a local agreement between Dallas County and the city of Duncanville, Texas, to provide household hazardous waste services, including the disposal event and disposal services at the Dallas County fixed site wholesale hazardous waste collection location from October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024 as part of the Dallas Area Household Hazardous Waste Network for a cost not to exceed $53,481. And this particular item, Mayor and Council, aligns with the federal stormwater requirements for public education and measurable public involvement. In March 2023, the city hosted its household hazardous waste event in which over 400 households participated. Approving this agreement will provide residents with the resources to safely dispose of hazardous waste materials. And Ms. Colton is here to answer the questions you may have. Item 4I, consider a resolution authorizing the vehicle make-ready services for Junior's Custom Auto for the uplifting of the police SWAT van in the expenditure amount not to exceed $45,000. The SWAT van was replaced, and the city has conducted substantial research to identify a vendor that can conduct an uplifting on the SWAT van. Junior's Custom Auto has been highly recommended and has confirmed that they will complete all custom upfitting in-house and will prioritize the product. And so Chief Labigny and Ms. Colton and Mr. Lowe are here to answer any questions that you may have.
So this is a van that we already purchased, right? So
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, and it's getting make ready for our SWAT team. There's safety equipment, et cetera, that's being added to it, but it is a van that we've already purchased.
Very glad to be doing this. I know Ms. Cherry and I, we were in that last van, and I thought, there's no way. Yeah, so I'm glad we're able to do this.
We all are.
It's a long time coming.
Is this one of those transit vans that gives the guys more
I
headroom?
believe it is, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, sir, just real succinctly, y'all have approved for the van, in conferring with our purchasing director. Even though this doesn't meet the $50,000 threshold to bring to you guys, since it is all part of that SWAT van, we thought it prudent to bring this to you because we have to take the bones of that SWAT van and make it to where it's usable by our SWAT team on the inside.
Item 4J, consider a resolution approving the renewal of an interlocal agreement between the city of Duncanville and Dallas County Hospital District, DBA Parkland Health and Hospital System to provide biotech EMS system services in the amount of $138,671.30 for a 2-year term. This particular item is a renewed agreement which will allow the Duncanville Fire Department to continue to receive emergency medical control services. This interlocal agreement supports state emergency medical services reporting compliance. And so Lauren and Chief Rody are here to answer any questions you may have regarding this item.
We've talked about this before, and just to be clear, this BioTel system or service is a service that our EMS personnel can converse with or communicate with to get additional information when they're being.
Yes, sir, I believe that's accurate. Chief Rody can expound a little more on it.
So BioTel is our medical control. We work underneath protocols that they develop. So everything we do in the back of an ambulance or just in general as paramedics, we do through a doctor's license through BioTel. We can't independently go do things without them saying these are the things that you are prescribed to do. So yes, a conversation on the telephone is good for those where you may not have the right answer. You have a complex patient. You're not trying to figure things out and going, this doesn't look right. I think this, but I think that. We can call them and get a doctor on the line immediately and tell us, okay, you need to do these things and transport to this place. So they're a vital resource for what we do. We couldn't do what we do without them.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 4K, consider a resolution authorizing an amendment to contract 19-001 with Munix, I'm pronouncing that correctly, LLC, to provide for additional fiber installation services in the amount not to exceed $25,500 to expand the traffic division's intelligent traffic systems fiber optic network for a total contract amount not to exceed $189,941. And the background on this, Mayor and Council, this amendment identifies a plan to continue to ensure the safety and reliability of the city of Duncanville's traffic system. And this request for additional funding will assist with expanding the city's underground infrastructure. And so Ms. Colton is here who will answer any additional questions you may have on this item.
Next item.
4AL, consider a resolution authorizing the approval for the continuation and expenditure of funds for my conduct of the Elam Group to provide annual governance and leadership coaching for the city of Duncanville, in an amount not to exceed $25,000 for the entire term of the agreement. Mike and the Elam Group has rendered development services for the city since 2021. The agreement will allow Mike to facilitate the upcoming council retreat and strategic leadership summit in November 2023. And Ms. Taylor and I will answer any questions that you may have.
Oh, I did notice on the calendar, there is a retreat in November.
Yes.
I don't know, did she mention it? Okay, that concludes the agenda items. Moving on to item number 3, briefings and presentations. 3A, briefing regarding the City of Lancaster's submission of an application to the Federal Emergency Management Agency Hazard Mitigation Grant Program from the Best Southwest Residential Safe Room Rebate Program in the amount of $240,000.
Perfect. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Sorry, I snuck up on you. My name is Lauren Sanchez. I'm the Regional Emergency Management Operations Coordinator for the cities of Cedar Hill, Duncanville, DeSoto, and Lancaster. We talked about this briefly when I came before you prior, a couple of meetings ago, to get approval to change some language in a plan that we had with Dallas County. So you might be a little familiar with this project, but I wanted to come and give you an update today ahead of me submitting that official grant application. So let's talk about the threat and why I'm here to even talk to you about residential safe rooms. So we all know that one of the biggest threats that we face that keeps me very busy all year long is severe weather. We haven't had rain in a long time, but when it does eventually return, it's not just gonna be rain. Unfortunately, we also face the threat of tornadoes, hail, strong winds, but mostly tornado, where we get a lot of our damages from. So here on your screen, it is pretty small, and I apologize for that, but it's a map of our 4 cities that I cover with colorful lines indicating where we've had tornadoes touch down since 1950. And there's a lot more colors up there than I think any of us are comfortable with. So the threat of tornadoes is gonna continue. We can't stop them from occurring, sadly, but something we can do to protect the people that might be impacted with them is to look at the option of residential safe rooms, which is exactly what it sounds like, building a safe structure in the home where the home dwellers and anyone who's visiting can go to this structure during a tornadic event and stay safe until it has passed, and then they can come out. So we had the idea of looking into a safe room project when actually a resident of Cedar Hill called me and said, I would love to do this project. There used to be funding through the Council of Governments. They ended that program when the funding expired, and he reached out to me to see if we could get a grant program going. And I said, I love the idea. I got approval from the 4 chiefs in the 4 cities of looking into this. So finally, a grant application opened where this is an eligible project, and it's through FEMA in a grant called the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. And so what I would submit is a grant called the Best Southwest Residential Safe Room Rebate Program. And it would be for the residents of all 4 cities, Cedar Hill, DeSoto, Duncanville, and Lancaster. And what it is a reimbursement grant. So the homeowner, if they're interested, would construct a safe room in their home, and we have some requirements that we'll talk about in a second. But they would handle that installation. They would work with me. They would send me all their documentation, receipts, certifications that it's a real safe room and meets all the construction requirements. I submit that to FEMA. They get reimbursed a certain amount of money so that they're not out of pocket for the entire cost. So FEMA does have requirements. The safe room cap that they put on any homeowner that they deem eligible is $6,000. Some safe rooms will be more expensive depending on how big of a room you need to construct, depending on your family size. But $6,000 is what they'll go up to. For the rebate itself, it is capped at $3,000. So the rebate is written that if I as a homeowner am submitting under this project, I can get reimbursed up to half of the cost of the safe room, capped at $3,000. So if I spent $6,000, I could get the full $3,000. If I spent $10,000, I would still only get that full $3,000. So you're capped at the $3,000. I decided for this first undertaking of this program, we would start with 40 safe rooms across the 4 cities, that roughly, if it's evenly dispersed, right, 10 in each city. Then some quick math, so if those 40 safe rooms at that $6,000 total is a total project cost of $240,000. The rebate specifically on money that we'd be reimbursing to the people involved is at that $3,000 max of $120,000. Over on the side is a flyer that I sent out to the 4 cities back in April of this year, even before this grant opened. I just wanted to see, are people interested? I'm interested, but sadly I don't live in the 4 cities, so I'm not applicable. But I want to see if people that are actually here would apply for something like this. So I sent out information, just kind of the brief overview that I just gave you, and so far we've had 31 people across the different cities reach out with interest. And I'm sure once this is applied for and I'm going to have some public meetings and more education about this, I'm sure we'll get more people sign up. So how it is going to work for the city. So the cost share, and if you've had me present to you before for grants, this one's a little different. Safe rooms have a 50-50 cost share. You're used to hearing with FEMA funds that it's a 75-25 split. This is different. So this is 50-50. So the federal share from FEMA, the money that we would expect if we have all 40 safe rooms built and all of them are eligible for a full $3,000 rebate, is $120,000 from FEMA. The local share is $120,000, and it's also unique in this one, that is from the resident. There is no cost to the city for this program. So if I, as a resident, I'm gonna install that safe room, right, I pay for the full amount and then I'm getting reimbursed a portion of it. Therefore, the city does not have any out-of-pocket costs or no match for this grant. The grant submission is gonna be through the city of Lancaster. I had to choose one so that I didn't have a different grant for each 4 cities. Their finance team is willing to accept the funds and work with me to distribute those to residents across the 4 cities. And then, like I mentioned before, the process for the residents who are interested, when this gets approved, we'll do some more public outreach, some education. Residents will contact me about participating. I will send them a letter that they'll have to fill out. They have to give me their address and sign that they will follow all the rules with this grant. I have to verify that their address is not in a floodplain. Once I validate that, I will sign that form. Then they have the approval to go contact a vendor of their choice, contract with that vendor directly, install that safe room, however they choose. Above ground, below ground, transform one of the rooms in their house into a safe room, build a freestanding safe room. There's different options as long as they follow the FEMA requirements, which the vendor that they work with will have all of those requirements. Once it's built, they'll pay for it in full. They'll contact the city. The city will do a safe room inspection to validate that everything in there is correct and that this structure will actually work and do what we want it to do. The resident submits the receipt and all required documents to myself. I submit that to the state, then up to FEMA, and then the money comes back down. So the money, when approved by FEMA, will get sent to the state, will get sent to the City of Lancaster Finance. City of Lancaster Finance will coordinate directly with that resident to get them that rebate. And I will continue this whole process until that $120,000 funds we have available is expended. Any questions for me? I just wanted to bring it to you to give you an update and to let you know that I'm planning to proceed and give any feedback you might have. Yes, sir.
Is there any length of time after which you would have to send that money back if it's not used?
Yes, and I apologize that I don't know off the top of my head. Most grants typically give you a 3-year period. So we'll have that money, and then at the very end of it, if we have funds left over, we haven't spent it, you're right, the City of Lancaster will send that back up to FEMA. But any money we have left in the pot, my goal is to just do more outreach and try to get people interested to take that money.
And then what's the plan as far as outreach and letting the public know this is available?
So if it gets awarded, then I'm gonna set up some public meetings. We'll host them here or at the library. They'll be all over the 4 cities for me just to do kind of a briefing like this. Here's the money that we have, here are all the requirements. It'll be more specific of exactly what they need to do, requirements, paperwork, kind of more information about cost. And then residents would come, if they're interested, they would get my contact information and we would go through that process together.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And so far, 31 residents have indicated they're interested.
Yes, yes, sir, across the 4 cities. And some are in Duncanville.
Sorry, one more. Would that be an online application, or would we have to go to the city of Lancaster to apply?
No, so it'll be through me, and I haven't worked out exactly how it'll look, but we'll probably do all the different ways. We'll have it online, they can email it to me, we can have printed copies at maybe all the different fire administrations, and then I can get those back from those chiefs. We're gonna try to make it as accessible as possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, how much time do you think we need on 3B?
This will take not very long. Wow, it depends on y'all. I did include this information in the staff report, so if you've read through your staff report, you should have already seen the slides. It's only a couple of slides. So.
Let's give it a go, see if we can
Okay, very good. So what I wanted to do is bring back to you all from the workshop that we had on August 10th. We talked about different salary and benefit strategies. We talked about wanting to add the TMRS 100% updated service credits and 30% COLAs and ad hoc. Mr. Brown at that time presented a proposal of how we could make that happen by delaying the implementation of the second phase of the compensation study to January 1st. That was going to save a certain amount of money. And then adding the TMRS updated service credits and the COLA ad hoc. So what I've done, and in that staff report, I also attached the updated fund balance summaries to show you what that cost distribution looked like. So the total cost, for your awareness, by delaying the compensation to January 1st and adding the TMRS, the total impact to the budget citywide is $477,000. Okay. Additionally, from the retreat that we had a couple of weeks ago, we talked about a couple of things. Just wanted to make for your awareness that those will be in the budget. So we talked about the Downtown Association. We talked about conservation fund startup, as well as the master plan for the LAD property. All of that is going to be included in the budget. This next slide just kind of shows you the breakdown and going back to the TMRS, what the budget changes were. We talked about, utilizing a portion of the fund balance for the general fund. So again, delaying the compensation to January 1st and adding TMRS, how that worked out, that takes $308,000 from fund balance in order to make all of that happen. Various employees are paid out of different funds, not all general funds. So I just broke it down based on the different funds that employees are paid from, and if it required use of any fund balance, or if the fund was able to absorb it, they have more revenues and expenses. So again, I just kind of broke it down. And then finally, from the retreat we had on August 28th, I'm sorry, on the 21st, we talked about a scenario of a one-time stipend. And so it asked us to come back to y'all with a proposal of what maybe a one-time stipend would look like. If we gave it to only full-time employees, employees that were hired by a certain date. We broke it down between public safety and general employees. So this is the proposal that we came up with, that we could implement a one-time stipend that would come out of fund balance to pay that one-time cost, and that total cost would be $485,000 if we broke it down exactly like this, and that includes taxes. So it's a fully loaded amount. So.
Mr. Brown, I'm trying to think back our comments during the retreat that we were kind of going back and forth about, what's the word I'm like, segregating the stipend between public safety and the rest of the employees. And I thought that there was consensus that we didn't want to differentiate between public safety and employees, that we wanted to give a stipend to everyone. Folks, what's your recollection on that? Is that my recollection is that we give the same to everybody and not say public safety is more important than everybody else. What do y'all remember about that?
I remember advocating for the employees as well as public safety getting a stipend.
Everyone across the board.
Everyone across the board.
Without any distinction between what your work was.
I don't remember the distinction as far as the amounts, but I do remember
No,
advocating.
yeah, it wasn't the amount we were talking about,
Okay.
to whom
Yes.
to apply it.
Yes,
I thought
everyone.
it was like, we were gonna go, Mr.
I
Contreras, what,
remember comments about initially we were calling it something else for police and fire. And there were some comments made by staff about staff being included. But I don't remember as a group that we finalized that discussion to include the staff in the one-time stipend.
and I recall that we had some discussion saying that we didn't want to differentiate between safety and the rest of our employees, that if we're going to grant the stipend, we ought to do it to the entire workforce. Any other,
I remember we wanted to include the general employees, but I don't think we differentiated
I don't
one
think
more
we
than
did
the
either.
other. But I think it was, I would say, I don't think I understood that we're adding the other employees along with, so that's the numbers they came up with.
I know it came out of the conversation of, wanting to do more for public safety too, with, pay in general, so with that in mind. And we can certainly meet in the middle to, make it
I just don't
equitable and
remember
cost.
that other employees were included. There wasn't a consensus asked for in that regard. This has just been put in here.
We just asked, just asked them to bring us something back.
Yeah, I guess I misunderstood what council wanted. I walked away thinking that the council wanted me to bring something back and include all city employees.
Right.
And then I understood council, to direct me to make public safety a little more. Now, perhaps I misunderstood that piece of it.
I'm saying not.
That's
That's
not,
not, that's not the way I remember it, no.
I remember that, let's do it, we didn't do the amount, this is coming back with your amount, but it was across the board, even among all the employees.
Well, if council is okay with this, I can certainly adjust it. You let me know how you would like me to adjust it, and we can get that done.
So I guess first consensus is that we want it to apply to everyone without differentiation in terms of work environment. So that would mean we want to give it to all employees, all 234 full-time employees. At what amount, we don't know, but with no differentiation. I guess that would be a decision looking at the budget and coming back to us with another number, whether it's 25 or 15, whatever that number is, because we didn't talk about numbers. We didn't talk about dollar amount. John can work on that piece in terms of budget, come back to us with a new number applying to all 234 employees without differentiation. Mr. Contreras.
Keeping in mind that the employees, if I'm not mistaken, in a year's time will receive a 4% increase, right, merit increase?
Yeah, as of January 1st, they will receive
4%,
that
and
next.
then in addition to that, they'll get this one-time stipend. So what does that come out to as a percentage of what the employees have gotten for an increase in a year?
So as of January 1st, the general employees will get a 2%. The fire and police will be, updated based on the new pay plan with the ranges.
But they got a 2%, they got a 2% at the beginning of this year.
It varied depending on, again, because we did a compensation plan adjustment, so not everyone received something from a general employee standpoint. It just depended on, where they already fell within the range when we moved. A lot of that, so not everyone received something. So some received some didn't. So, but for general employees, at least everyone would receive 2%, but that'll be January 1st. Now, police and fire, of course, received a bump with adjustment of their pay plan and will receive a bump again. So.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown, I have a question. When we talked about this delay in phase 2, you were going to, I think we asked you to have a discussion with police and fire to see what effect, or with all our employees, to see what effect that delay would have on morale of the workforce. Did anything happen in that regard?
No, sir, I didn't get that piece. I can certainly do that, but I need to walk away.
So I remember that because we were concerned about wanting to do something for our people, particularly police and fire, if we could get to the 75. One way, we set that aside, but we did agree on the 100% the credits, the service credits, we did agree on the 30% COLA and ad hoc. And then knowing that you were going to have to delay that phase 2 in order to do that, there was some discussion, I thought, that there would be communication on your part to let people know this is why we're doing what we're doing and how it's Ralph, our fire and safety. So did we have that?
And I'll agree with that statement, but it was more or less that we could afford to do this right now in hopes that we could do the other half at the beginning of next year at the budget review.
Yeah, and we wanted them to understand why we're doing what we're doing. We want to do something, stick with us, but this is what we gotta do, kind of like now. But I thought we were saying, we're asking, some type of communication to let them know that if we want to do something, we will as soon as possible. And I think that delay was one of the pieces that had to go into effect that they needed to understand. Okay. All right. Any other questions on this? All right. Timestamp 7:06. And city council members, if you would please, if you need a quick stop, whatever, let the council members as soon as possible. Okay. All right, folks, just give me a quick minute to work through these items that I have here, make sure we're gonna work it well. Five C is not a hearing. The only hearing we have is, all right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're convening our city council meeting for September the 5th, 2023. The official timestamp is 7:18 p.m. Welcome. And in accordance with our current rules of order that we have, we are doing our very best to both broadcast and record tonight. And we have strong confidence that all of the technology issues that we have faced in the past have been resolved. Individuals are on hand to monitor that continuously to ensure that we don't have any further problems. If we do, I will be notified from Assistant Interim City Manager, and we will make some decisions on continuation or how we're going to operate if we have any problems with technology with this particular meeting. Okay, thank you. If you please rise, we have our invocation with Pastor Jorge Guerrero. Okay. All right, so we have a substitute for Pastor Guerrero.
Yes.
As Joyce Marable.
Yes.
Is that
Good
correct?
Yes, Pastor Marable, Joyce.
Pastor Marable.
Joyce Marable.
Got it, okay,
Yes.
thank you. Invocation, please.
Yes. Father God, we come before you offering our thanks for bringing us together safely. And as we prepare for this meeting, we ask that you would be with us. May our thoughts be led by you and our conversations be inspired by you. I ask that you would help us to function not as individuals, but as a team, working towards a common goal. Please grant us your direction as we address each agenda item. We seek your counsel and your wisdom and ask that you would show us the way. In our decision-making, I ask that you grant us your peace and that your will be done. We ask that you would help us to do all things for your glory. May we remember that we represent you. Help us to display you as we serve the people of this great city. And may your blessings be upon each council person this evening. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Please join me in pledges to our flags. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the Thank you. Please be seated. Cover that later. Okay, moving on to item number 1 on our agenda, reports. First item, item 1A, is the mayor's report. Just have 2 quick things. First of all, I want to give a commendation to our public works staff. Some of us experienced some wind and some rain a couple days ago, and some of those winds were strong enough to actually we had some damage around our city, and reported to me by a citizen, and it was on Labor Day. And I want to commend our public works staff, interim city manager Brown, and individuals who had to respond to that for doing so. We have a very appreciative citizen, knowing that we do cover our city on a 24/7 basis, and the individual did understand it was holiday and wanted to know, just what could be done. It was taken care of, and commendations to our public works staff and everybody involved in that and taking care of it. So thank you very much. And with that concludes my mayor's report. I'll turn to any council members, reports. Mr. Kuntz.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank everyone who participated in the Bio Blitz at the Ladd property last Friday, and Sam Kijnik, who's the urban wildlife professional who hosts those events. He sent me just a brief report on the event itself. And so, he said, first of all, there were people from Arlington, Fort Worth, Denton, Midlothian, Seagoville, and Dallas. And he said from other places. And so attracted a lot of people from the area and beyond. And he said they documented over 200 species last Friday. And several of those were new species that were found on the property, species that hadn't been documented before. And he says it brings a total of documented species to over 1,100 at the Ladd property. And he said in comparison, at Dogwood Canyon and Cedar Hill, they've documented about 1,100. And at Cedar Ridge Preserve, they documented about 1,300 species, which that's a couple of hundred acres compared to the 42 acres at the Ladd property. So that just kind of shows the amount of biodiversity that we have there. So thanks again to everybody that participated, and he said there'll be another Bio Blitz in the fall, so we'll be looking out for the date for that. Thank you. And Mayor, thank you for going, and I was a little disappointed that you didn't grab one of those screaming cicadas. And so,
That's not in my portfolio, Mr. Kuntz.
Thank you.
I was, I don't know who those kids were. One of them was yours, I think. But yeah, and Sam picked up one of those cicadas and held it and turned it over to some children, and they just studied that thing, and it was not something I felt like doing, but that night, that's fine. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kuntz. Mr. Contreras.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank Bart Stevenson and his staff, many staff members, and Gus Garcia for his assistance, along with the police department, in clearing up a complicated homeless issue that we had in District 5 on Oriole and I-20. From down on the highway, it was brought to my attention that the amount of trash and debris that was being generated up under that bridge from the homeless was just an embarrassment, to be honest with you. It was one of the worst examples I've seen, and I've been in this business for a long time. They responded quickly. They cleaned it up. There are certain precautions that you have to take with the homeless when you're, especially, that was a very hot day, You don't want to get them out where they're going to get hurt or sick. So they handled that well, and it didn't take them long for a few of them to go back under the bridge. So the problem hasn't been resolved, but the quick response to a need that assures us that people aren't driving through Duncanville thinking, what a mess, and it was bad. It's the worst I've seen, as I said before. So I want to thank them for that quick response. And we're going to be meeting city manager. I've asked the city attorney to meet by phone conference, along with Bart and Gus and some other staff, to talk not just about that situation, but as you know, our homeless situation has gotten bad. I remember 20 years ago when I was building official and I had to go find a lot of these places. We knew where 2 or 3 of them were because that's all there were. Now they're everywhere, but when they gather together on our main entryways, a la Cockrell Hill and I-20, which is being renovated and it's going to be really pretty when it's done, and of course this latest one at Oriole. It's just important that we meet, we talk, we find a humane way to deal with the situation, and continue to address it so it doesn't become a normal blight in Duncanville. So I appreciate the staffs and Interim City Manager Brown for allowing them to go out and do the job that they did this past week. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Contreras. Seeing no further city council members' reports, Mr. City Manager, your report, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, thank you for this opportunity to update you on a few items that have taken place within our city. Last week, the Duncanville Police Department kicked off its 67th Citizens Police Academy. And ladies and gentlemen, this is an opportunity for us to work closely with our citizens. It's an opportunity for our citizens to learn the inner workings of our police department. It's very important that our police department have what we refer to as non-enforcement contacts. It just makes for a better partnership within our community. So I'm really proud of this program. The City Fire Marshal's Office completed its TCOLE audit, and TCOLE is an acronym for Texas Commission on Law Enforcement and Education, and they passed without any deficiencies, and so we're very proud of that. And then finally, the Duncanville Police Department will host the Fentanyl Town Hall on September the 21st at Village Tech. And if you're monitoring the news, you know how dangerous this is. And so this is our city's opportunity to get involved. It's very important that we get involved and try to save lives, and that's exactly what we intend to do. And so our council, our police department, as well as other members of the community, we're involved in trying to help control this dangerous substance. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Moving on to item number 2, proclamations and presentations. Item number 2A, recognition of Keep Duncanville Beautiful Fall 2023 Curb Appeal Residential Properties. Presenting this is Mr. Tyler Agee. Mr. Agee, floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It is with great pleasure that we recognize these citizens that have exemplified the mission of the Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board by taking the initiative of beautifying the city of Duncanville, starting with their own front doors. From District 1, we have Janelle Ellis Hand at 935 Springwood Lane. From District 2, we have Rosario M. Acosta at 358 Blossom Drive. From District 3, we have Maria S. Acuna, 450 East Magnolia Lane. District 4, William Popham, 1610 Sparta Drive. And District 5, we have Candelaria Perez, 511 Summit Ridge Drive. At this time, if any of the community members that belong to these districts or homes could come up to the front for a brief photo op. Seeing none, that's going to conclude my presentation.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 2B, presentation of the Keep Duncanville Beautiful Fall 2023 Business Beautification Award plaque and proclamation to Cox Farms Market Duncanville, located at 1026 South Main Street. Mr. Greg Contreras, City Council member from District 5, will make that proclamation presentation. And Mr. A.G., anybody here from Cox Farms to receive? Please come up.
Whereas the city of Duncanville is committed to improving the physical quality of community life, and whereas the Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board was established to promote this commitment, and whereas the mission of the Keep Duncanville Board is to empower Duncanville citizens and businesses to take responsibility for enhancing their community environment, and whereas each quarter the Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board recognizes one commercial property within the city for significant improvements to their exterior portion of the property, landscape improvements, and/or long-term maintenance of the property that exemplifies high-quality standards, and whereas Cox Farms Market, Duncanville, located at 1026 South Main Street, has been selected as the Business Beautification Award recipient for fall 2023. Now, on behalf of Barry L. Gordon, Mayor of the City of Duncanville, I hereby urge all residents to join me in congratulating Cox Farms Market, Duncanville, located at 1026 South Main Street, and commending this business for contributing to the beautification of our city. And before I present this, I have to tell you that many years ago, when Mark Cox first came to town, I was a building inspector. And I remember going to the old Joe's Carpet location at the corner of Cedar Street, and a little bit down from where he's at now. I watched him hand build everything in there, the refrigerator units. Told me he was from West Texas, had experience in farming. And I remember thinking, boy, I hope this kid makes it. And when I look at him now, boy, did he make it. So I wish he was here today. We've been good friends over the years, and I congratulate him for getting this proclamation.
Thank you. A couple of items of housekeeping before we get into item number 3, citizens' input. The manner in which we conduct this is we do take citizens' comments cards prior to the city council meeting. I have several here in front of me. If any comment cards have been submitted in relation to an item that's on the agenda as a hearing, I will then call those individuals forward during the hearing portion of that particular item on the agenda. So if you'd be prepared for that, I will take care of that. The other individuals have submitted cards that want to speak. Some of those individuals have indicated an item on the agenda which is not a hearing, and they will be called forward to speak at this particular point in time as citizens' input. In-person citizen comments will be heard during the regular session. In keeping with the City Council Rules of Procedure, adopted October 18th of 2022, electronic mail copies will no longer be read aloud. Paper copies will be provided to City Council at the dais. The comments will be made part of the public record. Pursuant to Section 551.007 of the Texas Government Code, any member of the public has the opportunity to address the City Council concerning any matter of public business or any posted agenda item. However, the Act prohibits the City Council from deliberating any issues not on the public agenda, and such non-agenda issues may be referred to city staff for research and any future action. All persons addressing are subject to council-adopted rules and limitations permitted by law. At this time, 2-minute comments will be taken from the audience on any topic, and I do have some citizen comment cards as I stated here. So the first one I have is for, I think it's Michaela Jones. And all individuals coming forward, please say your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Michaela Jones, owner of Jones Inc. Custom Embroidery at 206 North Main Street. Just coming to say thank you to the city and the Economic Development Department for investing in Jones Inc. with our beautiful new sign, LED sign. We're right across from the feed store, so just when you stop by or drive through, just stop by. But thank you for investing in not only Jones Inc., but helping us to help keep Main Street beautiful. So thank you.
Thank you. Emily Bridges.
Hello, Emily Bridges.
Not associated with the hearing.
No. Emily Bridges, 418 Oleander 75137. I just wanted to, a council person already stole my thunder, but I wanted to say thank you to coming to the Bio Blitz, to those that, I know I can't address you, but those that came out. And I also wanted to say thank you to the employees that do the budget. I do not envy them at all, so thank you very much for that. And there is a cleanup happening at LAD on Saturday at 8 a.m. when a volunteer reached out to the DNC to do it. She lives close there, and she would like everyone to come and help us keep it beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. Shannon Roberts.
Shannon Roberts, 906 Rock Canyon. I wanted to give my support to the restoration of the trees for at the new fire station. So I think we have the Tree City sign that's out there, and I know there's a commitment to replace those trees. So if they can't happen in that location, I hope there's a commitment to replace those trees in an alternative location. And then I think the fire station would also be a perfect opportunity for us to show off the native landscaping that we've been talking about. Because one thing that I do hope happens is it's in a prime location there on Camp Wisdom. And I'd like to see that softscape and maybe some of the native landscaping to make it really nice. Plus, we're going to have the fire personnel that lives there. So it seems to be a win-win. So I hope that the trees will be replaced and that can still look and have some nice landscaping. Thank you.
Thank you. Monty Anderson. It's for an item, but it's not a hearing item. So you may come forward and speak now on the item. As I stated, Mr. Anderson, those items are not a public hearing, and on your card, you referenced the, I see what you're doing, you referenced the different item number than what we have on the agenda, but even so, those two items are not public hearings. And so you may come forward now and have 2 minutes to speak what you'd like to say on those two particular items. But since it is not a public hearing, I do not call individuals forward until we have public hearings, which we have to. Let me explain it one more time.
Items for individual consideration.
Right, they are items for individual consideration. I call individuals forward to speak who have submitted cards when we have a public hearing. If it is an agenda item that says it is a public hearing, I defer those citizen comments until we have the public hearing and then ask them to come forward and speak during the public hearing time. The two items that you're referencing on the agenda are items that are not public hearings. They're items for us to consider as resolutions as a city council. So you may have 2 minutes to speak on whatever you wish to speak.
I don't really have anything to say except to comment on those. So I don't really have anything to say except I would like you to make us competitive with our codes and it's our other cities. That's all I really have to say.
All right, sir.
I was only prepared to talk about that if I was needed. So.
Okay, understand. Thank you, sir. For the record, Mr. Anderson's address, according to his card, is 111 East Davis, right? Thank you. City Secretary have that. Okay. I'm not sure of the first name as it's written, but the last name is London. Is it Lacoya, London?
Hello, Lacoya London, 722 Rand Avenue. I'm here concerning pretty much a couple things. Y'all have a CBD shop right there by Kroger. He's not carding people. He needs to card people. I've been in his store and I'm looking at him just giving people stuff. That's not what the law states. If he want to have that store in operation, he needs to do better. He has to card people. Just like the alcohol store, they got to do the same thing. Okay, another thing, the police being called on the young man, the 21-year-old young man that got his spine broken. That is a problem because why is it turned over to the Texas Ranger already? How did that happen that fast? We know what they will do. A man got shot in his home in Dallas, and this lady got 10 years. So I do know that they will sweep stuff under the rug, and then they making up stuff on the young man. He's 21 years old. He was just 100 and some pounds, and they broke his spine. He's paralyzed right now in a wheelchair. He's hurt. So the issue is, I'm sick of these police beating up our young men. You got a 21-year-old can't walk no more because they use bad judgment. And you have a citizen that called the police on this young man, and he lived in that neighborhood. How crazy is that? So I have a problem with that. That I have boys, I have young men in my home that I have put on this earth. I refuse to allow you to let a police officer still be on your grounds working. And they need to be prosecuted now. We need something changed. They gotta be prosecuted for what they have done. You don't always have to kill someone because he's killed. His soul is really pretty much gone right now because he's in a wheelchair when he used to walk. Keandre, this is Mr. Green. Some has to be done for Mr. Green. Your officers do not suppose. Matter of fact, we need to take their license. They should not be an officer no more in the state of Texas. They need to move somewhere. I don't care. This is ridiculous. And the lady that made the call, she needs to be prosecuted also.
Excuse me, Laurel Stone. Laurel Stone. Karen Thrasher. Karen Thrasher. Tom Whalen. Tom Whalen. 5F, you have 2 minutes, sir.
My name is Tom Whalen. I represent Mr. Anderson.
Your address for the record, please, sir.
500 North Ackert Street.
Right. Is he being heard well enough? Does the mic, pick the mic up just a bit, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, sir.
I represent Mr. Anderson. He is a local property owner who's been affected by the uncertainty in the fire code and in the building code. In particular, the existing code was modified in 2017, and it creates uncertainty about the circumstances under which an existing building is required to sprinkle, put in sprinkler systems when a new tenant is put in place, even though the amount of risk has not increased. It's uncertain whether, or it's not clear under the code whether a sprinkler is required, and we've proposed to or talked to city staff about changing 2 provisions of the code with identical language to make it clear under what circumstances it's necessary to sprinkler a new building or an existing building. Those circumstances are when you increase the size of the building space, that the entire building needs to be sprinkled. But just when one tenant changes out to another and there's nothing about the use that increases the risk of fire or safety, that in those circumstances, there's no necessity to sprinkle the building. Under the current system, you don't know when you're going in. The fire marshal has said in certain instances, you don't have to sprinkle. Another tenant comes in, there's no differential in use or risk, and he says you have to sprinkle. It creates a materially different economic situation for both the tenant and the landlord. When going in, you don't know if you're going to have to sprinkle the building or sprinkle the space in order to get a CO. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for information, on the cards from Emily Bridges and Terry Webb, I will take those individuals when we come to item 5C, which does indicate on the agenda it is a public hearing. Thank you. Moving on to item number 4 on the agenda, consent agenda, just for some information for citizens and for staff as well. Item 4B, as in Bravo, and item 4D, as in David, have been requested to be moved to item for individual consideration, which we will do. So item 5B, as in Bravo, will become 5H, as in hotel, 5H as in hotel, and 4D, as in David, will become item 5I. 5I, as in India, move to items for individual consideration. With that, City Secretary, please read the consent agenda with those 2 items removed. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Consider the minutes of the following city council meetings: August 1st, 2023, regular meeting; August 3rd, 2023, special called meeting; August 7th, 2023, special called meeting; August 8th, 2023, special call meeting; August 10th, special meeting budget workshop; August 10th, special meeting; and August 15th, regular city council meeting. Item 4C, consider a resolution approving the proposal for city-paid employees and retiree medical and prescription plan with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas for a 1-year agreement. Item E, consider a resolution ratifying the crossing surface installation agreement between BNSF Railway Company and the City of Duncanville for the installation of a pedestrian crossing at West Davis Street, and hereby approve the additional $13,547.94 payment. Item F, consider a resolution approving the terms and conditions of the professional service agreement 23-0033 with Donaway Associates for the design of Harrington Park wastewater area reroute and improvement with a contract amount of $63,800 and an additional appropriation of $12,760 as a project contingency for a total amount not to exceed $76,560. Item G, consider a resolution authorizing an amendment to professional services agreement 23-0004 with Donaway Associates for additional professional engineering services as part of the Southwood Drive Sanitary Sewer Aerial Crossing Repair Design Project in the amount of $14,450, not exceeding the total contract amount of $99,250. Item H, consider a resolution approving the terms and conditions of amendment number 1 to the Household Hazardous Waste interlocal agreement between Dallas County and the city of Duncanville, Texas, to provide household hazardous waste services, including a disposal event and disposal services at the Dallas County Fixed Site Household Hazardous Waste Collection location from October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, as part of the Dallas Area Household Hazardous Waste Network for a cost not to exceed $53,481. Item I, consider a resolution authorizing the vehicle make-ready services with Junior's Custom Auto for the upfitting of the police SWAT van in the expenditure amount not to exceed $45,000. Item J, consider a resolution approving the renewal of an interlocal agreement between City of Duncanville and Dallas County Hospital District doing business as Parkland Health and Hospital Service to provide Biotel EMS system services in the amount of $138,671.30 for a 2-year term. Item K, consider a resolution authorizing an amendment to contract 19-001 with Unix LLC to provide for additional fiber installation services in the amount not to exceed $25,500 to expand the traffic division's intelligent traffic system fiber optic network for a total contract amount not to exceed $189,941. Item L, consider a resolution authorizing the approval for the continuation in expenditure of funds for Mike Condiff of the Elam Group to provide annual governance and leadership coaching to the City of Duncanville in the amount not to exceed $25,000 for the full term of the agreement.
Thank you. Chair will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Mr. Kuntz, a second by Mr. McBurnett. Council, please vote. Unanimously approved. City Secretary, do we just, that red dot up there, it's just disregard, okay.
It's disregard.
It's not next to a name, so we know where we're going. All right, fine. Moving on to items 5. Item 5A, take any necessary action as a result of the executive session. We are moving all 3 executive sessions to the very end of our city council meeting, so we will come back to item 5A at the very end of our city council meeting. Item 5B, appeal to the city council for permitting of livestock at 1342 South Main Street. Police Chief Lavigny will come forward to present that. Before he gets started, I want to make a comment, and all city council members were provided with my information on this. It relates to House Bill 1750, which colloquially was called the chicken law, and it pertains to the maintenance or the having of livestock within city limits. HB 1750, what I provided was a copy from the TML overview of this particular law that went into effect with September 1st. And my comment was that seeing as how we are now approaching this particular item again as an appeal, there is the possibility that HB 1750 has some impact on our decision and as we work as a council tonight. So this has been provided to Mr. Hager, our city attorney, and in understanding in terms of my concern for whether we should move forward with this item or table it in view of HB 1750 just passed in the 80th legislative session, I will turn to Mr. Hager for his opinion on whether we have the ability to continue with this discussion in view of HB 1750 being in effect. Mr. Hager, if you could advise us on this, please.
Yeah, the statute that was enacted, which amended the state agricultural code, specifically does discuss agricultural operations. I don't believe that's what we have before us. There didn't appear to be that there was any testimony or evidence that it was an agricultural operation other than goats were involved. which were being used for pets or domestic purposes, not agricultural operation purposes. So I don't believe the statute applies under the circumstances.
Looking at the TML overview that was provided, they have a definition of an agricultural operation, and one of their bullets is raising or keeping livestock or poultry, including veterinary services, which would include the keeping of goats. So based on the TML,
It says keeping of goats, it doesn't say agricultural operation.
it says a definition of an agricultural operation by law includes raising or keeping livestock or poultry. So, I know, and I will conclude with what TML says, talk to your city attorney, which was what we're doing. It was what I'm doing. I'm seeking your advice as our city attorney in terms of the applicability of HB 1750 and that particular bullet in the TML overview of what they interpret it as an agricultural operation, which includes keeping goats. So therefore, if the law of HB 1750 does apply under that particular
Well,
aspect of the law, then there's no sense in us even
Then I'm
talking
looking
about
at the
this.
statute. I'm not looking at what TML says the statute says.
I know,
I'm
that's why I'm
looking at
looking
what the
to you
statute says.
as our attorney.
And the statute says an agricultural operation includes the following activities, and it says raising or keeping of livestock or poultry, including veterinary services. Doesn't say anything about goats, it doesn't say anything about hogs, it doesn't say, it just defines livestock
And livestock is further defined as a goat,
under our ordinance.
under their law.
Well, you can not follow my advice, that's fine.
No, my point is, if we apply the law as passed, there's no sense in our discussing this appeal. The appeal is therefore approved, and they can go ahead and raise goats. But we don't have to discuss this appeal because this law applies as it is. Right. Correct. Okay. And that is the bottom line in terms of what our city attorney has just said. He does not believe that it applies. That in the aspect of what I brought forward, then we do need to discuss this, because what I was saying is if this law does apply, there's no need to discuss this because the law already says you can keep goats in our city no matter what we say as a local ordinance. However, we need to discuss it based on our advice of our city attorney. HB 1750 does not apply to what we're looking at today. So continue, Mr. Chief Lavigny. We do have to discuss this appeal. Thank you. Did I confuse everybody pretty well? Well, I know what I'm doing. Okay. So
Thank you, Mayor and Council, Mr. Hager. So just to kind of recap, this is our current relevant ordinance for the discussion this evening. And it makes it unlawful for a person to keep livestock 75 feet from another's property without those things taking place. So receiving approval from the local health authority, which in this case is defined as the chief of police. The applicant must provide satisfactory proof of non-objection from persons controlling all properties within 75 feet of the applicant's property. And so that is not most of them, that is all of them. And so then the applicant must pay a fee determined by the local health authority. And then if the SUP is allowed, it expires 1 year from the date of issuance. So there's quite a history here, and which has kind of led up to September 1st, if that was even part of the discussion. But this started long ago, and these are just a few dates, but there are many more dates. I have the animal control officer supervisor here if he needs to testify. Very unusual, as we've discussed this before. This is a legislative body, and we're, because of the ordinance that is in place and that has been in place for some time, this legislative body has now been asked to turn into more of a judicial body in deciding this appeal. So January 16th of 22, Officer Chamberlain, ACO Chamberlain, met with Mr. Reyes about keeping livestock goats at the address 1342 South Main Street. March 22nd of 2022, ACO Chamberlain provided an SUP application for livestock to Mr. Reyes. October 4th of 22, ACO Chamberlain verbally approved Mr. Reyes' SUP on the condition of him paying the required fee. As I could tell, payment was never made. Also, the application does not specify, was not completed appropriately. And then December 20th, 22, it came to me. And my reason for denial, among those other two things, were they failed, the application failed to describe the animals, and they failed to provide satisfactory proof to me of non-objection from either the homeowners or those occupying 1331 Highland Drive and 119 Austin Stone Drive. And I do have that actual document here available if anyone wants to take a look at that.
As Chief Livingme has stated, what he has stated is accurate in terms of what I see on this document. Anyone else want to see the document itself? Any other council member wish to look at it, please pass it down. Thank you, Chief. Continue. Thank you.
Certainly. So continuing on, January 23rd of 2023, the first level of appeal of my denial by the ordinance that is currently in place took place. And the current ordinance describes that first level of appeal go to a board consisting of the assistant city manager, the fire chief, and the police chief. At that appeal, given that I had already made a decision, I recused myself. That was, again, one of the problems with this ordinance, as I saw it. February 7th, 2023, and that board agreed with my denial. February 7th, 2023, the City Council initially considered the final appeal, but tabled that appeal on that evening. February to date, this appeal has been delayed. Final appeal due to city management decision for various reasons. Now, one other thing that, that really didn't play into my decision, but I understand is an issue, is, and I'll just put this out there, if we need to call Public Works to address this, we can do that, because they would speak more definitively on it. But I believe the applicant has erected a fence that is problematic for that area down there, aside from what the ordinance says as to what I am to consider whether I approve or deny an appeal. So that's my presentation. This is a little unusual. I'm not sure how we proceed from here. I've been to court a lot of times, but I'm not an attorney, and I can't represent myself as being one.
Chief, yeah, it seems that the way the presentation has been given to us, it leaves to us as city council members to recall what the past events were in terms of the last time this individual appeared before us and what was stated, made part of the record, and how we thought about it. So what we have before us, as I understand it, Mr. City Attorney, is to grant or deny the appeal of this particular individual to keep goats on their property for animals, undefined animals, by the application. Yes, there were originally one male and one female.
And then it turned into 4.
And now
that's part of the problem. 2 was okay, 4 was too many.
Yep, and then some aspect of the owner of the goats not thinking that a male and female would not propagate, but they did. So that then created 4.
If I may.
Yes, sir, please.
So the comment the city attorney made, and what y'all considered, I wasn't at the meeting on February 7th. I believe I was on vacation. But I did watch the meeting. I think what you referred to is that never played, the number of animals never played into my decision, whether they had one goat or more goats. They didn't get a non-objection signage to where I was comfortable that it was proven to me that they had contacted the people that were adjacent to that property. I never got any further than that. Right. So the number of animals in my mind was never an issue.
But the number of animals is included in our ordinance.
It is.
If I recall. And now with 4 animals, undefined, the 4 animals are or are not permitted by our current ordinance.
Well, you don't have the consent, so to Mr. Lavigny's point, it doesn't matter. Because you can't rewrite the ordinance.
I understand, but before us is the appeal to keep 4 goats on the property.
Right.
So we need to understand what the ordinance says as well. We as a council, as a governing body.
You can't keep any goats unless you have the consent of the adjacent property owners. That's what the ordinance says.
So putting together that advice, that legal advice from the city attorney, the information presented by the chief as the appeal authority, as the appellate authority in this particular instance, then before us what we have is very simple, that the applicant has failed to comply with Chapter 4, Article 2, Section 4-21 for the application to keep livestock on the property, and failing to do so, then the appeal is denied.
That
would be my summation.
That would be a logical conclusion, applying the law to the facts.
There we go. So, with that and understanding, any further discussion on the part of council? Because the way I see it, the chair will entertain a motion to deny the appeal. Mr. Contreras, yes, sir, please. Is your mic on, sir?
Is the applicant here tonight?
Is the applicant present in the room? The owner of the property where the goats reside?
No one coming forward. The answer would be no, Mr. Contreras. Mr. McBurnett.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to hear from Public Works as well on this issue.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Duncanville City Council. So, standing here with me, I have Matt Bryant.
Just for the record, this is Ms. Jackie Colton, Interim Public Works Director. For the
Yes,
record.
sir.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, I can go ahead and introduce Matt
Go ahead.
Bryant, who is the utility superintendent. And so Matt's crews were the ones who actually go out to Austin Stone to address any sanitary sewer issues at the property. And you want me to start from the beginning?
Basically, Mr. McBurnett has some questions. Maybe Mr. McBurnett, you'd like to ask some particular questions that they could answer.
There seemed to be information that you wanted to provide, so I wanted to hear your information.
Okay, I'm gonna let Matt speak.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Really, the only information I'm aware of is we do have a sanitary sewer manhole in that yard. There are some lateral lines to take into consideration. So the problem becomes if I have to respond for any emergency related to sewer, are we putting ourselves at vulnerability for making sure the goats are taken care of while we access the property? How does that work? Yes, there is a gate that was erected to protect the goats. Typically, we're supposed to have our easements available and open to us at all times. So I would have to take action to remove the gate if there was an emergency that took place. So there's a lot of factors there to take in consideration.
Would you address what our plan is?
What plan?
Our plan once the goats are removed, you plan to cover the sewer laterals?
Oh, yes, there is some work back there that we can do to protect our sewer laterals, because right now, and I don't know if it's because of the traffic of the goats, but we've seen some lateral lines become exposed, something that we need to address.
Okay. Ms. Colton's comments were not recorded because she was too far away from the microphone. So you responded to something she said, but what she said was not recorded. So if Ms. Colton, if you could restate what you asked Mr. Bryant to address.
Yes, sir. I asked him to state our plan of action once the fencing is removed.
Okay.
And then he responded that we intend to install concrete over the sewer laterals to protect, the lines.
At city cost, as a result of keeping animals on the property.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mr. McBurnett, any further information is needed, sir?
None from them. I'd like to ask Chief Lavigny a couple of questions. Chief Lavigny, I understand the person didn't complete it. Do you think there's an issue due to language?
Due to the language of the ordinance?
No. A language barrier between the owners and our forms.
No, sir, I don't believe so. And if I could, the city secretary sent out a letter to the applicant, both in English and in Spanish, on or about August 25th, that this hearing would be had tonight. And as we just found out, they didn't show. So we sent a letter to them denying the appeal. They responded on February 7th to the appeal. I've gotten letters in English from the applicants, some member of the applicant's household, I believe, maybe a daughter, in English. So I do not believe that there's been a language barrier.
Okay. City Attorney?
Yes, sir.
I have a question on
Yes, sir.
on the paperwork that we were shown. Does it show a signature of the applicant?
It does not appear to have a signature on it. It has
So-
identification information, it says signature of reporting officer, and it's blank.
So how would you advise us on an issue where it's not signed?
Then you don't have an application. You don't have a valid application.
Thank you.
Chair will entertain a motion to deny the appeal.
So moved.
Have a motion to deny the appeal by Mr. Kuntz. Is there a second, please?
Second.
Second by Mr. Veracruz.
And that's to deny, so that's.
To deny the appeal. We are denying the appeal. So a vote yes is denying the appeal, as we have here. Council, please vote. By a vote of 4 to 3, the appeal is approved. Interesting, we have an appeal to approve, an application is
No,
invalid.
the motion fails. The motion was to approve.
Motion, yeah. Yep, pardon me?
No, it was stated the motion was stated in a negative, so if you voted yes or green, that would have been no, and red is yes. Why don't we do this?
incorrectly.
Why don't we? You voted red, so you voted against the motion to deny, so that would be a.
No. Did you want to approve the appeal or deny the appeal?
Why don't, for,
All right, based on the city attorney's advice, which is exceptional, and I really appreciate it, we're gonna do a roll call vote. And what you are going to state, council members, is you approve the
appeal or deny the appeal.
Approve the appeal or deny the
And
appeal.
I'll keep score with the city secretary.
Approve
on
the
this table.
appeal or deny the appeal. And understanding that the appeal is to keep the goats.
Right.
Plain and simple. Mr. Veracruz, approve the appeal or deny the appeal?
Approve it.
Mr. McBurnett, approve the denial or deny the appeal?
Approve.
Approve the denial. Approve the denial. Yeah, I said it right. Mr. Kuntz?
No, you're mixing.
No.
Let's do this.
Deny the appeal.
How about if we just say goats and no goats? How's that? That I get.
I'm good with that.
All right, so Mr. Veracruz, right?
Goats. Goats.
You're for goats.
Goats.
You're for goats.
Yes.
Mr.
Goats stay.
McBurnett?
Goats.
Mr. Kuntz?
Goats.
Ms. Gooden? No goats.
Mayor.
Vote is 4 to 3 to keep goats. Can't believe it.
You violated your own order.
No goats.
Mayor, can I ask a follow-up?
Yeah, you know,
Question
if
for the city
I'm gonna say
attorney.
something, I'm gonna make a
This
follow-up
process-
comment.
This appeal process, are we following
Thank
something
goodness.
is this something the state requires us to do, or is this
No, this
our
is just,
own
this
code?
is your, this
Can
is
we
your.
change this?
Yes, the change has already been made, and this application was prior to the changes that you have coming forward, so that you'll never have to do this again.
Thank you.
And we also have to address issues in HB 1750 in our new ordinance, which will address those issues.
Very good. And another follow-on comment being that since February, this council has discussed many, many times Main Street and what it will look like in the future. So thank you, council. You want to have goats on Main Street.
Point of order.
Point of order taken. Take a vote. If I've been out of order, take a vote.
That's unnecessary.
Thank you. Is there a vote for calling me out of order? There's no vote for calling me out of order. Thank you.
Well, Mayor, I think the point is he did call it. So, I mean, if we want to call a vote, we can, but I don't think
And
it's
by
needed.
rules of procedure, if a point of order is called, I have to call for a vote. So I'm trying to comply with what we have in our rules of procedure.
No vote necessary. Your comments weren't necessary. You didn't have to say that.
Thank you very much for your input. Moving on to item 5C. Presentation and deliberation of the FY 2023-24 proposed budget and conduct a public hearing. Ms. Odie.
Well, thank you all very much. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I believe we wanted to start with the video that we prepared in preparation of tonight. So if you haven't seen it, you'll get to see it. It's very short. Hi, my name is Jennifer Odie. The 2024 proposed budget will raise $1.5 million in additional revenue from property tax. Hi, my name is Jennifer. The 2024 proposed budget will raise Hi, my name is Jennifer Odie. The 2024 proposed budget will raise $1.5 million in additional revenue from property tax. Approximately a quarter of your total tax bill goes to the city. The City Council voted earlier this year to raise homestead exemptions for seniors and disabled in order to help alleviate some of the tax burden. The City of Duncanville is proposing a $223,000 increase in new application subscriptions for software to provide a better experience for citizens and customers through accessibility, transparency, and staff accountability. Did you know the city partners with the City of Cedar Hill to operate the Tri-City Animal Shelter and with the City of DeSoto for the Southwest Regional Communication Center and the Tri-City Jail? These partnerships have proven to be an efficient and cost-effective way to provide the service without the operational burden. The city is proposing $237,000 increase in our cost-sharing operations for these partnerships. When emergency strikes, our city should be prepared. Our Emergency Management Operations Coordinator is key during local emergencies, conducts regular community outreach and education, and plays a key role in locating grants for equipment and supplies for our first responders. She does all of this and more for Duncanville and 3 of our neighboring cities. It is for this reason we are proposing the addition of a part-time emergency specialist coordinator onto our emergency management team for a total cost of $54,930. Public safety is always a top priority to provide a high quality of life to the residents and business owners of Duncanville. Currently, there are 4 vacancies in the fire department and 8 in our police department. Therefore, we are proposing a $1.3 million increase to salaries over the FY23 adopted budget to remain competitive, to attract and retain qualified and professional officers, firefighters, and general staff to continue our commitment to you to deliver a high level of service. Overall, our maintenance, utility billing, streets, and parks and recreation departments benefit from our proposed budget and allows for the City of Duncanville to keep roads and infrastructure in repair and parks well maintained. The community is invited to participate in the budget process. The budget can be found by scanning this QR code. You are also invited to the public hearing regarding the budget that will be held on 2023, 7 p.m.
Close enough to me.
Hi. Well, on that
Okay.
note, that was
All right.
the end of that video.
All right, in accordance with our rules of procedure, how we operate on a public hearing is that the staff member will give us a briefing on the item. Then I will open the item to the public hearing. We will listen to individuals who are in favor or opposed to what we have heard, and then we will open up to discussion by the city council members for further discussion. So, Ms. Odie, the floor is yours.
So, yes, what I will do here is I'm going to just give you a brief overview of the budget. Most of this is not new to you. So our budget is built on 3 particular priorities initiatives. First of all, it's people. It's the internal, the staff, as we continue to try to be competitive with benefits and salary through best practices, through development. It's through our customer service as we continue to perfect how we interact with the public. Additionally, it's a focus on projects, completing projects. And lastly, on planning, long-term planning, comprehensive plan, financial plans, and such. A snapshot of what's in this budget. So this budget is built on a tax rate of 0.646034, which generates the $1.5 million in additional revenue that is received from property taxes. This budget also incorporates the second year of water and sewer rate increases. It is the homestead exemptions have gone up from $30,000 to $35,000 for the seniors, and for the disabled, that is included in this budget. A 2% adjustment to the residential and commercial garbage rates to keep up with the CPI increases that are passed along to the city. Again, it's an enhanced emphasis on capital improvement projects, getting the projects that we have going completed. And lastly, proposed updates to our master fees, which include updates to our EMS schedule, as well as billing, development service type rates. So just some highlights out of, in the budget overall. These are not necessarily new things, but things that we continue to provide in this budget. Additional resources through the library for books and media, park amenity and replacements such as bleachers, fountains, barrels, things like that. So we continue to replace those things ongoing in our parks. We have funding in the meter replacement fund of $1.5 million that we'll be able to put towards AMI project. $1.7 million in street maintenance that keeps our roads in a particular condition that will prevent them from falling into a reconstructive phase where it's more expensive to reconstruct a street. So we have technology enhancements to improve our customer service experience and accessibility. We have the C-Click fix so our citizens can report concerns. Software for development services that will help with the permitting and license and process and workflow, so they'll be able to get those answers online. Swagit, so we can broadcast our meetings, provide English and Spanish subtitles, clickable agendas, flock cameras that help with crime fighting. Continued with our customer service advocate program, continue our amazing special events that we put on. On the personnel side, what's included in the budget is additional compensation, which would go into effect January 1st. It would be Texas Municipal Retirement System increases, the updated service credits, and the COLAs on a one-time basis, and some additional positions such as the part-time emergency management specialist, an economic development coordinator. We added a parking enforcement officer in the 23 budget. And then additionally, some of the things that you've requested, so we will establish that conservation fund. We will fund that master plan for the LAD property, as well as the downtown association dues. So just a quick overview of the property taxes. As you can see, the chart there on the left just kind of shows over the last 10 years what values have done with commercial and with residential properties. As it stated in the video there, that the city receives about a quarter of your total tax bill. So that budget, to pay our debt and the budget to receive for general operation needs, that total is $23 million, which is about an 8% increase over the previous fiscal year. Just to give you a visual of like our tax rate history as well as our taxable value history, that blue line there shows you what our tax rate has done over the last 8 years here, and that red line will show you what our values have done over the last few years. And these are based on the average taxable value of all of our residential properties in the city. And just another chart here to show you, again, in a more table format, for those who like the tables, what our tax rate is, what the no new revenue calculation is. That is the revenue. If we were to adopt that rate, we would receive the same amount of revenue as last year. And then it shows you the average taxable value as well as what that annual tax burden would be to the average taxpayer. So that is an increase of about $91 annually to adopt the tax rate that we have proposed. Just overview of all the funds. So our total resources for this next fiscal year comes to about $97 million. That is not all general operations. We have other kinds of funds that are included in this budget. We have enterprise funds. That includes your utility funds, sanitation funds, those funds that are self-sustaining. We have special use funds like the Economic Development Fund, hotel, motel, things that are, can only be used for specific purposes, as well as capital replacements. And you can see there how those resources and expenditures break down by those particular fund types. So on the general fund, just showing breaking down in a table as well as a pie chart here of what our recurring revenue sources are. Our property tax revenue is 55% of our total revenue. The sales tax is the next highest at 25%. And then all the other smaller categories, fines, fees, permits, franchise fees, and that sort of type of revenue. But again, the bulk of our revenue comes from property tax and sales tax. So with the use of fund balance, which I'll explain here in a minute, the total resources available to us for this next year is $40 million. Just a brief chart here that shows the sales tax over the last 10 years. It's broken down by, because we receive sales tax in the general operation fund, we receive a portion for property tax relief that helps keep tax rate low, and then also there's a portion that goes to the economic development fund. And you've seen this chart before, but this just kind of breaks down the sales tax projections into the next calendar year. We utilize a service that can estimate what our sales tax revenues are going to be. With all of the openings of a variety of restaurants and such, we can expect about a 3% increase in our sales tax. So on the general fund expenditure side, 64% of our total expenditures do go towards salary and benefits. The next biggest category is contractual and professional services. That includes, all of our partnerships that we pay, Cedar Hill, DeSoto, those partnerships that we have with them, that is the second biggest category. But the total expenditures come to $40 million. So just a brief explanation of what some of the variances are. So again, our biggest portion of our budget, again, I say is salary and benefits. So the biggest change in cost comes with the salary and benefit enhancements. And again, it's with the compensation increases that we will do on January 1st, the changes in our retirement benefit system, adding part-time emergency specialist, adding a parking enforcement officer. We did eliminate a position. But the net impact, when you compare it to the 23 adopted budget, comes to $1.5 million. The supplies and materials category, that's basically, the supplies and materials that we buy, like the uniforms for police and fire. We saw an increase there because the cost of supplying those particular items have gone up. Chemical supplies for parks and athletic fields, our Office 365 licensing, that, it's all of our applications through the office. The contractual and professional services category, the increase there over last year, $646,000, and that is because of property and workers' comp insurance premiums. Again, our partnerships, a one-time cost for the CARES team program. As you know, we have a grant that's going to end at the end of March of '24, so it's a one-time cost to get us through the end of the fiscal year to complete that program. Increasing our vehicle and equipment repairs, having to outsource those with older vehicles, and then the C-Click Fix application. And then lastly, that maintenance and repair service category, that includes, maintenance agreements, like a lot of the IT items fall under that category, our annual agreements, our grounds maintenance, the mowing that we do citywide, and landscaping, swag it for the live streaming, subtitles. Those are the big items that lead to that increase. So overall, with all of that, this just kind of shows you where we fall from a general fund balance standpoint. So as you've agreed to allow us to add the TMRS and use some fund balance for that. So our net revenue actually is $308,000 that we are taking from the fund balance in order to pay for those. As you see there, what's in the orange or the yellow here, we reserve about 25% of our fund balance to set aside, having reservation that we don't want to touch that. But over and above that 75 days, even with the $308,000, we still sit at $8.8 million in excess that could be used for one-time funds. So moving on to the utility fund, just really briefly, what's captured in the utility fund, again, the utility fund is revenue we receive from customers for their water and their sewer. This incorporates year 2 of the 5-year rate increase. As you can see there, what the base water rate change goes to, and what the base sewer is, and then what the senior discount applied, what those base rates would be. On the utility expenditure side, so this fund does support 32 employees. The compensation affects those employees as well. They increase there. We do buy water from Dallas Water Utilities. We process our sewer from Trinity River Authority. They do pass along rate increases to us, and so we have to budget those accordingly. This assumes a cash transfer to our utility CIP as we pay for those infrastructure needs and replacements. Moving on to the sanitation fund, this is the garbage collection. We have 5 people that are supported out of this fund. This does include a 2% residential rate increase for the CPI. So as you can see the rates there, what the curbside rate goes to per month and what the alley rate goes to per month, and by commercial. And again, this fund supports, the hazardous waste collections. It supports our litter maintenance crew. It supports the garbage collections. And then drainage, as you can see here, we receive a monthly rate from the residents for that goes into this fund, as well as businesses. This does not propose any rate increases, but we will work on this year reviewing our rates to make sure that we are receiving what we need to receive in order for this fund to remain operational. Expenditure-wise, this has 3 full-time employees. These positions are currently vacant. This fund pays for all the street sweeping, for stormwater compliance, as well as any CIP projects that come out of the drainage fund. And this budget does assume the $1.8 million projected cost for the 10 Mile Creek erosion repair project. And then lastly here, the Economic Development Fund. Again, this is supported by a 0.5-cent sales tax, which the 3% is projected here. From the expenditure side, this supports 4 full-time employees and 1.5 full-time equivalent, which means part-time. We have seasonal staff that work, and this includes 1 new position, $100,000 for a dedicated vehicle that staff can use for potential developer and site tours. Includes funding for sponsorships. It continues to include funding for beautification, landscaping, and seasonal plants and that nature, and then also the investment in retail center revitalization and grants and such to help our businesses. And just a kind of a quick overview of some of the project highlights that we hope to accomplish in this coming fiscal year. Expanding our rec center, doing the Harrington Park bond project with the concessions and the restrooms, doing the Cedar Ridge Road construction project, which is a bond and utility CIP funded project. Oriole Boulevard walkability improvements that we're doing. We have a CDBG grant that'll partially reimburse the cost of this project to help walkability over I-20. Rehabbing the second south tank at Daniel Dale. So those are some of the highlights of CIP. And just reminders of remaining dates. So on the 19th at the council meeting, we'll have the public hearing on the tax rate specifically. And then that night, you will adopt the budget and tax rate. And that is all I have for the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Odie. City Council, before we go into an open hearing, I would like to point your attention to the last sentence in the packet that we have, and I will read it. Under policy explanation, it states, there is no action to be taken after the hearing. Council can deliberate the budget with the consensus and give staff direction to make any changes as necessary. Therefore, we are going to hear from individuals, citizens who have comments about the budget. We will then discuss the budget in general. There's nothing to be approved or denied tonight. This is input from citizens and input from council members as a governing body to the staff in terms of the creation of the budget and the tax rate that we'll be discussing in the next city council meeting. So with that in context, what we normally do during a public hearing is we have 10 minutes for those in favor and 10 minutes for those opposed, but it really doesn't apply in this particular sense that we have tonight for an open hearing. So individuals that wish to come up are going to have an opportunity to speak and say what they like, don't like about the information that's been presented about the budget for 23-24. We then as a council make notes on those particular things. We can discuss it later. So in that, what I think we probably need to do, normally we allow 10 minutes for and 10 minutes against. I'm just suggesting, and I'll look for the council for consensus, that we open the public hearing and allow for 20 minutes. That would take what we normally have as for and against and make it one aggregate time frame for public hearing for 20 minutes. If it takes 20 minutes, fine. If it doesn't, then we'll close earlier than that. If I'm getting, if I just look at council of consent to open the public hearing for a 20-minute time frame versus 10 and 10 as we normally do, that's what I'm proposing. Acceptable? Okay, so citizens. City Secretary, we are opening the public hearing. The time frame is, the timestamp is 8:42. And I have 2 cards here from individuals who wish to speak. Now, considering this is a public hearing, in order to speak during a public hearing, you do not have to submit a card in advance. So I'm going to call forward the 2 individuals who have asked to speak, and then any other individuals present who wish to speak can come forward as well. So the first one I have is Terry Webb. And please state your name and for the address for the record, sir.
Terry Webb, 11708 County Road 4090, Scurry, Texas. Former 50-year resident of Duncanville and a former 34-year employee of the city of Duncanville. I want to thank the council, mayor, city manager for the consideration for the updated service credits and for the cost of living raises, although it is at 30%. But we want to appreciate that consideration. We know that that vote is still to come, and so that still has not been to fruition yet, but we hope that that continues to go so. I also want to ask this question here. Whenever you look at next year and your budget for next year, if you're me, in 2008, I retired. That was the year that COLAs and updated service credits went away. That was the year it went away. So you call this an enhancement. I don't know if I would call it an enhancement. I think it's bringing back what should have been there in your base package as an employee benefit from the beginning, since I hired on in 1973, and I worked my 34 years, and then boom, it's gone. So I appreciate what you're doing. I know finances are an issue. I know that budget is an issue, but I also want you to think forward. And whenever staff comes back and says, oh my gosh, we can't do this, instead of just throwing your hands up, say, okay, give me a path to make it happen. Let's figure out a way to make it happen and bring it back to the base package for an employer so you can maintain your competitiveness as employees for this area. It's very, very much needed. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your work that you do on this council. I've watched the councils for many, many years, and I appreciate this very, very, very much. But I also want to say that as being a retiree for now 15 years or so, I am in contact with several of our retirees, and this benefit is going to be very much appreciated. Thank you for that, but please consider this as part of your base package. You had your number one priority was people in that budget presentation. Your number one priority was people. Well, taking care of that base package shows that that is truly your priority. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Emily Bridges.
Emily Bridges, 418 Oleander, 75137. I agree with everything he just said. And I like the projects that I'm seeing that are coming, especially the enhancement of the rec center. But I did see master plan in there, and I hope that that gets approved because that will move along this preserve, and I think it would show the Ladd family an act of good faith, and we might get those additional 7 acres sooner than later if we approve that. Thank you.
Thank you. We still have time remaining. Any other individuals that wish to speak concerning input for the budget?
Jaden Roberts, 906 Rockadian. I also want to follow up the excitement and thank you for consideration. And I know it's a council member request for this financial support for the master plan. I am part of the Duncanville Nature Conservancy group, and we are aligning our structure and activities so that we can also do some fundraising, and that master plan will allow us to then determine what things can we do, where do we need money, and that's very exciting. The conservation fund as well will be very helpful. So just wanted to say thank you on that, and very supportive of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other individuals present who wish to speak about the budget? Seeing none, the chair will entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion to close the public hearing by Mr. McBurnett, second by Mr. Coons. Council, please vote on closing the public hearing. Unanimously approved. Timestamp, City Secretary, 8:47. Now turn it over to City Council to ask any questions or any inputs that you may have. Mr. Coons, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This is for ICM Brown. I know that you've described this budget as conservative, and so if you don't mind kind of explaining for the public what exactly you mean by that.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the opportunity to answer that question, Councilmember Coons. You're absolutely correct. I did describe this budget as conservative, and I did that for a number of reasons. First of all, we have a 2022 audit that's not complete. Secondly, we do not have a permanent finance director, and I am serving as your interim city manager. And so for those reasons, I felt that it was very important that we bring a budget before the council that you could consider based on the things that I've just shared with you. I did not want to have a budget that was aggressive, knowing that the audit was not complete. We don't have a permanent finance director, and we don't have a permanent city manager.
Thank you. And just one follow-up to that, because I know when I was looking at the budget, and I noticed in several categories it looked like the expenditures were the same as or lower than what they had been in previous years, and then you actually kind of explained why that was. So could you talk about the 5% cuts that were made?
Yes, sir. City staff have been meeting and discussing the budget for quite some time. I asked all department heads to go back and scrub their budgets and come back with a 5% budget cut. And the department heads, to their credit, they went back and they examined their budget very closely, and they did make those cuts. We also eliminated a position. I think Ms. Odie mentioned that the Chief Innovation Officer position is being eliminated. And we had a position that we were advertising, a budget and grant administrator position. And as you, council, as you can see, and as the public sees, Ms. Odie is very good at what she does. And so I felt that there was no need for us to look outside when we have someone internally that can do that job. And so the Chief Innovation Officer was a position that I eliminated. Regarding the line items, again, that was part of the director's direction for me. I wanted them to go back and to scrub their budgets. And we were able to make some cuts and not increase some of the line items in various places.
Thank
you. I've got a question. I don't see any lights at the moment. Ms. Odie, the proposed tax rate of 0.646034 is below the voter approval rate.
Yes, sir.
Which is necessary for us to continue to operate as a city. Based on the video that you made, coming up with those particular numbers for 1.568 million that is necessary for the future operation of our city, if the 646,034 tax rate is not approved, would the city still be able to accommodate that 1.568 million for those essential operations that you delineated in your video? In other words, if we're not able as a city, as a governing body, to approve that 646,034 tax rate, are there any aspects of what the city needs to continue to operate in the next fiscal year that are going to have to be cut away in terms of those that you identified as essential in your video?
Well, we have to continue our partnerships, to provide the services, and what they pass along to us, we do have to meet those. As I said, the bulk of our budget, 64%, at least in the general fund anyway, is salary and benefits. So really, if we didn't have the 1.5 million, we're going to have to start there. Perhaps, freeze positions or cut some positions or whatnot, because the bulk of our expenditures do come from there. I'm sure, yes, we could obviously scrub the budget some more. I don't know if I could speak confidently that we would be able to come up with 1.5 million in other places in order not to affect personnel.
Okay. Still working on the tax rate, and going back to our last city council meeting, the motion that was read and approved, specifically what we approved was that we would not go over the 646,034.
Yes.
Which then opens the opportunity for the council to consider something less than the 646,034. In Mr. Brown and staff reviewing since our last time that we got together, looking at that, this is a time for input and discussion about our budget. Personally, and so I'll make my input personal, is that looking at the numbers, looking at everything you've just identified for the projects, for the necessity, for M&O, for INS, and everything we have coming forward for fiscal year 23-24, my perception and my calculations and understanding what you have presented with all this data is that we really need the 646,034. Anything less than that could jeopardize the ability of this city to operate functionally in all its departments, not just fire and safety, but in public works and parks and rec and everything that we have. So that's just my input. That's my thinking about it, Mr. Brown and Ms. Odie, for others on staff, that I'm really considering that 646,034 is the max below the voter approval rate, but it's something there again essential for our city to continue. And knowing that it will increase residents' property taxes by $91 roughly, depending on the value of your home. We have some very expensive homes in our city, but I think the average is what, like $225,000, $250,000.
222,000 was the average taxable value.
Yeah, so so looking at that, so we know the increase that some people are going to experience is going to be more than that $91. But then again, I think what we need to look at as a governing body is to say that we are taking the very best care of our city and for the safety of our citizens with our fire and police and what we need to do. So that's just my input as we come forward in consideration in the future of Mr. Brown, that, I personally am understanding the necessity for the 646,034. And hope that we as a council can come forward and approve that at the next time we get together. So I have another, Ms. Cherry Brown. Yes, ma'am.
Jennifer, can you go back to slide, I think it was 889, and you said something about additional 8 point something million for one-time funds.
Is it my, this one? Or, no.
I think it was 89.
What slide was it? I'm sorry.
89.
89. Okay.
So can you explain that to me a little bit better? Because
Sure.
when you, on the one-time funds, so is this something that we already know that's planned for 24, or?
No, forgive me for saying one-time funds, but what I was saying, you know, the 8.8 million that's there in the yellow is the excess that's over our 75 days. So that 8.8 million could be used if, as you know, choose to fund one-time things. So again, it is the amount that's over our targeted reserve that we want to set aside, you know, so it is, you know, available to do one-time things. It's not a recurring amount that we can count on in the future, but it is.
Okay. Also, another question, the project highlights on 94.
Mm-hmm.
So do we have the funds for all of these projects?
We do.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Gooden.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate this. Could we go back to page 89 again?
Sure.
So the targeted reserve for Duncanville is 75, but we're only required by law is 60 days
Yes,
of
ma'am.
reservation. So I think I've stated before, I'm in support of supporting the employees and supporting the budget. I just have a conflict when it comes to charging the highest tax rate. So if we are in excess of 8.8 million, what would happen if we considered dropping the tax rate a little bit, and then, because we're already taking from the excess overage to do other items, is it possible to pull from there again to adjust, so that way we're not passing a burden on to the citizens? Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense. And what I would say, from a best practice standpoint, you certainly don't want to fund recurring or commit yourself to recurring expenditures, salary and benefits. That is a recurring cost. You certainly don't want to commit doing that, and you don't have the recurring funding source. You may have it one time, but you certainly don't have it moving forward. And so that is the only caution to utilizing that type of strategy, because you don't know what the future holds. You don't know what might come down the pipeline, economics and things, you know. So do you want to commit one-time costs for recurring expenditures?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Question, and tagging on to Ms. Gooden's comment about the targeted reserve, Mr. Brown, how do I phrase this? Knowing that you're the interim city manager, and I know that we've discussed, as Ms. Gooden said, that the stipulation has that we need to have not less than a 60-day reserve. And knowing that you're the interim city manager and not knowing when a city manager would be appointed, do you have any opinions, because I value them, respect your opinion at this point, and Ms. Hodes as well, is the 75-day reserve excessive, and should we take it back to the minimum requirement of 60, or something in between?
That's a good question, Mayor, and I do not believe it's excessive. And putting the budget together, I consulted with a number of veteran city managers across the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, because I wanted to ensure that I was presenting a budget to council for your consideration that was a prudent budget, a budget that met all of the financial requirements. And the 75 days, while it's conservative, it's something that many city managers will put in place, because you never know what the future holds. You never know if a tornado is going to come through your city. You never know what type of emergency you're going to have. And so this target reserve allows us to have ample funds in our budget to address emergencies down the road. So it's what many call their rainy day fund, if you will, their savings account. And ensuring that we have ample funds in our savings account, to me, is in the best interest of our city.
Yeah, thank you. Following on to one of the comments that was made by our citizens about the service credits and the 30% COLA, there was a rhetorical question, I think, in the comment that was made, like, are we guaranteeing that's going to happen? And I think we are. And in the discussions that we've had both in our retreat and other places, and how you have described the ability for us to do that ad hoc for the 100% service credits and the 30% COLA, to answer that citizen's concern, can we tonight say that you are committed as our interim city manager to making that happen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Another comment that was made by some of our citizens was concerning the Lad Nature Preserve Master Plan. And I know when we're talking about a budget of pushing $100 million, $50,000 is just, that doesn't seem like a lot, but it's of major concern to those that have concern for that particular property. Is the, we have received some inputs that could be somewhere between $100,000, $150,000. It could be $75,000, but we're budgeting $50,000. Is there some thought that is really enough to create a master plan for the Lad Preserve at 50, or I'm thinking that maybe we ought to be bumping up just a little bit. I don't know, but we're basing that 50 on some inputs that we received. So I'm curious as to in terms of looking at this budget and the overall. As I said, we're pushing $100 million, but $50,000 is significant for those that are deeply concerned about the Lad property. So what are your thoughts, Mr. Brown or Ms. Odie, on that dollar amount for that Lad property master plan?
We asked Mr. Bart Stevenston to make contacts and get us a good number, and that's what he did. And I don't recall the exact number, but I think it's a little bit less than 50,000, and so that's why we budgeted $50,000.
All right, thank you. All my thoughts for the moment. Mr. Contreras, yes, sir, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is a question for Ms. Ote that goes back to a number that we were given in our budget book. And I can't find it now. You and I talked about it. It was the actual dollar figure that represented the increased amount of money that would be generated by going with the ceiling level that we were allowed to by law. Do you remember what that number was? It $7 million?
Sorry, can you say the question again?
Well, it was the number that represented what increase we'd look at, a dollar amount that we would be looking at by going to the highest.
Oh, yes. Okay. So I provided, what does it look like at the no new revenue rate versus the proposed rate versus the highest, the voter approval rate.
Right.
And it was only a difference of about $7,000 if we went to the highest amount. Now, what's being proposed is not, the highest amount.
I should have marked the page. I can't find it now. It's still not quite what I was asking. But there was an amount of money that would be generated at that highest rate. And the question that I had was, at that time, was what is that money going to be used for? So that we can justify to the public what that money was being used for. And that was explained to me by you, and I believe Mr. Baldwin explained it as well. So I'm tying this back that if that particular money meant that if we cut back and reduced the tax rate from the highest level we could, that would interfere with some projects and with some expected expenditures
that we really didn't want to get into necessarily. So we didn't really want to do that because that money wasn't just there for fluff. It was actually money that you projected to be used. And I understood that. So I'm saying that to go back to Ms. Gooden's question, that in a good faith effort to look at what we can do to not put the whole burden on the public, when we're going back to looking at this $8 million in this 75-day reserve, can we not have a discussion about what it would look like if we drop back, say, 2 cents? I mean, is this, Ms. Gooden, is this kind of where you were headed at? Yes. Okay, so can we not have a discussion and get some numbers to see what it would look like and what that would impact, instead of impacting the amount that I was talking about before, that was, you had planned on what that was going to be used for? Look at this and see, well, what does it do to this? What does it reduce as $8.8 million, almost $8.9 million? What would it reduce it by if we were to meet halfway, let's say at 2 cents additional tax, and what impact that would have? Okay, so that's just a discussion that I think would be.
Oh, it's exactly what we're here for. It's,
Okay.
it's why we're here, and that's why we're doing this, is to give inputs in terms of what our thoughts would be. And so if we were to drop it back to, say, 620, you're saying instead of 60.64, drop it back to 0.62, that would be a 2 cents reduction in the tax rate that's being proposed. And that is the highest rate that we can go before we hit the voter approval rate.
Right. So
Okay.
what would that 2 cent different, if we took it from the excess reserve, as Ms. Gooden mentioned to us?
Right.
What would that do? What's the actual dollar reduction that we'd see in that almost $8.9 million?
Can you answer that tonight,
So
or is that
roughly,
something
yeah,
you would have
yes.
to come back to?
So at the rate that we are proposing, the 646, that again, that generates the 1.5 million, which you've seen. The no new revenue is at 0.60. So if you kind of go halfway between, that's about 750,000. That would, come off of the revenue that's generated. So, if you do the math there, 750,000, assuming that nothing else has changed, is about 750,000 that comes off of that reserve.
Come off of the reserve. So what would be your concerns or your cautions, as you put it, about coming off $750,000 off of that reserve?
I mean, again, the concern is that, again, the bulk of the expenditures or the increases really do tie back to salary and benefits and to people. So, you certainly don't want to commit yourself to an ongoing expenditure such as salary and benefits and for people if you don't have the ongoing revenue to support it. So, look ahead of, a year or two, fire and police are still getting their step increases, things like that. That if we don't have, the revenue to continue to support those ongoing costs, then we're going to obviously have to cut some of those ongoing costs later. So we may be, the decisions that you make today do, of course, have that ripple effect down the road. And,
Let me add, Councilmember Contreras, that we estimate our revenues and we estimate our expenditures. And so if we were to increase salaries and benefits based on one-time money, those salaries and benefits now are going to continue at that rate, where we are using one-time money to support that new rate. But if we do it by estimating what our revenues are, well then that's the safe and prudent way to do it, because we're not using one-time money to support ongoing expenses, if that makes sense.
Well, it does. I'm still disconnected from my bottom line of, because I'm not talking about ongoing expenses here, and maybe I'm missing something, so help me out. If we took that $750,000 out of this right here one time, so that we could negotiate a 2 cent increase rather than a 4 cent increase, I'm asking what what that does. What is the direct impact of that? You're giving me an answer, but I'm not connecting, because I'm not asking about reoccurring expenses. I'm asking about a one-time reduction here to compromise with the proposed increase of 4 cents to 2 cents. And then if that's impractical and I'm missing something, I want to know, so that I'm not wasting anybody's time on this. So, am I making sense? Does anybody else see what I might be missing here?
I think I think it was Councilmember Kuntz asked Jennifer to put together a chart showing exactly what our revenues would be and exactly what the impact of that tax rate would be. And we'll get that to you. But Jennifer, am I recalling correctly? Didn't you create a chart showing what that would
So
would
if
be?
we had, if it was the no new revenue rate, what that would do to revenues, if it was the proposed tax rate, what that would do to revenues, that chart?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay.
I saw, Mr. Kuntz, go ahead.
And it also showed what that would look like as far as the amount of as far as what's coming out of the pocket of citizens, and at the no new revenue rate. And so, but that's the no new revenue rate, right? You're talking about something between that and what we're actually looking at. And so, I mean, that amount, which was, I don't know, was,
I can't remember off the top of my head, sorry.
yeah, I mean, it was maybe a couple $100s a year out of the pocket, of citizens. But that was based on the no new revenue rate. And so, I mean, it would be like half that or less that for, I guess what you're talking about.
Yeah, from both directions, what it would mean to the taxpayers in terms
I
of,
mean, we're looking at something here with the number we have. No new revenue rate is down here, and you're talking about something right here in between.
right, and if we looked at that, just as a part of conversation, we looked at that, and again, I go back to this $8.9 million here, and we say, what if we took it out of there to, so I'm looking for why that is not a good solution.
I'm going to ask, Dennis, would you come up and maybe you can help address this question, please?
Mayor, Council, how you doing tonight? Let's go back to the discussion about the fund balance. It's unassigned right now, so those dollars, the $8.8 million, or almost $8.9 million, is discretionary on your part. You've got 75 days. You could go less, you could go higher. But I would say, just so you'll get a clearer picture, that money is going to be used, as you know, to run the city in the case of emergency. You're going to have to fund the city. Let's say, God forbid, a tornado comes through and wipes out a lot of that funding that comes from that part of the town. Right now, you have the general fund, unassigned fund balance, or fund reserve, or savings, however you want to look at it, that is healthy. What you don't have is you don't have your enterprise funds healthy. I'll just give you an example, and correct me if I'm wrong. But your drainage fund, your field house, those are enterprise funds from my understanding, and they should have a working capital that's just like a fund balance reserve that you use for the general fund should be applicable to your enterprise funds. So they've got that reserve as well. Otherwise, it's just not going to be just a general fund drawdown. You're going to have to fund the whole city. And you may have enough. It may not be 75, it may, it may not be 20, 25% target rate. It might be higher, it might be lower, I don't know. But what would be prudent would be to have those enterprise funds have a reserve themselves, because they will have to be supplemented. You're not going to stop funding those aspects of the city during any kind of emergency. So I don't know what that number looks like in relation to 8.9 million you have set aside already. And it may very well cover it all, it may not. I don't know the answer to it. Can you use a one-time draw to take care of tax relief? Surely you can, but understand it's a one-time draw. And it's called opportunity cost. You end up spending it for that instead of what it was designed for, so to speak. then what are you giving up when you do that? Well, you've got capital improvement projects that you know as well as I do are coming through. Are you going to be able to fully fund those? Those are the kind of decisions you have to make, because you know that's one option, but funding it within the operating budget itself is another option too. And you start taking some of those options off, the more it goes down, and especially right now, since you don't have that across the enterprise, where everything's operating with a reserve fund balance. You got a healthy one, no doubt about it. I would like to see the audit finished before you, because that will give you more information as far as that number. But it's doable if you wanted to. Just keep in mind that that's opportunity cost. You may be deciding on something that you're taking an opportunity to do another way away.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Veracruz.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just gonna comment, you know, inflation. Again, the audit, we don't have back yet. So I would rather be way conservative and at our mid-year finance review, figure it out from there. But we've got to stay healthy. We don't know what's going to happen. So it's just my comment, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Baldwin, Mr. Brown, I'm trying to remember, maybe wrong, roughly we have a $3 million shortfall on the construction of the new fire station. Did we not say that $3 million shortfall was going to be taken from this reserve? That's how we were going to cover some of the shortfalls on some of the bond projects approved in 2018 that have increased by inflation since then, that we were going to use some of this money. Is that not where we were going to cover some of the shortfalls?
We are drilling down on Fire Station 1, and we, as recent as today, with the city manager, having that discussion. You've got two possible funding sources for your shortfall. One is the ARPA funding, and the other one is your fund balance. The cost of the fire station is higher than what was projected, and so those are the two draws that you're going to have to make, or you can issue debt because be a third option. The final number has not been determined. We're trying to get that solidified now, so we know exactly how much money above the guaranteed maximum price for the total project will be, and that has not been determined. They're working on it. We're almost to that point where we'll have that quantified, and we'll know exactly how much we're short. Right now, you have enough ARPA funding, we believe. If you take the earmarks that's there, some of it won't make it, and some of it will, but most of it won't, and we'll end up taking that money out for this is what we'd recommend, taking that shortfall out of the ARPA funding. That aside, you've got other commitments that was earmarked for the ARPA funding that now needs to be funded. And one of the things we're looking at is the field house, and we don't know the exact number. We're getting ready to issue not an RFP, but just try to get what's called a facility condition assessment to find out just not what the problem is, but what other problems are facing that field house. We get that, we'll be able to look at what funding source, and in all likelihood, is probably going to have to look at, if you're going to do it with existing resources coming out of the fund balance. So to answer your question, we don't have it totally quantified. We can tell you a lot, but we don't have the stuff that we need to bring before you and say, this is the number you need to see. And right now, we're close, but we're not there yet.
So in essence, this $8.9 million that we're looking at it's not set in stone yet, but it's a bogey that we may have to touch.
Yes.
And if we touch it too far, we may end up having to touch some monies from somewhere else, whereas this is going to be liquidity.
Yeah.
And we may lose our liquidity by messing with this number.
Yeah. And that's my fear until we know what that fire station's going to, and it's no one's fault, it's where we're at. So now we're looking at quantifying it, seeing how much we're short, make sure we got the funding available to do it, and preferably using ARPA funding, since that was federal funding to start with. Just reallocate those earmarks to something else to take care of this one project that's 85% complete. Let's get it finished and out of the way, and look at those other options that we had to take off the table, that opportunity cost, because we're doing that. What else can we do to get some of these other things through? And that's where you'll have to rely on your fund balance.
And the other one that we have to look at is the service center.
True, but you got funding, you got some bond money on that one.
Some, it's true. But it's been delayed for 5 years already.
I agree with you, Mayor.
That's the inflationary cost that we're thinking of.
You're 100% right. And what we need to do is we need to do an assessment to make sure we make the maximum use of those dollars available, so we don't get in a position where we're saying it's going to be a $3 million expansion is really going to be an $8 million expansion. Those days should be done with. I think we all can agree to that. We want to tell you what it is, and we want to factor in any kind of future inflation rate that may be associated with that based off historical information. You know, you can use the CPI if you want to, but you should also be looking at the PPI. It's a producer price index. There's other things you look at. You look at what the Fed's doing, and you see whether this is the time to do it. And that's where your feasibility study should be done before you do it. Well, and they'll tell you whether it's a good time to do it or not. If interest rates are going up and inflation's going up, it's not the time to build. This fire station, regardless, it did start when it was 9% inflation. That's probably not the best timing to start a project, but we didn't have needs assessments, so we didn't know that. But I don't think we should make that mistake twice. Not a mistake, but I don't think we should be doing that forward. Let's look at that service center from the ground level up. What do we need to do? How much money we have, and how much we short going into it? And if it's an issue in the vet, we'll bring that forward, or staff will. Or if it's something we have enough money, or maybe enough in the fund balance to draw it, maybe that's an option. But we're not there yet.
Yeah, I think as Mr. Brown characterized this term, excess over reserve, the rainy day fund, we might add a third, what are we going to, linguistic euphemism to this $8.9 million, as it's our potential to avoid illiquidity.
Right.
This is liquidity, and if we need it, it's going to be there for us. If it's not going to be needed, then we can have other uses for it that's going to benefit the MNO and INS in terms of what we have for our city.
Right.
So, look at that, the differences, and saying, oh, we've got $8.9 million sitting in a bucket, let's go find ways to use it. I'm saying, as it's showing right now, we better watch this very carefully until things are coming to, and don't touch this, because as it was said, taking it down from 0.64 to 0.62 is a $700,000 difference, roughly. Mm-hmm. Instead of going down to 0.60, where we're at, that would be the NNR, the no new revenue rate. That'd be double that. So we're talking $1.4 million down from 8.9 in best case, worst case, depending on your situation on how you look at the tax rate. Yeah. So that's what we as a council need to consider in looking at this $8.9 million today, is that it's for future uses. Almost guaranteed that we're going to have to use this somewhere because of what's happened with the bond projects, what we're looking at with CIPs, and some shortfalls. So I just wanted to throw some thoughts out on, as we think about
Mayor,
this.
you hit the word liquidity is very important, but that you should apply that same test across the enterprise. For your enterprise funds, those are businesses, so to speak, models that they should be just as resilient as anything else, which would relieve some of that requirement for the organization as a whole. But you really need to start working on getting those a little bit more liquid, that liquidity build up in those enterprise funds. And right now, there's some that are challenged, and it doesn't happen overnight. You have to have a plan, and you may only make 1% improvement a year, but as long as you're making improvement, staff can come up and say, and that could be your policy. You can say, as long as we're moving forward and we're raising it from where we're at to better than the previous year, that may be the strategy, because some of these are in pretty bad shape as far as trying to get it to where they can exist on their own. But that's something that needs to be built into your plan for this organization to start bringing liquidity across the board of the enterprise, which would relieve some of the stress you have, or the anticipated stress that you have here.
Right, very good, thank you. Ms. Cherry Brown.
Thanks. ACM Brown,
Yes, ma'am.
will you provide us with a list of the earmark ARPA projects?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, any other inputs, thoughts? Mr. McBurnett.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Brown, Ms. Otay, thank you for your presentation. I definitely agree with the conservative approach. I'm glad to see that we've moved the reserve to 75 days from the past group. I think that's a wise move. I'm still going to express, and Mayor, when it comes time to this, I will abstain because basically we don't have an audit. And we're looking at these numbers, but we don't know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McBurnett. It's, what you just said is extremely important, and we are looking at a hearing at our next city council meeting that is prior to with the findings of the audit, if I understand correctly. So there's not much more to say in terms of the uncertainty that we're facing. The only thing I could go back to, and it was correctly stated that Mr. Brown and staff have developed a very conservative budget, not knowing the certainty of what the audit is going to prove. And so what we are looking at still is somewhat ethereal. It's fuzzy on its edges, but the best that we can do as a governing body for this city is accept what this staff has put together for many, many months, since we know that the budget season started in March, and we're looking at now culminating this in September, and the many, many hours that have gone into where we are. And Mr. Brown has said that everybody was asked to take a 5% cut, and how that has produced what we have today. So yes, Mr. McBurnett, I agree with you in the comments and the thoughts. This is what we're all about in terms of expressing concern that I think all of us have, because we don't know we don't have a concrete budget in front. We have a budget, but it's not in concrete because we don't know what's going to be happening until we actually get some information from the audit committee. Mr. Baldwin, I think you're motioning and you have some comments. Yes, sir.
Yes, I just want for clarity, the meeting later this month that we talked about earlier is to select an auditor for the 2023 fiscal year, the one you're currently getting ready to close out. That's the purpose to meet, to have a selection on which auditor is going to do that audit moving forward. We may very well have the feedback from McConnell Jones on the fiscal year 22 audit. If we have it, we'll certainly bring it and close that chapter out. But at this stage, I don't have that assurance from them. But that's what we're going to talk about tonight when I do my presentation.
Oh, well, okay, but
it's the auditors that you're going to select an auditor.
I was taking the meeting on the now we've changed it to the 25th, that the 25th was going to be the discussion of the end result of the audit itself.
It's for the selection. The audit committee is going to meet on the 19th to select, recommend to you an auditor for the fiscal year 2023.
But will the audit committee have the closing results of the audit on the 19th or not?
I don't know that answer. For the 2022 audit, I do not know the answer to that.
Okay.
You'll know why when I give you a little bit of information tonight, when the presentation, when I have an opportunity to talk about the audit itself. But I'm talking about what the next meeting is going to be about, is once they recommend to you all which auditor firm that they would recommend, you all make a decision, and then what we'll do is enter into the contract for the fiscal year 23 audit.
Okay. Thank you for that. All right, if we're settled, we'll go ahead and, any further comments on this, we'll go ahead and close this item and move on. Okay, thank you. Oh, Mr. Coontz, I just saw your light come on.
No, I just wanted to say thank you to Jennifer Odie and the staff for putting together that video. I know that whenever I'm asked by citizens about the budget, it's 200 and something pages, and you don't even know where to begin. And so I think they did a great job of just bringing out some of the highlights and just communicating what's in there. So thank you.
Yeah, that was a superb video. Thank you for that. Okay, where are we? 5D is in Delta. Consider a resolution authorizing a contract with Prime Control Sole Source Procurement to replace the city's existing SCADA, supervisory control and data acquisition system, software and equipment to provide ongoing maintenance for a total expenditure amount not to exceed $480,000. Mr. Matt Bryant, Utility Superintendent, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you all about this tonight. So we are looking at upgrading our SCADA system. A little bit of background, it was first installed January of 2016, so it's approaching 8 years of age. And from a reliability and a cybersecurity point of view, it's time to move on. We are looking at a 2022-2023 expense. Some of that will roll over into next fiscal year because it is going to take time to fully develop and install this software and this hardware. We're using utility capital improvement funds with a maximum expenditure of $480,000. So what is SCADA? So SCADA stands for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition. Essentially, it's a network of computers and devices working together with human interface to manage an entire operation. These systems are commonly used in large-scale production operations, factories, and most importantly, the utilities industry for water and wastewater. Some of the equipment that goes along with this is what's called an RTU. It stands for Remote Terminal Unit. That is our existing setup. So an RTU is essentially a messenger. These devices are located at each water storage facility and transmit and receive information only. A master station or computer, which is what we'd have at the service center, is responsible for all commands. RTUs receive instruction from the master and then relay that command to the implement that performs a function, such as a pump starting or a valve opening. What we are looking at moving towards is PLC. That stands for Programmable Logic Controller. That is a commander in itself. These devices are also located at each water facility. The difference is that when they receive information, such as a low tank level, they use predetermined programming to solve a problem or give instruction to complete a function, such as starting a pump. This is a display of kind of how it all works. So we would have end users such as tablets, smartphones, computers. Those would all transmit and receive information from the PLC, and the PLC is already pre-programmed to know what to do at any given moment with any given scenario. This outlines various benefits to replacing our system and the SCADA system in general. So overall, it provides 24/7 drinking water distribution and monitoring. As I've told y'all before, we also have water pressure monitoring fire hydrants that we're working on, and so we would be able to integrate that data into the new SCADA system. It offers security such as intruder alerts, fully automated operation. We're not having to rely on humans staring at gauges and pushing buttons when the time is right. Multi-levels of redundancy. It offers reporting and it offers data trends. So some of our existing SCADA system conditions, it is limited in aging technology. It requires, we've seen an increase, I should say, in maintenance to keep the system fully operational. We have very limited support and on-site service response. The manufacturer of our existing software is out of New Jersey, and there is one certified technician in the state of Texas. So it's a high point of vulnerability there. We have higher annual maintenance agreements cost every year for our current system compared to what we're planning to go going with. The system and components are becoming less reliable, and our only method of connecting to our SCADA system remotely today is potentially more vulnerable. Here's an outline of some benefits to the proposed system we're looking at. It's a much more user-friendly platform. It will offer a third level of redundancy compared to what we currently have. Much more reliable software, a local service provider. Prime Controls is out of Louisville, and the manufacturer of the SCADA system we're looking at is out of Houston. Option to integrate additional features. I can look into goat intrusion alerts if that's a thing. Too soon? Sorry. And monitoring and malfunctioning alerts at Sherrill Lift Station, which is something that we're going to add that we currently don't have. And this agreement, this price we're looking at would include adding this monitoring to Sherrill Lift Station. So this is an aerial view of our current Sherrill Lift Station. We have one lift station in the entire city of Duncanville, and it supports one house, but it was designed to support all 4 properties that are highlighted. The 3 properties highlighted in yellow are still on septic. The green line represents the existing sewer main. From there, it actually flows south towards Camp Wisdom. So the star there at 431 Sherrill is the location of the lift station. The sewage from 431 flows into the lift station and then pumps into the manhole on the left side of your screen, which is the west side, and the sewage flows from west to east and then down Camp Wisdom. These are the current conditions of that lift station. So that is a control panel on the far left. Although we don't have any control or monitoring, it's just a large junction box. The middle picture is our, I guess you'd say like obstruction lights. They're really alarm lights. So because we don't currently have any monitoring or control of this site, we have to drive by this site every single day, including weekends and holidays. And the protocol is if the white light in the middle is on, everything is okay. If the red lights are on, something's wrong. And if no lights are on, then something's wrong and or a bulb is out. And then the third picture is just a stood back picture so you can see everything all at once. This is a rendering I came up with just to kind of give you kind of an understanding of what we might be considering for that site. So we would maintain our LED fixtures up high where we could drive by. If we completely lost everything, we would still have that backup. We'd be able to drive by and look at the lights and know what's going on. Only this time we would actually have a hand-off auto control panel that would be tied to the proposed SCADA system so we could see if there was an alert, any type of issues going on with the site. We currently don't have an exterior power disconnect. So I would add that just so you could disconnect power to that before you had to open the box at all. Currently, we have to get into all the open and exposed wiring and kill the breaker. So that's just kind of, we would advertise our emergency contact information and all that for any the homeowner to be able to get in touch with us. And that is it. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Bryant. Any questions? Mr. Koontz.
Yes, sir. Just real quick on the previous slide, and then this is on a residential property, right?
Yes, sir.
It's kind of in the
yes, sir.
corner of the backyard.
That is correct.
So is there anything preventing tampering? You know, there's a power disconnect right there on the outside. I mean.
Well, the box, and again, we haven't selected the exact materials yet. The box would be lockable, so nobody would be able to get in it. I could install a lockout for the power disconnect to prevent somebody from just walking up and shutting it off. But part of installing this is we would have, the monitoring that we would have would also include power outages. So we would see if the unit lost power. We would be able to install uninterrupted power supply, which we currently don't have. And it would communicate to us via cellular. All of our sites communicate cellularly. Yes, sir.
Mr. Contreras. You have your mic on, sir?
Okay, so the star there represents.
That's the exact location of the lift station.
And you said the 3 houses in yellow are on septic?
Well, I believe they are. I just know that they are not tied to that lift station. So I would assume they're on septic because there's
Okay.
really no sewer available for
But
them.
that lift station also services 431, Cheryl?
It currently only services 431, but it was designed to service all 4 of those properties.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. McBurnett.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Bryan, I do think this is a definite needed improvement.
Yes, sir.
And stuff, and it's a good cost. What is the useful life for the equipment like this?
I would expect at least 5 years. We can reevaluate the system in 5 years. Typically, they'll push updates and they'll push newer modules and newer softwares and stuff like that out to us. We really haven't received any of that from our existing system. We've received one upgrade, which was basically just a more aesthetically pleasing software, I guess you'd say, but it wasn't really, like, we're still running off Windows 7, so
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely why it's worth the upgrade and stuff. Okay, thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, the chair will entertain a motion to approve.
So, second.
Motion to approve by Mr. Contreras, a second by Mr. McBurnett. Council, please vote. Unanimously approved. Thank you, Mr. Bryant.
Thank you all very much.
Item 5E, council consider resolution appointing a director to the board of the North Central Texas Housing Finance Corporation. Mr. Garcia, the floor is yours, sir. Mr. Brown, the floor is yours, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and council, this item has been brought before you. The city of Duncanville is what is referred to as a sponsoring local government unit of the North Central Texas Housing Finance Corporation. Currently, we do not have a director appointed to this board. And so this item is being brought to you because the bylaws of the North Central Texas Housing Finance Corporation states that each sponsoring local government unit shall appoint a director and may appoint up to 2 alternative directors. And so it's brought to you so that a director can be appointed by the council.
So the council member that is no longer on council was the member or the
That's
director
correct.
for
Yes,
for this board. So essentially, if you recall, what we approved at our last city council meeting was this memorandum that went to the Central Texas Housing Finance Corporation in terms of our agreement to provide input and to have a director on there. And since we don't have one tonight, are there any volunteers that wish to fill this position? Mr. Kuntz? Mr. McBurnett?
Yeah, I'd like to say something because I definitely, when this first came up, we had discussed that it needs to be somebody in the council, and we need to do that, and I agree with that. And I also, we had a person that did it, but I also said I would serve as the alternate and stuff, which we never codified that in terms. So if Mr. Kuntz would like to do this, I'd do that, but I would like to serve as the alternate and have that codified. Thank you.
By the terms of the agreement that we have with the HFC, it needs to be an election. And so what we need to have is basically an election of, is anyone besides Mr. Kuntz wanting to volunteer to fill this position? Okay, so Mr. Kuntz, thank you for volunteering. We do have to have a formal election, so the chair will entertain a nomination for Mr. Kuntz to be elected to this board.
Mayor, I'll nominate Mr. Kuntz for that position.
We have a nomination for Mr. Veracruz.
Second.
Mr. Contreras, second for Mr. Veracruz. So please vote on electing Mr. Kuntz to the Board of Directors for the North Central Texas Housing Finance Corporation. Mr. Kuntz, you are formally elected to that position. We will fill out the ordinance as it is with your name, and we can, without formality, we can still codify for our own internal purposes, even though the HFC doesn't require, we can codify it in the minutes that Mr. McBurnett will be the alternate. Is that acceptable, City Attorney? It's acceptable, yes, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. McBurnett, does that satisfy you as well? Mr. Brown, ensure please that the City Secretary will make a note in the minutes for this item that Mr. McBurnett will serve as the alternate in the event Mr. Kuntz is unable to attend.
Yes, sir.
That's how we will codify Mr. McBurnett's request.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Item 5F, consider an ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 5, Buildings and General Building Regulations, Article 2, Building Code, Division 2, International Building Code by amending Section 5-27, amendments to Building Code by amending subsection 27 by repealing Section 903.2.11.9, buildings over 6,000 square feet, and replacing it with new section 903.2.11.9, building over 6,000 square feet, providing for additional amendments to the International Building Code 2015 regarding sprinkler system, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, providing a savings clause, providing a penalty for violation of this ordinance not to exceed the sum of $2,000 for each offense. Mr. Garcia.
Honorable Mayor, Council, City Attorney, thank you. Gus Garcia, Managing Director for Development Services. If you're looking at the staff report and wondering, haven't we been here before, you'd be right. You'll notice the report is almost identical to the June 20th report. I apologize for the confusion. I assure you this is not deja vu. This was intentional. Our team was directed to present this amendment to be adopted, but addresses the very same issue as it applies to the original ordinance on March 7th, 2017, as it was adopted by council. What you have in your packet is an amendment to the ordinance that, if passed, would change what was adopted June 20th that was brought before this council. We are bringing this back to you, and you will see the staff report attached amendment to the ordinance as exactly that, which is why the staff report addresses it the way it does. I hope that was clear as mud. My hope is that after my presentation, it'll be
It was
much
clear
clearer.
as mud.
Then
You are hereby affirmed.
mission accomplished. Thank you, Mayor. So what you have before you, as the Mayor mentioned, is staff is seeking guidance from City Council with the help from legal and the City Fire Marshal as it relates to a policy amendment to determine if alternative methods of fire maintenance can be adopted or considered that will ease the burden of existing property owners as well as ensure the life, safety, and welfare of the businesses and consumers within these properties. Now, after the amendment was passed on June 20th to the ordinance, myself as well as several members of the team sat down with our IACM and our city attorney and had some discussions regarding the amendment that was passed to the ordinance on June 20th. There was some discussions as well with the developer as well as the developer's consultants on the intent of the ordinance as it was adopted in 2017, which is why we're bringing it here today. Several discussions, several Zoom meetings, multiple positions on it, so that's why we're here today. The issue at hand is currently older existing storefronts have difficulty attaining new certificates of occupancies after remodeling due to the fire sprinkler system ordinance as was adopted by the city on March 7th of 2017, as I mentioned. On June 20th, 2023, council amended the code and removed and added certain provisions in the fire and building codes to address the request for alternate methods for fire suppression. So incidentally, this is going to address item F and G, because G is after this, but it's for the same presentation regarding both of these items on the agenda. Adopted amendments of June 20th, as you can see in the presentation before you, is what was adopted on the very top line, March 7th, 2017. What was adopted at the June 20th meeting of this year, you can see I highlighted in yellow. The only thing that changed from the amendment or the ordinance above was the 12,000 square feet on both areas, which I've highlighted in yellow for you, and that we removed the item that's identified in red that's struck through that says, for the purpose of this provision, firewalls shall not define separate buildings. We also added the area below that, which is highlighted in green. This is all probably refreshing for you, so I mean, a refresher for you, so you can see exactly what was adopted. As you recall, I had mentioned this to you, or had presented
Go
this.
back, let us look at that
Sure.
green one more time.
Sure. So you had adopted additional language in there and highlighted in green. City of Duncanville Ordinance, Section 903.211.9, Section 2, Firewalls 2.1, firewalls in buildings subject to this ordinance shall have a minimum 2-hour fire resistance rating as required and defined by 2015 International Fire Code or subsequent adopted versions. BF is the building code of building and firewall, a resistance rated wall having protected openings which restricts, the BF basically means it applies to both building and fire code. A fire resistance wall having protected openings which restricts the spread of fire and extends continuously from the foundation through the roof with sufficient structural stability under fire conditions to allow collapse of construction on either side without collapse of the wall. IFC 2015, page 243 definitions. So that was added by the recommendation of the fire department. They wanted to make sure we defined what a firewall was. So, if I may move on, is that everybody?
Yes, thank you. Yes.
So as I mentioned in the previous presentation, from time to time as new codes are adopted or new renditions are adopted, the COG is basically our body that reviews it and then makes recommendations. As you see from the area highlighted in green, which I've highlighted on the left-hand side in bold, explanations of options A and B, the COG provides options to or makes recommendations or suggestions to the cities. And it basically says, please note that there's a wide range in firefighting philosophies and capabilities of cities across the region. Option A and B are provided in the fire and building code amendments. Jurisdictions should choose one of these based on their firefighting philosophies, capabilities when adopting code amendments. This was the recommendation by the code, or by the COG. If you see the area highlighted in yellow, it's also in the recommendations by the 2015 International Fire Code. You can see that it says automatic sprinkler system shall be installed throughout all buildings with a building area 6,000 square feet or greater, and in all existing buildings that are enlarged to be 6,000 feet or greater for the purpose of this provision. Firewalls shall not define separate buildings. You may recall that language, which was taken out, which I addressed a little bit earlier. So the language that's in, that has the bold block around it, if you will, on the top of the screen, it basically is identical to what you see below and what's highlighted. Now, what was adopted and amended in 2017, the adopted fire and building code, which were identical, you can see that the city adopted or added some additional language that you see highlighted in green. And that's why we're here today, because through multiple discussions and meetings, as I mentioned earlier, this particular language is brought up that appears to be something that all of us have had a question on, and we've actually posed this to the attorney, to the IACM, as well as the bodies that are part of this presentation, on whether or not the council intention had unintended consequences, or the language had unintended consequences. This is something that we brought before the attorney. The attorney has been reviewing it, has been looking at several reports that were provided by some code consultants, etc. And so that's why we're here before you today. So as it was adopted, you can see here that the area highlighted in yellow was what I showed you here. And then also what was adopted is the area in green, which was added to the amendment to the ordinance, which was the version that we brought to you that was in existence before the new version was adopted in June 20th of 2023. So these were you've seen this before, but these were basically the resolutions that were adopted back then. This is the fire code and the building code. These were the minutes, which you've seen before, that basically shows that it was adopted. These were the adopted amendments, which you've already seen the screen. I showed you a little bit earlier, but just to refresh your memory. So the top one was what was adopted March 7th. The bottom was what was adopted June 20th of this year. We believe the 12,000 square feet was originated from this particular excerpt from the International Fire Code book. As you can see, that Group M, which is mercantile, addresses 12,000 square feet and has some provisions on that. Now, this is based on illustration purpose only, but it kind of gives you an idea. There's a pathway that's followed through the International Building Code and the Fire Code that identifies ways to make a determination on whether or not something has an additional fire hazard, or it kind of gives you a way of determining whether or not something should or should not be addressed a certain way, is the best way I can explain it. But I think that's where we grabbed the 12,000 square feet as an amendment, as you see here highlighted in yellow, when it was adopted in June 20th of this year. With that being said, I showed you the screen earlier. You can see the recommendation by the COG, and then the additional language highlighted in green that was adopted in 2017. Now, in your packet today was a culmination of discussions, meetings, as I mentioned earlier, as presented to our attorney, and then has now made its way into your packet and was presented to us to present to you this evening. To that, I will defer to the attorney, as he is the one that has prepared this resolution or amendment to the code.
So, City Attorney and Mr. Garcia, to say we are overwhelmed by the information is an understatement. What I recall some previous discussions that we knew that what we were discussing was particular to a particular development in our city. And with that stated, we also knew that whatever we did would apply to the entire city as well. So looking at the applicability of what we are doing in terms of the proposed ordinances, we cannot look at just one particular portion of our city. We have to look at the entire city and understanding its benefit or disadvantage or benefit to the entire city itself. Knowing how this has been crafted and how it's been put together in understanding the difficulties encountered by some of the developers in our city, I think the easiest question to ask from my perspective, I can't speak for the entire council, is the change that's being proposed in these ordinances that we see in front of us are going to be to the benefit of all the developers that come into our city in terms of how they are being able to reuse and repurpose existing buildings in our city, or is it going to be to their detriment, making things more difficult?
I believe that these changes will reflect the desire of the council to make it easier to develop our older buildings that are larger, and that was what your intent was originally. I think that we kind of missed the boat. It would fix current issues that you've had from developers on a development just a stone's throw away from this building, but other similar situated buildings would likewise benefit from this. This isn't necessarily end-all for every use that may come down the pipe for property to be redeveloped, and we may have to revisit some of these issues with other uses and other buildings in the future to accommodate our rather large stock of older buildings that are challenged by modern fire codes. And we're just going to have to be very judicious about that, as well as look at the use. There's square footage that dictates the use of sprinklers, as well as particular uses. And so as other uses may want to come into town, we may have to revisit these exceptions some more.
Okay. This ordinance that we're looking at pertains strictly to sprinklers, but some of the information that was previously given to us also described firewalls, and then the necessity for putting a firewall in, going all the way to the ceiling for 2-hour protection, so on, that we looked at. But what we're looking at here does not address firewalls. Is that in the next item, or is that in pertaining to this one as well?
That's a different issue. It's
Well,
about whether that fire protection is needed for these size of structures and these kinds of buildings.
Okay,
So, because there's alternatives in the fire code, as I understand it, I'm not the fire marshal, but as I understand it, you have use and square footage. And in lieu of sprinklers, you may have a firewall. Because the whole idea is to knock down the fire in order to get the firefighters there and try to make it safe. And so that separation or those firewalls can take the place of the sprinkler in certain incidences.
Okay.
So,
are the interested parties, specifically city, fire marshal, fire chief, agreeable to what we're seeing in terms of these proposed changes?
you'll have to ask them.
Chief Rhodey. Great question. You see what's before us, you know what's been changed. I think city attorney said what we tried to do, we missed the boat. Now we're trying to get back in the boat. And looking at what we're seeing here is hopefully bringing us into understanding the future of what we need to do for our entire city. I know that you and the fire marshal had some very specific opinions, and I think it's necessary for us as a council to know, as you folks that control fire and the safety of our city, how do you view these proposed ordinances changes that are before us tonight, sir?
Well, yeah, Mayor, I've been doing this a long time, and I've seen a lot of fires. And I've seen a fire down off of Clark Road in Daniel Dale that was in a grocery store, and it had a true firewall. That thing burned all the way to the ground, and the only thing that prevented it from destroying the rest of that shopping center was that firewall. And that firewall still stands to this day. You can go out there and look at it and see what happened. Well, a lot of these developers do not understand firewall. They think that there's a certain type of sheetrock, double layer sheetrock that can be considered a 2-hour firewall. That's not true. When a firewall is designed, it's generally made out of masonry, and it's designed that if one side collapses on the roof, that firewall will continue to stand and keep the fire from spreading to the rest of the building. That's the whole purpose in the firewall. That's our whole purpose. You know, everybody says, oh, well, you can get people out of there in 2 hours. That's not what we're talking about. We're trying to keep the fire from spreading to the rest of the buildings and causing the rest of our tenants in these buildings to be without their business. So our whole purpose is to try to contain that fire to the origin. That's what we're trying to do. Generally, those firewalls that the developers are mentioning, generally those are what surrounds like a stairwell, what surrounds like an elevator shaft, to try to contain the smoke from getting into those areas so that people have a means of egress out of the building. So there's a big misconception of what that firewall is. So I purposely like firewalls in lieu of breaking up these square footages, which is fine. It's fine. Personally, myself, as a firefighter, I would rather have the whole building sprinkled. Once it's sprinkled, you can put anything in those buildings you want to, as long as it's zoned appropriately. That's the one thing I've not been able to understand. I understand there's an expense. I really do. And a lot of these buildings are not worth the expense of putting a sprinkler system into. But at some point down the road, these buildings are going to have sprinkler systems. As we go up there and we adopt these newer codes, they're going to get more and more and more stringent. So at some point or another, they're probably going to be required to have a sprinkler system. My preference, the fire department's preference is sprinkler systems. That's what we like, because it'll go in there. It contains the fire to that area of origin, so that it's not spreading to the other buildings and causing us a big catastrophic fire in a whole strip shopping center or even an area of worship or a warehouse. That's the whole idea behind them, is to contain that fire until we can get the appropriate fire resources there to control that fire and put it out and keep it from spreading and causing any more damage to any of our buildings. That's our whole purpose. As far as it used to be 10,000, we compromised to go to the 12,000, and that's because that's what it was said in the in National Fire Code. I said, okay, I agree, we'll compromise on that. But my whole job as the authority having jurisdiction is to protect our community, protect our buildings, and protect our people, and keep our jobs supplied in this city, and keep our tax base up. That's my job, and that's what I'm going to do. I swore to do that, and that's what I'm going to do. So some of these codes, we keep stretching it and stretching it and stretching it, and some of them I'm starting to get a little uncomfortable with. So that's pretty much what I have to say about it.
Categorically, well, maybe I don't want to put you there. Knowing what we are trying to do as a city and as a council for the economic development of our city, and hearing what you just said is very compelling. Can you as a fire chief acquiesce to this change? You said you're starting to warm. You know, is that starting what I would term formally as an acquiescence to what we have in front of us, so that we can push forward with some economic development in our city?
Yeah, I'm all for economic development in this city. I cannot stand seeing these empty buildings because they attract homeless, which can set those on fire. My fire marshal has his opinions on these ordinances. I was going to ask him to come up and give his opinion on these ordinances. And there's a couple of things that we're questioning, and I'll let him speak if I can. Where's fire marshal? And I know Gus has made a compelling, because that's his job, economic development. My job is to protect his economic development. But I'm all for it because I know that's how I'm going to get my firefighters paid. All the employees in the city are going to get paid by economic development in this town. So we're all encouraged, but we want to do it by fire code. We want to follow that fire code and do it where it's inspected and we know these buildings are built correctly.
Okay. I know Fire Marshal Blanchard, I appreciate, I see that we have a couple of comments that our city council members want to make. What I'd like to do is allow our city council members to have some comments, and then we'll ask for Fire Marshal Blanchard for some input. One quick question, though, in terms of, this is applying to Group M Mercantile, from what we're seeing here. And you provided us, Mr. Garcia, previously with an example of Group M Mercantile, but specifically this ordinance addresses only Group M.
That's what was presented to us by the city attorney, Mayor. So I would have to ask, like I said, I'd defer to him on what he intended that to mean. City
attorney is roaming at the moment. Mr. City Attorney, he has deferred to you for an explanation on the applicability of this solely to Group M. Was that the intent, and you see that's what's necessary?
But that appears how Mr. Blanchard interprets it.
Ah, okay, all right. So there's some communication teamwork going on there. Okay. So Mr. Fire Marshal Blanchard, stand by for just a second or just a minute. I want to have the council members that have comments to give that. Maybe it'll tie into what you may have to say. So first, I'll go in the order what it was appeared. It was Mr. Contreras, Mr. Veracruz, and Mr. Kuntz. Mr. Contreras.
Thank you. These comments would have been a little more fitting after you initially made your comments. But we went into bringing the staff up. First off, you made a comment about the firewalls not being mentioned in this. It is. It's in the firewall is mentioned in the staff report as a part of this. So that is something that I'll go over a little bit more here in a second. The second thing is back in January, and Gus probably remembers, I had asked at a meeting to get the number of buildings that were over 6,000 square feet in this city. At no fault of Gus's, I was told that we would get it, but not by Gus. It was probably 4 months later, I asked Gus one-on-one, whatever happened to my list, and he gave it to me. And to our surprise, and my question had a reason, the number of buildings that we found out over 6,000 square feet in this city was approximately 250. And to some points that were made earlier, that means 250 potential buildings that would run into possible clashes between economic development and the building and fire codes as amended. Keyword is as amended. That's important to note because if you remember back, we had a series of buildings, starting with Brittle that sat and couldn't be moved, couldn't be occupied or moved until a sprinkler system was put in. And there was grants, was the way that we were able to solve that issue. Then came A1 Furniture up on Highway 67, same kind of a situation. And there was a grant that was given to them. And my question at that point in a council meeting was, how long can we keep giving grants? Because we got some unknown number of buildings over 6,000 square feet that are gonna be in trouble. Because if we can't help them with their sprinkler system, they can't move somebody in, they can't sell it, they're in a world of hurt. And you mentioned that. Well, the problem turns out, the potential for the problem was even bigger than we understood once we realized there were 250 buildings in this city that could have been subjected. That, to me, is why we're having this discussion today. We're trying to find a solution to work with economic development without giving up everything in the way of fire protection. And this is now the answer that is before us to decide if we're willing to do this. So I appreciate, and I want to hear more from the fire marshal and the fire chief on their perspective on this, but this is where this came from. It was even more urgent once we found out the answer to my question, how many buildings have the potential to have this problem thrust upon them. Now we know. And the last thing I'll say is that as we go forward with any kind of changes that we make as a result of hearing from the fire department, and we don't have the luxury of having a building official here yet. Hopefully that will come to be, because that's an important part of this. 50% of this comes out of the building code, and there should be a building official here to speak to that, and we don't have that. That's a disadvantage, but we got to work with what we got. So the determination of what is a firewall has to be decided. What are we going to count as a firewall? It is discussed, as I said before, in the staff report, and it's also discussed or addressed, just in brief, in the proposed amendment, in the proposed changes. Because the full-blown firewall that we would agree is from foundation to roof deck, penetrates above the roof deck. I think it's 18 to 24 inches above the roof. And it's a very specific construction, and it won't fall, it won't fail. But then you have an area separation wall, which is recognized in the building code, which doesn't have to penetrate the roof, that can be, if everyone sees fit or not, it can be used to divide buildings. And while it may not afford the type of protection that Chief was talking about in the Sack and Save burn, where that I was out there too, and I watched the walls all collapse except the firewall. That firewall is expensive. It's intrusive if you have to build it in an existing building. And it's something that we have to look at from an economic development standpoint. Will an area separation wall, which is still expensive, semi-intrusive, but you're not going to have to cut through the roof. So we have to determine and define what our acceptable firewall is going to be as a part of this proposal that we have before us tonight. Thank you.
Yes, and that's why I brought up the firewall, because I did notice it in the staff report, but I don't see it in the change orders we have before us, just as a point. Mr. Veracruz.
Thank you, Mayor. So a couple of things. I remember Councilmember Contreras explained to us why they initially adopted the 6,000 square feet and that it wasn't really applicable to Duncanville. It was just something they thought that was the right thing to do. And I see we're going from 10,000 to 12,000, which is in the International Building Code, so I'm good with that. But the 250 buildings that are over 6,000, and we're talking about getting back down into the downtown district and beautifying and trying to encourage, we're not gonna get anybody if we're gonna make them sprinkler all this stuff. So I understand the safety, I understand all of it, but it's allowing us to do it here in this ordinance, and so I would be agreeable to it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Koontz.
Thank you, Mayor. I know we keep mentioning downtown. Not sure how many buildings we have there, over 6,000 feet, but I just want to make a comment and just a request as we're looking at this, because we've got a cannon blast of information, and I appreciate everything that Greg is sharing with us, but it's a lot to process. And so I would really appreciate Fire Marshal and Police Chief Rhodey to make sure that we're speaking directly toward what's in front of us right now, because I've heard some talk and sort of generalities and just kind of general feelings about where we're going, but for me, I need to hear this, the language that's in front of us right now, your thoughts and feelings on this language, because this is what we're making a decision on. So, thank you.
And that's what, I didn't want to put words in Chief Rhodey's mouth and saying, could he acquiesce to what we have? And I think there was an affirmative to, he can acquiesce, understanding the various facets of what we're looking at and how it's going to apply. So am I characterizing your acquiescence correctly, or in answer to Mr. Kuntz's concern?
That's why I had Fire Marshal Blanchard come up here.
Okay.
He can describe this a whole lot better than I can, so I'll let him speak to it.
Okay. Fire Marshal, please.
Mr. Mayor, council members. So my job in the city is to interpret code. It's in my job description. So my opinion that I'm going to give you to today is part of my job description. As I've told you in the past, I am your enforcer. If you decide to change an ordinance or ordinance that are already in place, I'm the guy on the street for you to make sure that your wishes are carried out. So looking at this new iteration of the fire code, I see a number of things that are troublesome to me. First, the language code official. That's followed by, for the level of conformance with Chapter 9 of the IBC or the IFC, depending on the IEBC, which is the International Existing Building Code, compliance path selected. So the way I interpret that is, depending on which way we want to go, we're either going to go with the IBC and the building official will make the ruling, or the IFC, the fire marshal will make the ruling. So when we're talking about the fire code, this code here says, or this ordinance here says, you can cut the fire marshal out of the decision-making process. It also talks about Group M. Now, if you switch to page 2, you'll notice that there are 26 different groups in the fire code and the building code. This one talks about only mercantile. Now, mercantile does talk about a 12,000 square foot limit. It's not the only limit it talks about. If you look about just below where it says Group M, number 4, you'll notice that it says 5,000 square feet, and that's based on the hazard. Now, when we're talking about Wheatland Plaza, most of the businesses in Wheaton Plaza do not follow.
That's correct. We are not talking.
Okay.
I was specific about that, Fire Marshal Blanchard. We were talking about this ordinance as it applies to the entire city.
Okay, my apologies. So if we're talking about the majority of the businesses in the city, they fall under Group B, or business class. And down at the very bottom of the page, that last paragraph outlines the type of businesses you'll find in business, like ambulatory care facilities, banks, barber and beauty shops, car washes, clinics, dry cleaning and laundry services. The list goes on. So if I were to say I'm going to do a focused ordinance on one type, I would pick the business Group B, rather than mercantile. When you're talking about mercantile, most of that has to do with factory type stuff or construction type stuff. So under mercantile, we're talking about if you're assembling furniture or storing furniture. If you're assembling furniture, that level drops from 12,000 square feet down to 5,000 square feet. The fire code it's not just one chapter on where you find fire protection. It's throughout the whole book. It's throughout the whole International Building Code as well. So the way this ordinance is written, we're going to go ahead and we're going to ignore 25 different groups, and we're going to base this ordinance solely on Group M. And that, like I said, my job is interpreting the code as it's written. That's how I'd interpret it. I'd look at it and say, well, it's a Group B. It doesn't fall under this. Now, when we're talking about sprinkler systems, since this began in early February, I've had to approve 2 businesses that were getting ready to sprinkle their buildings because it was required by code. I've told them they no longer need to do that, and they're moving forward without sprinkling. So, yes, the ordinance as it's written is restrictive, but it makes our city safer. And part of our motto is a safe city. So the more we reduce this, the less chance we got to bring the city up to a safer standard. And the more opportunity we're opening ourselves up, our citizens and the customers of these businesses, up to potential loss of life or injury or loss of business.
Okay. Question.
Yes, sir.
You made a statement concerning the use of the acronyms IBC, IFC, and IEBC, and you said that, I'm not sure how, I need to explain how the use of either of those codes would take you as the fire marshal out of the decision-making process. You said one of those would take you out of the decision-making process. I wrote it down, but I wasn't sure which one of those codes you feel takes you out of the decision-making process.
So the building official is the one that's the steward over the International Building Code.
That's the IBC.
That's the IBC.
Okay.
I'm the steward of the IFC.
You're the IFC.
And the statement reads that depending on the International Existing Building Code, compliance path selected. So if they decide, well, we're not going to look at the IFC for this, we're looking at the IBC, then it's the building official making the determination on whether or not the fire protection that's needed for that building.
So then, is it up to us as a council to decide or eliminate? I don't know. It seems like you really brought up a very important point here in terms of taking you out of the decision-making process depending on how the IBC or the IFC as the path selected. I have to turn to our city attorney to really get, because you wrote this, and I think based on what's just been said by the fire marshal, how do you feel about
Well,
what
then
you
you
just
have,
wrote?
you have to look at the next agenda item, because these things need to read the same so that they can be interpreted together.
Okay.
I don't think the IBC trumps the fire code ever. So if the fire code requires a fire code response, then he's not gonna sign off on it. And the IBC, the building official can't decide, well, the fire code doesn't apply. You adopted that. So I would disagree with Steve on that we just want these things to read to the same. I can't
Okay.
have one contradicting the other. So once we decided on this possible policy decision, all my job was is to make sure the 2 codes read the same, so that Mr. Blanchard didn't know which one to apply, or the building official didn't which one, and the building owners don't know which one applies.
Okay, and that's why I asked the question, because of his comment in terms of how he's interpreting this language that you crafted, and how you as the attorney have crafted it intentionally, but not with the purpose of excluding him in the process. I don't believe that that's the case. You know, and I did mention earlier about using Group M, and it has been discussed. I think I asked you why you used just Group M. You said, I just did. Kinda. We had. So the comment that was, yeah. So is there a possibility of adding Group B to this? Sure. That we could approve this as we see it with an amendment to add Group B to what we see here, Chapter 9, Group M and Group B? Yes. If we chose, if we. Okay. So. We can do it later. Okay. Based on the input we've just received from the fire marshal. Which has some validity. It does. Okay, all right.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir, please.
The difference between the IBC and the IFC, a very simplification is the IBC talks about the building, how you construct it, how to come up with the walls, where the doors, where the windows go so this building doesn't fall down. The IFC talks about what you're going to put in that building and how you're going to protect what you're putting in that building. You can have 10 different 12,000 square foot buildings, and one can be a barn full of hay that can go up like a tinderbox. One can be a computer farm that you don't want sprinklers in there, because if you set off a sprinkler system, you're going to destroy all the equipment. It could be full of explosives. So when you're looking at the IBC, they're looking at the building as a whole of how we're going to build this building. And that's why the sprinklers do show up in the IBC. But when we're talking about what we're putting in there and how we're going to protect it, that's where the IFC comes into play.
Okay. I see Mr. Garcia did you want to add anything? Mr. Contreras wants to add some additional comments, but Mr. Garcia, I'm wondering, did you want to say something?
Thank you, Mayor. No, I have nothing at this time.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Okay, because Mr. Contreras wants to add, and then Mr. Kuntz wants to come back, as I understand it, correct? Okay, Mr. Contreras, yes, sir, please.
Thank you. Well, I want to agree with the Fire Marshal on 2 points he made. One is on his handout that he gave us, that he's been reading from, where it says, depending on the IEBC compliance path selected. He is right that the IEBC is under the jurisdiction of the building official. So if you went in and looked at the compliance paths that may be available, those are options. Whichever one he selects may impact how involved the fire department is. Now, so I don't know what the answer to that is.
Who's the he?
The building official.
Okay.
Okay, so that's going to impact. That should never happen, because the relationship between the building official and the fire marshal should be that, even in a case like this, that decision on the path selected should be as a discussion between the two. Now, it's not written that way, but it only makes sense that's what should happen. That should be a shared decision. I had a history of working with some really great fire marshals that was a natural for us. Never did anything without the input back on how it would impact their role. So, but it's a good point that he brings up, because that can affect his involvement in that, depending on that path. I don't know what those paths are, by the way. I'd have to go look at it. The second thing, back to the occupancies. when Gus put together the list for us of the 250 buildings over 6,000 square feet, I'm sure, and I never asked him for this, but I'm sure it's a combination of businesses like shopping centers. But let's go back and just look at the Explorer South Cedar Ridge area, where you've got plenty of 6,000 square foot box buildings. What you're gonna find in there, to the fire marshal's point, is you're gonna find factory and industrial, you're gonna find mercantile, you're gonna find storage, and maybe one other here. So you are gonna have to include them. You can't just limit this, because depending on what they're doing in there, you want this to apply to all of them. And that's gonna change with the change of occupancy, so it further complicates. Now, the other part of this, and I guess we can get a breakdown on the numbers, some of these others are gonna be primarily, again, to the fire marshal's point, they're gonna be business categories. They're gonna be, let's say like a Kroger store, something like that, and that's a business occupancy. So that all has to be looked at. I don't think we're anywhere near ready to approve or not approve this, because those distinctions have to be drawn up in the ordinance, I believe. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Coons?
Sorry.
Yeah, well, let me go with Mr. Coons, please. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. So, my understanding is, because you're talking about interpretation of what's in front of you, right? And I mean, is there any way, just talking about, depending on IABC compliance past selected, is there some way that language can be changed so that, because it sounds like what your intent was in drafting it isn't how he's interpreting it. And so is there anywhere in here where we can change some of this language so that's not interpreted in such a way that the fire marshal is
Well,
cut
the
out of
fire
it
marshal, as
potentially?
I understand it,
'Cause that's how he's interpreting
if it's an existing building, and I go in and I'm the building official, and this needs to be fixed, that needs to be fixed, you need a door over here and a window over there. You still need the fire marshal to sign off on the certificate of occupancy, so he still has to do a fire inspection.
Forgive me, Mayor, just a point of clarification. So we're on item F. Item F deals specifically, if you recall in my presentation, this is the same presentation for both item F and G. We're specifically dealing with Article 2, Chapter 5, Building and General Building Regulations. We seem to be focused on the ordinance amendment as it applies to item G, which that's the fire code. Article 2, Chapter 5 is the Building and General Building Regulations, and we should probably focus on that one at this point in time.
It's the same argument, because
That's correct. I just wanted to make that point of clarification for
Well,
the council.
to make these things read together, so I don't read these two things together where the building official usurps the authority of the fire marshal. To Mr. Blanchard's point, I decide what you're doing in there, and then I get to decide what the fire code requirements are. The building official says where the windows need to go and the doors and how strong they need to be, et cetera. So while we had to change both of them, they seem to contradict each other in the exceptions. And so we were trying to make them so they were read together so that Mr. Blanchard and whoever the building official is would have that cooperation and collaboration to decide whether I get my CO or not, and what I have to do inside the building to construct it correctly. And then to the fire marshal's point, what I'm doing in there, do you need extra fire stuff? Sprinklers, firewalls, fire separation areas, et cetera. Fire extinguishers, retardant materials, et cetera.
You know, so just going back to Mr. Garcia's comment, looking at the agenda, item F relates to Chapter 5, Article 2, which is the bottom piece of what we have shown up here. And item G is Chapter 9, Article 4, which is the first piece.
Right.
So we've been focusing on the first piece, which essentially we're talking about item G.
Right.
When we're actually on item F.
Yeah.
But as you're saying, City Attorney, the two are married together. We can't discuss them separately. So what we're really, if we buy off on F, we're buying off on G.
Yeah, because they need to read the same
Yeah.
so that there's
Yeah.
clarity for the building official and the fire marshal to apply, to have that collaboration and making a decision about a use in the city.
Okay.
And what the fire safety requirements are as well as the building requirements.
Well, Mr. Kuntz's question, you know, he had great merit in terms of your explaining why you've crafted this as it is, and knowing that one can't operate without the other. The building official and the fire marshal are going to be linked together. One can't do the same, one can't operate independently of the other. If the building official says this, the fire marshal still has to come in and take a look at it. So the concern of the fire marshal saying he's out of the picture was not applicable, really. You know,
Shouldn't be.
Mr. Blanchard. And that's why this is here. This is why we're having this open discussion, and to really to lay it all on the table, because the future of how we go and looking at these 250 buildings, you know, I had another question. I almost didn't want to ask it, but of those 250 buildings, how many of them have a sprinkler system already?
So we're still compiling that information,
That's
Mayor,
what I
as
said.
we
Didn't
go
wanna-
along. We add more sprinklers, so some of those will have sprinklers, but very few of them.
Yeah, okay. All right. Mr. Kuntz, I still.
Sit down,
continue,
Monty,
please.
and leave me alone.
Mr. Kuntz,
Sorry.
yes, please.
It's actually for Gus Garcia.
Because it's their meeting, not yours. This is about
If
the
we
code,
approve
not
this,
yours.
if we approve this as it is before us tonight, how would the city of Duncanville look as far as our ordinance compared to the ordinances of cities around us?
So I haven't done an assessment. Obviously, I'm not a code expert, right? So I haven't done an assessment from other cities. That'd probably be something more appropriate for Mr. Hagar or for Mr. Blanchard or Mr. Rhodey to answer, to be perfectly honest.
Good idea.
Go ahead.
Mayor, sorry.
Go
So the
ahead.
question was, if we approve this ordinance as we have it tonight, how would our ordinance, the city of Duncanville, look compared to that of other cities?
We don't know. Or
The
Mr. Blanchard, do you
original
have an idea?
ordinance that we had before we started changing it fall in lines with most of the surrounding cities. Those were the options from the COG, and cities adopted those options either on a Plan A or Plan B. Most of the fire marshals I've talked to are on the B side of things. So within the surrounding areas, prior to changing the ordinance at all, it aligned more with the cities throughout the Metroplex. The one thing that we did change from those original amendments is we thought 6,000 for new and 6,000 for existing was just too constrainuous for us. So we backed it off to 10,000 square feet for existing. So we're more lenient than most of the cities that adopted option B.
So, Mayor, if I could add to that, just to,
Sure.
just to add some color to what Fire Marshal Blanchard said. As you know, every code that we deal with is unique to every city. So every city's different. One of the issues with the city of Duncanville, which is why we're here today, is because we're 95% built out. We don't have the opportunity for industrial buildings. We don't have the opportunity for new large economic development in those type of buildings. So everything we do, we have to focus what's specific to Duncanville. So although the question is a great question, I think it behooves the council to think specifically for Duncanville and how this would apply to Duncanville. I think there's been times when we maybe didn't consider that and adopted some codes, as you all know, because we bring these to you before, where we're adopting what other cities do, and it's not specific to Duncanville. We're having to amend those, which is one of the reasons why we're here today. So that's all I would add.
Okay, thank you. Any follow-on, Mr. Kuntz? Okay. I think we're about to bring this to a decision point, and there's been a lot of discussion about this in terms of, we have a great deal of expertise ranging from a whole lot to very, very little. And it's our job to take that, interpret it, chew on it, run it through this little computer we got between our ears and say what's best for our city. We have a firefighter on city council who believes that what we have in front of us is a good thing. And knowing that particular aspect of how he interprets it as a guy that's put on the coat and ran in there, and both of you have put on the coat and ran in there, looking at what we need to do for our city, knowing that can our firefighters and can the administration of our fire department understand where we are as a city today and acquiesce without volatile opposition, I would say. And knowing, Mr. Blanchard, where you come as well, and you said it very, very well. Your job is to follow what this council puts forth in terms of what's codified, and we appreciate that. And knowing what's forward in terms of what we've been through and where we're going, and as it applies to the entire city, I think is very, very important as well, that we don't focus on one particular aspect of what's happening. Going along with what Mr. Veracruz says and how the city attorney has crafted this with the understanding and also the input that other groups could apply, I think we can move forward with changing that at a later date, moving forward with this particular one and understanding how other, as Mr. Contreras has shown in what you provided us with Fire Marshal in terms of other types of occupancy that exist in the city, we can amend that at a later time.
Are we to interpret that you want us to look at the B groups as well?
I would think so. Okay. Yeah, in terms of what we have, it's been identified, and yeah, they apply. And so my suggestion, let's put it this way. I think we need to approve this as what we have. Item F and G tied together. And we do so with an understanding that we also come forward working with staff and amending it to include other types of occupancy as applied to the city, so that we cover every aspect of what Fire Marshal Blanchard has said, because I think, as Mr. Contreras has said as well, it's something that does fit our city, and we are unique possibly in how that works. So that's just how I feel, but I think it's time that we take this, and I'm looking, if, you know, this is very serious, and so I don't want to call for a vote until I see no light showing up that we are ready to do so. Mr. Contreras.
I will still want to be able to add or have the discussion, whether it's tonight or later on when we talk about the other occupancy classifications, about deciding on what type of firewalls we're going to accept that will qualify as dividing a building into two separate buildings. Because as it stands right now, we're talking about the traditional firewall, which is the expensive, intrusive wall, which is, it's definitely the best if you're gonna want protection. But that doesn't preclude other code allowances to create those same type of separations with other types of wall constructions that are not expensive. So without clarification on what we're meaning by, because it's mentioned in here, the firewalls, we need to determine what type of firewalls we're gonna accept.
It says firewall, it means firewall. It doesn't mean fire space or. So
Well, I'm not sure that a firewall is a firewall is a firewall.
It may not be in colloquial terms, but it is under the codes.
So are you believing that the term firewall would include a
No.
area separation wall?
No.
Okay, well, that's what I'm shooting for, because when we talk about economic development, area separation walls, if you're pushed into it, an area separation wall is a lot more suitable, and it's allowed by code.
I understand.
But if you don't put that in there now, and you don't include that,
You're gonna have ample opportunity to see this every 2 years, because the new codes, we're behind in our codes.
yeah.
And to Chief Rohde's comment earlier, the codes are getting stricter and stricter and stricter. They don't accommodate the problems, the challenges, not the problems, the challenges that we have because our city has been built out for so long. You know, go to Lancaster, they're building a new warehouse. We've already got one. Chances are it's not sprinkled, the new ones are required to be. And so we're gonna have to be innovative about how we treat these properties. And to your point, so it's something that's it's constantly gonna be a challenge for us. And this is one of those nights where you get to make the policy decisions based on your pay grade. So.
Mr. Coons.
Can we vote on these two together, or do we have to vote?
You can vote on them together.
I was just saying they're kind of married. They're part and parcel to each other. If one goes, they're both good.
They reflect one another, and so that's why they're both on the agenda tonight.
So currently it's two separate agenda items, but I'd like to request that we go ahead and vote on both of them at the same time.
Yes.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, sir.
A request and also a clarification. Clarification in the fire code, the definition for firewalls / fire partition, fire barrier, all mean very separate things. So in the code, the definition does matter. And the request is, if you plan on approving this ordinance, I'd request that you remove the language of Group M. Because I've got about 30 projects right now I'm working on. None of them are Group M. And until you revise the code to include the other 25, then I've got to put holds on daycares and laundry services and coffee companies.
I don't understand what you're saying. Are you saying that you've got all these applications and you were going to approve them tomorrow, and if I pass this ordinance, you're now not going to approve them?
Correct, because this ordinance is specific to Group M. And right now, the ordinance is not specific to any of the
Then
groups.
how is it that you were approving those?
Because it was based on square footage and classification, so I'd look in the code, look at the square footage and the classification of that group, and then make a determination.
Mr. Coons.
So I didn't make a motion.
I know you didn't.
So
Just
now
you
I'd
only
like to move.
suggested we tie the two together.
Now I move to table both of these.
Second.
We don't need to close discussion in the way that we operate. There's been a motion. We can still continue to discuss before we take a motion or take a vote on that particular motion. I think at some point there needs to be, after this meeting tonight, there needs to be some discussion in terms of the legality of her, our city attorney is much more versed in any of this than any of us. And the manner in which it's been done and the interpretation by the fire marshal needs to be discussed between him and the fire marshal and his fire chief. In terms of applicability and interpretation, it's all interpretation as well, is what it said. He interprets. Just wanted to make that comment before we vote on tabling this. I think we've had this before us long enough, and it's adequate enough in terms of what our city attorney says. I think we need to move forward, but we do have a motion to table. We have a motion to table of Mr. Kuntz, a second by, I believe it was by Ms. Gooden. So council, what we have before us is a motion to table. If you vote yes, we are tabling this. We're tabling both, F and G. So tie them together. We're tabling F and G But in doing so, I think we need to attach to it that this is going to be addressed once and for all at the next city council meeting. Can't continue to drag this on any further. So we have a motion to table. If you vote yes, you will vote green. If you vote no, not to table, you will vote red. To the left or to the right.
Mayor,
Yes.
before we vote, based on what you just said, what is going to change between now and the next meeting as far as us having new information, different information, or, I mean...
That's an answer by the city attorney in discussion with
Well,
these
someone's
folks.
going to have to tell me what it is they think they're doing and what they're approving and what classifications they want to approve and get this treatment once and for all, so we can make the recommendation. I can write the ordinance correctly.
Okay.
But I'm not the fire marshal and I'm not the building official. I'm just the lawyer. So
We've al-
someone needs to tell me what y'all want.
We've already asked the question, can we amend the classifications of occupancy later? And the answer was yes, we can. Yes, we can. We're gonna be busy. So we can do so. So. I see you want to say something, Mr.
Sorry,
Pitts.
so he made some statements about Group M, and then you made some statements and said that we can't vote on this tonight. That's,
And I find out about it at 11.
so, and that's why I moved to table it, because based on what you just said, if we approve this, then if it's a church or a school, a daycare, residential, any of that, he's not gonna be able to do anything with it.
That's what it told you.
Okay. And I mean, am I understanding that correctly?
But at the same time, I asked much earlier if we could amend this language to include the other classifications of occupancy and do it tonight and amend it tonight instead of doing it some other time. We could do that.
Yes.
We sure could. We could take and say types of occupancy 1 through 10 as identified in the IFBC.
Well, we would
Or
read them
IEBC.
into the record and see whatever occupancy
Or
designation
the
they have under the
applicable ones
IBC.
for our city.
M, B, SC, WD, whatever they are.
So without identifying them by group M or whatever their alphabet application is, we could say as applicable to our city in accordance with the IEBC. If we could amend that language, it would take out the M, but it would allow the fire marshal to have full flexibility with among any type of occupancy listed here as 1 through 10.
Could you approve? I mean, someone needs to ask him if he can approve these things he's got sitting on his desk tomorrow morning, because he just told me he couldn't. And I would not want to be the city manager tomorrow morning when I get all these building owners calling, going, how come I can't get my CO approved?
Yeah, well, yeah, Ms. Goodenow, I still have a question, but go ahead.
I have a question. You said 26 different type of occupancies. So would you need, in order for you to do your job, would you need it to say all 26 or just the 1 through 10? And I'm asking because from my experience, when I would do stormwater inspections, there are a number of different sectors. And I can't just limit it to one sector, such as Sector M means that they're manufacturing food, but you have one that's manufacturing furniture. So that falls under a different sector. In order to empower me to go out and do my job, I needed to encompass all of the different sectors. So that's how I'm kind of relating this in my head. in order for you to be able to successfully do your job, you need this ordinance to be able to identify all of the sectors or just 1 through 10?
No, if you just remove Group M, then all will be looked at. So right now, you singled it down to one particular group, and if you just take that language out, then I can look at all classifications of all the groups.
So the language would read.
Just as
So
we've
the
been
language would
doing.
read, but does not exceed the 12,000 square foot fire protection threshold of Chapter 9, comma, automatic fire sprinklers are not required, et cetera.
Correct.
Mr. Hager.
Yes. So he wants me to strike for
We would-
FOR Group M. That's
Fire-
it.
It would say fire protection threshold of Chapter 9, comma, automatic fire sprinklers.
Says, yeah, I'm fine. You can change this any way you want. I just want to write what it is that he thinks he's doing so he can do his job tomorrow morning.
Well, that's why I
I
asked the
was
question
told to
earlier.
change it
Can we
for
change it
group-
later? But based on what Mr. Blanchard said, tomorrow, he's gonna operate in a totally different way, which is gonna be to the detriment of our city. So if he's gonna operate tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock to the detriment of our city, we need to do something to obviate that tonight.
Right, by striking for
By striking
Group
out for Group M.
M.
So that being the case, if we want to move that direction to make this possibility for real tonight, we still have a table motion on the floor, but knowing what we intend to be proceeding with, it is possible that that table motion could be withdrawn.
And it's up to the second and the person that made the
I know,
motion.
I'm looking at the individual that made the motion, knowing where we would be going, sir, we would be taking, what we would be doing, let's make it clear. Let's forget about the table, okay, but what we would be doing is asking this ordinance as we have before us to read, because the new total fire area is 12,000 square feet, comma, but does not exceed the 12,000 square feet fire protection threshold of Chapter 9, comma, automatic fire sprinklers are not required to be added to the tenant fire area seeking so on, so on, so on. If that's what we are agreeable to, then it's possible that the table motion can be withdrawn, and we seek amendment to this ordinance as written, as I just read it.
So I'll withdraw the motion.
Agreed. Second?
I'll withdraw second.
Agreed. Okay, so I will accept a motion. I will accept a what? I'm sorry.
It
What?
ain't working tonight. Mine is just a quick question, that's probably not gonna change anything, but out of all those CO applications you got on your desk that we've been talking about, how many of them are dealing with buildings over 6,000 or existing buildings over 12,000 square feet?
I don't know the exact number, but probably 5.
Thank you.
Okay. So there. The chair will accept a motion to read as follows. And this applies to item F and G of the agenda. Article 5, Chapter 9, Fire Prevention and Protection, 903.2.11.9, new buildings over 6,000 square feet and existing buildings over 12,000 square feet, fire hazard has increased. Therefore, the tenant space must be assessed by the code official for level of conformance with Chapter 9 of the IBC or IFC, depending on the IEBC compliance path selected. Because the new total fire area is 12,000 square feet, but does not exceed the 12,000 square feet fire protection threshold of Chapter 9, comma, automatic fire sprinklers are not required to be added to the tenant fire area seeking an alteration and change of occupancy. The remainder of the building is allowed to remain in use as originally permitted. Chair will entertain a motion to approve this ordinance as amended, as read just now.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to do as amended with a second by Mr. McBurnett, a second by Mr. Kuntz. Please vote. Unanimously approved. F and G are approved because there was we did F and, did I say F and G? I don't know.
I think we probably ought to clarify it.
What, Mr. McBurnett, say again?
I think we probably ought to clarify it.
All right, so let's
Motion
move on to
approve
item
F and
G. Move on to item G, and I need to read this whole paragraph to put it into the record. Consider an ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 9, Fire Protection, Article 4, Fire Code by amending Sections 951, amendments by amending subsection 43 by repeating Section 903.2.11.9, new buildings over 6,000 square feet, and existing buildings over 10,000 square feet, and replacing them with new Section 903.2.11, new buildings over 6,000 square feet, and existing buildings over 12,000 square feet, providing for additional amendments to Fire Code, 2015 edition regarding sprinkler system, providing severability clause, providing repealing clause, providing savings clause, providing penalty for violation of this ordinance not to exceed the sum of $2,000 for each offense. Chair will entertain a motion to approve item G.
So moved.
Second. We have a motion to approve item G.
They did F and G, right?
And a second by Mr. McMahon, a second by Mr. Kuntz. Please vote. Thank you. Unanimously approved.
It's already in the ordinance.
Okay, it's 5 after 11.
There's two
We have been at this since 6 o'clock. I'm willing to call for a break, like 5 minutes for real, because we have pulled item 5H. We have pulled item 4C from consent to individual consideration, and we still have to do that. We have pulled item 4D from consent to individual consideration. We still have 3 board reports, and we have 3 executive sessions. So if you will agree to take in really 5 minutes, we will do so. Recess, timestamp 11:01. Please take 5 minutes and come on back quick. We got a lot of work to do, and quite possibly we'll be here past midnight, so we need to entertain the thought of making a motion to go past midnight in accordance with rules of procedure. Oh, I need to reconvene us here. Reconvening city secretary, timestamp is 11:10. Are we still good with recording and all that stuff? Everything's good, okay. All right, didn't know if I needed to give him a cue for that, okay. Timestamp 11:10, reconvening. We are going to item 4C, no. Wait a minute. Curfew, the curfew. 4B. I don't know why, okay, yeah. We're going to item 4B on the consent agenda. This is now creating item 5H. Item 4B, now 5H, reads, consider an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Duncanville, Texas, repealing Ordinance 235R as codified in Chapter 12 of the Code of Ordinances, Article 9, curfew hours for minors, effective September 1, 2023, to comply with newly amended state law. I guess this is Chief Lavigny. Oh, there you are. Okay. Yes, sir. This has been requested to go from consent to open.
Yes, Mayor.
Individual consideration. Go ahead, Chief.
Thank you. Because it was consent, I don't have a presentation for you. This is newly amended state law, and I'm open to any questions, and I'll answer them the best that I can at this point. But the state of Texas has prohibited curfew laws throughout the state of Texas.
So first Mr. Kuntz, then Mr. Contreras.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll try to be brief because I was the one that asked to have this brought over. Is that this was a law that we originally adopted in 1994. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And every 3 years we've had to approve it again. And not only the city of Duncanville, but of course lots of other cities adopted this ordinance. And it's a real simple ordinance. There's only 3 offenses that are mentioned, and it's a good ordinance. It makes sense. My concern is just on principle, some of the overreach of the state. And I know this may seem like a simple matter, but my concern is, as far as state legislation, where the stopping point is going to be as far as threatening our ability to govern ourselves. And so this is why I brought this over, because I will be voting to keep this ordinance. Thank you.
Mr. Contreras and Mr. McMurnett.
Chief, you may have alluded to this, but if this were passed, what do you see as the results being based on the number of stops you make and problems that get resolved in the middle of the night that we don't know about?
So what this comes down to is police contacts. So if I come up to you as a police officer and I speak to you as a juvenile, as someone older than the age of 18, I can do that. I can do it all day long. I can do it all night long. Where it becomes an issue is if you don't want to talk to me as a police officer. And what the state has said is we're not going to require those that police officers believe that are out beyond a certain time period to have to respond to a police officer that may be asking them questions. So, in this room tonight, I'm obviously the chief of police here at this city and at this police department currently, but there are 3 other men who have been police chiefs in other agencies and at this agency. And I don't believe I can imagine a police chief telling you that they would want to do away with the curfew law. It gives us the ability to go and contact someone we suspect that is under a certain age limit for their benefit, for the community's benefit, and for their safety, and to act upon that. What is happening is, at this point, with the state law, if they don't want to talk to us, if they don't want to respond to us, They don't have to, and there's no recourse for us to hold against them. To answer your questions, I pulled up some numbers since the briefing session. I gave a briefing back in 21. I mentioned earlier that the citations have gone down quite a bit. It's been a long time since we've been citation heavy in this area. In 1996, which is as far back as I could go at that point with our court system, we issued 159 citations. So 1997, 101, 1998, 137, 99, 100. From there, we fell off to 30. To the most recent year that I had, because our 3 years would not have come up until next year, so I have not looked at this except from the lens of the new state law. In 17, we issued 9 citations. In 18, 4. In 19, none. In 20, none. Now, does that necessarily tell you how many stops we're making, at those times? No, it doesn't. It just tells you about the citations. Does that tell you the times we've gotten the calls from citizens saying, well, these people are out here and it's 2 o'clock in the morning or whatever time it is after the curfew law that we have in place, and I don't think they should be out here. Can somebody come check? I think they're too young to be out at this point. No, it doesn't. I think it puts us as a society into a situation where, it's less safe because we don't have the ability to require someone that we might contact in this situation to give us answers, and so that we can act responsibly. And that's the best way I can answer that question.
Mr. Beck-Burdette.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm in complete agreement with what Mr. Kuntz said. The state, I think, has overstepped their bounds. However, we do have to go with it. And I took how you've expressed yourself on what this is, I completely agree with you, Chief Lavigny. And my question to the city attorney is, do we have to change this?
The way the state law reads is that you cannot enforce or prosecute anyone for violating a curfew, or pass a new curfew. So since it's on the books, you could leave it. The benefit is if anyone challenges constitutionality, as it violates home rule charter provisions of the state constitution, then you'd have an ordinance in place that you could possibly enforce if it was ruled unconstitutional.
So let me also weigh in on this, and there's a practical side of this. It's a tough situation that you're asking me and our police officers to be in if you decide to do something other than what's here before you tonight. I'm not saying I'm advocating for this. I think I was very clear in responding to Councilman Contreras' question. But what I'm saying is, especially on the heels of what you heard from Mr. Hager just now, is if you decide to do nothing and our officers go out there and they don't have the guidance from this body, because my guidance has been since September 1st, knowing that we wouldn't get here until the 5th, don't enforce this. But now, if we go out and enforce it and we get pushed on it, and now we turn into a use of force situation and it goes bad, then that's putting our officers and our city in a situation I'm not sure that we want to be in. We want to uphold the law. There's not a peace officer that I've ever been around that would tell you something differently. And we are caught in the middle. And I want you to think about that.
Mr. Kuntz.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to point out that keep this and even just adopting an ordinance like this would be a violation of state law. So it's not just enforcement of it or the citations, but just to adopt it, the state has said.
It's void.
Yeah.
It's unenforceable.
But I just want to point out that, again, just because the state makes a law doesn't mean it's constitutional. Again, my personal feeling is that this legislation is unconstitutional, and that it's just not just and right. And I think we just heard from our police chief is that this is a good ordinance to have. And I mean, I can think of any number of scenarios where after a certain hour where you'd have police officers that might have to make contact with young people. I mean, we had 11 o'clock last night. We had 3 kids walking down the street. We drove up further up the street, and some signs had been removed. And I don't know if they did it or not, but if somebody called and said, hey, I think there's some kids out here vandalizing city property or whatever it is, y'all wouldn't be able to make contact with them.
It's a tool. We can make contact with them even if this is abolished. The problem is whether they want to respond to us. And then what can we compel them to do? That's where the crux of the matter is.
But again, I mean, even though, keeping this or enforcing it might be a violation of state law, I believe that law is unconstitutional. So that's why I'm voting to keep this.
Mr. Veracruz.
Thank you, Mayor. So Chief, let me understand what I thought I heard you say was that if you've already told your officers not to follow this, correct?
Yeah, knowing this would not come before you until the 5th, and knowing that it went into place September 1st.
But what I think
I directed them not to enforce this at this point.
What I think I heard you say was that if they do enforce this and it does turn into physical force, then that's where the problem could lie. In your opinion?
Then we get in before a court, and you guys acted as a judicial body earlier. 3 of y'all wanted to go one way, 4 of y'all wanted to go another.
So,
who knows?
So safety-wise, you would rather us take this out? I mean, because you said you could still make
Again, it's hard for me to give you some quantifiable data on, the contacts we made and that maybe weren't documented that got somebody moved down the road. The data I can give you are the citations, and I gave it to you. I think it gives us a tool. What we're talking about is an offense, an ordinance that is in place because of someone's age. And there are a lot of reasons that bodies just like this one have put those ordinances into place. There have been studies about maturity levels and when we get to those maturity levels. So I think it overwhelmingly does make us safe. How can I quantify that to you? I'm not sure I can right now. But it gives us an opportunity to have a captive person that we contact, and they're required to give us identifying information. If the state law is seen as supreme, we can ask somebody for their identification in this context, and they can tell us, no, I don't have to give you that. And if that's the case, and then that's seen supreme, they don't have to. And then we don't have a leg to stand on.
Yeah, because just my main concern, I'm sure everyone up here, is just the safety of our officers. We don't want to put them in a situation where, they don't want to just put them in that situation.
Well, and again, I think what cities are grappling with, and chiefs are grappling with, and police officers know it, that this does make us safer to have these ordinances. How do we quantify that with the data we have? I just don't have it right here before me. But if we can't go up to somebody that our citizens believe, as Mr. Kuntz just stated, in his example, that they may be underage, what an ordinance that we have in place is, and they may be up to something that's nefarious. You know, if we're not there to see the underlying, or, you know, the messing with the street signs or moving the street signs, this gives us the ability to go just by the suspicion of their age, just by the way their youthful look, to make contact, and they have to give us some identification. Without this, we don't have that. So it's a tool.
Ms. Gooden.
Thank you, Mayor. So for me, I agree with Councilman McBurnett and Councilman Kuntz that I feel it is an overreach for the state to start dictating what the municipalities can do as far as governing their city. I'm also concerned about the safety of the officers and the safety of the citizens at the same time if this situation should happen, you know, past September 1. My question, I don't know if I should ask you or the attorney, can municipalities supersede the state? And I ask that because there are certain cases in ordinances where the state can require a certain thing, but then sometimes the city can say, well, we will make it a little bit more stringent. So I think I read that the city could not supersede, but I want to confirm.
You are
Okay.
correct.
Okay. Thank you.
The statute specifically says the city may not adopt, enforce, or employ a youth curfew ordinance after September 1.
And state law supersedes municipal law.
Yeah, well, we're a home rule city. Home rule city can do whatever the state can do, except if the legislature specifically says you cannot do something, and they have in this case.
They have. So what we have is HB 1819 passed. Do we as a city have any choice but to comply with what state law has said? If we vote,
Well, it doesn't require us to commit a negative act. It requires us from a positive act. So you could leave it on the books, but his officers could not enforce that.
cannot enforce it, and if they attempt to, then they could be charged with an unconstitutional act, which
Unless
is
they have
pretty serious.
unless they have probable cause that
So,
there's criminal activity.
You know, this goes back to what I said in the briefing session, and I'll talk about HB 2127, which is the preemption law, which has been challenged by the City of Houston, and it has been ruled as unconstitutional by a judge in the 459th District Court, and that judge ruled HB 2127 preemption as unconstitutional in its entirety. But now it's been also appealed by the state of Texas, and this is going to go all the way to the Supreme Court before it's resolved. The fact of the matter remains that we as a city have been told by the Texas State Legislature what we have on the books is no longer valid. Plain and simple. And we, as a city, place ourselves at risk, our police officers at risk, if we decide not to comply with state law saying you are no longer permitted to have a curfew law. That's what it really boils down to.
Well, if an officer acts to enforce an ordinance which is clearly unconstitutional, he would lose his qualified immunity.
And if we allow this law to continue to exist on our books, that could be precipitated, and our law enforcement officers are going to be placed in harm's way. We don't like this. Police officers don't like it. As I said in the briefing session, city after city after city, police chiefs stood up and talked to the legislation, do not do this. Do not take away the curfew law. And they did it anyway. And it goes back to HB 2127, the preemption law. More than just this is going to be taken away from us, and if we stand on principle of saying no to this, fine, we stand on principle. But the fact of the matter is, we don't have a choice but to comply with the state in this particular matter. And I think Chief Lavigny has articulated extremely well what we are doing in putting our law enforcement officers in a very delicate and unenforceable position, and we don't want to do that. So individuals can vote against what's being proposed as a matter of principle, but to do so if this council votes in its entirety to not accept what the state law has told us to do, then we are subject to I would presume, a lawsuit by the state of Texas. But no, can't do that. Okay. Anyway, it ain't gonna be happy grounds around here. Let's put it that way. Stand on principle if you wish, but the matter stands before us. How do we deny what the state has told us to do by law?
Well, there's all kinds of laws that are still on the books that have been ruled unconstitutional and never repealed. They're just unenforceable.
Exactly. It's unenforceable. So as I said, you like it, fine, leave it on the books, but it's unenforceable. You cannot put our law enforcement officers in the situation of trying to enforce something that's unconstitutional. That's not right for a governing body to do that to our law enforcement agency.
And one of the things that Mr. Lavigny is discussed with you is it gave us an opportunity to make contact with a citizen who appears to be under the age of 18 at 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock in the morning or at some time when children should not be out. It's really a child safety issue more than it is we're going to write tickets. And, you know, that's one of the things I don't understand about our legislature. I understand about they didn't want to use these kind of Class C misdemeanors in order to enhance an adjudication or criminal activity. I get that. They could have done that, but there seems to be a certain animus down in Austin against us being able to take care of ourselves when this is probably the best government that we have anywhere is local government.
And by the preemption law, this is only the tip of the iceberg.
Well,
This is a very, very simple one. There's more dangerous ones that are going to be coming down the pike as a result of HB 2127 preemption. Mr. Contreras, yes, sir.
If we do nothing, we're not breaking any laws, right? So then my question would be, two questions. Does that confuse the public and confuse your officers, new officers, if we still have it on the books?
It could. Because at that point, it comes down to training. So much of the time, we get new officers in there, the program to read the law and try to interpret it. So if an officer comes in and we've still got an ordinance on the books that looks to be enforceable, and they're going to go out and try to do their job that they stood up and took an oath for, and they say, well, and this is not even pushing the envelope. This is just reading and saying, hey, yeah, looks like I can enforce that. That's a training issue, if that's the way it were handled. And it's probably not the best way to go because, we're human beings. Do we miss training on that nugget with a particular officer, and then they look at it and say, yeah, I'm going to go enforce this? Because, just as I think what Mr. Hager mentioned, about qualified immunity. Well, if you stand up here and the city takes a stance that, hey, we're going to keep this on the books or we're not going to repeal it, you're almost building in for our officers that this is unclear. And I think maybe the city puts itself in a position that it doesn't want to be in. Because I think the officer may get removed on qualified immunity, but the city wouldn't.
Mayor and Council, let me jump in if I may. I highly encourage you not to leave this on the books. I think you're setting the city up for some bad things. I think it's going to harm the officers. Although we do a very good job of training our personnel, when we see a law, whether it's a local, state, or federal law, we assume that it's a law that we can enforce. And so I ask you, please don't leave this on the books. I don't think it's the right thing to do for our troops.
I strongly agree. That's what I've been trying to say, is that you can vote against it on principle, but in doing so, we've got to do what the law says. Very simply, if the state says speed limit laws in the state of Texas are no longer applicable and enforceable, in every state and in the entire state, that leaves every law enforcement officer unenforcing speed limits. It's the same thing. You can't enforce something that is against the state law that says you can't even have it. Mr. Lavigny.
Mayor, and just as an option, maybe for Mr. Hager, I mean, could you approve the what's before us, the repeal of this ordinance, and doing, I think, what several of y'all are looking to do that have spoken up? Could you not, as a council, make a resolution to somehow or another refute this ordinance, you know, to the state? I don't know, just putting that out there.
That's what's being done by the city of Houston. They're appealing HB 2127.
I understand, but that would give this body an opportunity to
to
tag on to that if that's what you so desire. But I agree with the city manager. As I began to say, it confuses the officer.
I do not agree with this city taking on the state of Texas with a lawsuit on HB 19.
Okay. That was just a suggestion.
Mr. McBurnett.
Motion to approve.
I'll second it.
I'll sit here and be ignored as usual.
You can abstain if you wish, sir, or you can vote opposed, either way. Well, the way I operate, and even though we have a motion and we have a second, I still open to discussion. So if you want to say something, please go ahead, sir.
Well, I would agree with.
Your mic on?
Agree with Chief Lavigny's suggestion that we compose some sort of resolution or some kind of formal statement of protest against this legislation. Because I mean, my feeling is that everyone around this table believes that it is a good ordinance, but that we're scared of what the state might do if we enforce it or keep it. So if we believe that it is a good ordinance and we believe it's something that benefits our city and is a tool for our police officers, and I mean, is there any harm in making some kind of protest to the state in form of a resolution from this council?
We do what the city of Houston has done, file a lawsuit against the state.
Well,
of
not
Texas.
a lawsuit, not a lawsuit.
No, you said you filed. You said
I said a resolution, just a statement of protest. That's it.
I would agree to that, because I'm going to vote to repeal the ordinance. And I get the feeling that we're going to go in that direction. But I would agree that the more cities that step up and file some type of a letter in opposition to this, maybe it'll get someone's attention and they'll get some sense. But to do nothing, we're going to comply with the law, with what they're requesting. But I would agree that whatever legally we can do to prepare a letter in opposition, if the whole council agrees or majority agrees.
I would be more than willing to go with the North Central Texas Commission. What are there, 40 some odd cities in the commission, I guess, and request, we can have our attorney, we're gonna have to pay our attorney to draft a letter of opposition and get as many mayors as possible in North Central. I'll go to the COG and get as many mayors as possible to sign on to that letter and send that letter to the state of Texas.
Good.
I have no problem doing that. And whatever police chiefs you can get to help sign on to that, Chief Lavigny, add a little more weight to it. I'm happy to go ahead and prepare and work on that to send a letter of protest to the state legislature, to go through Senator West and go through Representative Davis and have their understanding of what we're doing and why we're doing it, and get as many signatures as possible, knowing that we have to do what we have to do to take our officers out of harm's way, because they are having to deal with something that's unenforceable. And let's face it, there are some kids out there that are pretty smart. They're intelligent and they're brilliant, and they're going to find a way to push the button on one of our officers.
I'd call for the vote.
We don't want to do that. Pardon me?
Call for the vote.
No. Mr. McBurnett, comment again, please.
No, he called for a vote. I think we should.
Okay. There is a motion on the floor, and it's been seconded to approve the item. Please vote. Hello? Okay. The vote is 5-2. The motion is passed. Item is repealed. We now go to item 4D on consent. Move it to item 5I. And I will read item 4D. Consider resolution of the City Council of the City of Duncanville, Texas, approving a variance of the requirements to provide replacement trees on the property located at 306 and 308 West Camp Wisdom, Duncanville, Dallas County, Texas, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Warren.
Thank you, Mayor, Council.
City Secretary, this is now item 5I. Thank you.
The subject site is located at 306 and 308 West Camp Wisdom Road. Excuse me. Site of the new fire station. The tree preservation is subject to Article 17 of Chapter 12 of the Code of Ordinances. This section specifies that the City Council may approve a variance to all or portion of the requirements to provide for replacement trees for public or recreational use or structure. A fire station certainly fits this stipulation, this categorization. In fact, in Chapter 7, Section 7.02 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, the use, public facility use or utility, specifically calls out fire station in its definition. On this site plan, this tree preservation plan, there are 83 trees shown. The species include China berries, pecan trees, live oaks, cedar elms, hackberries, and mulberry trees. 31 protected trees are proposed to be preserved. 12 trees are not protected trees. Therefore, according to our tree preservation ordinance, such trees are not required to be preserved. And 40 protected trees are proposed to be removed. And then staff will stand for questions pertaining to this variance request as laid out by staff.
Mr. Contreras.
Just real quick, did you say 40 protected trees are being proposed to be removed?
That's correct.
40, okay, thank you.
And we had this, well, Mr. McBurnett probably going to ask the question he said in briefing. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I was interested to hear what Chief Rhodey had to say about the trees and the removal as well.
Are located in the rear of the property. So being a new fire station, something I know y'all want to be proud of, there's going to be a tree plan basically for those trees. A lot of those trees that were on the original architect's drawing were not well thought out, I guess is the best way to put it. They weren't familiar with a lot of the location. To give you a couple of examples, they had trees that were just they were too big. They were going to be 60 foot. They were going to grow together. And then our horticulturist, he looked at it and he said, "Yeah, this is going to cause me a lot of problems down the road." So we removed some of the trees that were proposed on some of the property just for that very reason. Some of them were even going to grow up into the power lines that are next door. So we wanted to make sure we avoided that. We also had a tree that was up there near the front on the west side, on the north side, that if you had planted it there, it would have gave us problems in 10, 15, 20 years, and the root system getting down into the irrigation and the water system to the fire station. Some of those trees were also too big, and if you're familiar with the islands, I call them islands, we have a parking lot, and the parking lot, and it comes around, they were going to put these big trees in that island. When they grew up, the roots were going to tear up your curb and your concrete. So we did a really good job. took about 4 hours going through every single tree on that piece of property and had them lined up a lot better so that they were more friendly to the property. And that way I think they'll be very attractive when you go by and make that fire station look very attractive with this variance.
Mr. Coons.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think I'm understanding why the variance is being requested. I guess I do have a couple of questions. So maybe for Mr. Warren to start. So in our ordinance, it says prior to any construction or development that the tree protection plan has to be presented, right? It has to be included in the plans. And was that included?
It was, and it was approved in September of 2022. However, for the reasons stated by our fire chief, this plan was re-examined, and a variance was determined that this would be the best course of action to move forward with at this time.
And if you remove protected trees, you don't have to put them back where you took them out, right? So you could put
That's
them
correct.
somewhere else. So is this a situation where, and I know we did talk about the cost, but is this a situation where if we planted the new trees somewhere else on the property, they just won't fit? I mean, is that part of the problem?
The request at the moment is to as shown, to replace the trees, or to remove the trees as shown and protect the trees or retain the trees that are shown at the particular locations that they are. So there's not a plan to relocate the trees elsewhere.
Okay, the request is a variance from the ordinance that we have, right?
Exactly.
Okay, that's the request. So it sounds like about 40 trees that we're removing that we don't have to replace. That's the request, right?
That is the request.
Okay, my question is there anywhere else on the property where new trees could be planted?
That's not what's being asked for at this time. That's not the ask. The ask is for
I understand that. I guess
it's feasible. I'm sure it's possible.
I'm looking,
but there's a cost associated with it, and there's just the request at this time is for the variance to the tree mitigation ordinance. And
and I guess what I'm getting at, what I'm looking for before my time runs out here is that we do have this ordinance, and we do have this Tree City USA recognition, and the primary reason we have that recognition is because we have this ordinance, and that this city, decades ago committed to protecting, a certain percentage of trees, and so it's almost, to grant a variance and say, okay, we're gonna take away trees on a public property, a city property, and not replant them, kind of sets a precedent for, the next developer, somebody who comes along and says, well, y'all didn't replant your trees, so why should I? So I'm trying to find some potential alternative to just granting a variance. And also, when we talk about replanting trees, we're not talking about full-grown trees, right? You're talking about saplings that you strategically place and plant. And so, again, we talk about costs. We're talking about the trees themselves, but also the labor, right? Planting the trees. But I'm just trying to maybe encourage the council to consider some alternative to granting a variance to an ordinance that we have in place for a very good reason. I'll pause.
Mr. Contreras.
Well, I have two things here, but Mr. Coons reminded me of something. What that would probably take is recognizing, which we can't do here, which trees are being removed that are protected trees, and then seeing a rendering of where trees could be replanted, where the fire department didn't have plans on using some of that vacant property for training, for future buildings. So we'd have to go through, a whole procedure to understand what the layout is going to be in the future out there, to understand where tree replacements could occur, which I'm in agreement with what you're offering, but it's going to take some time, and it's going to be complicated. My questions, have trees that were protected, that were not within the foundation, already been removed?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so we're asking for forgiveness a little bit.
I suppose.
Okay. And unrelated to the tree issue we're talking about, but somewhat, are we going to be in full compliance with our current landscape ordinance with the development of this fire station? Or do we cut some things out there too?
To my understanding, we'll be full compliance, 20%, and yes, it will be to full compliance.
Full compliance, okay, thank you.
Mr. McBurnett.
Thank you, Mayor. I understand why the request for the variance is, and I'm kind of going back to where Mr. Coons was as well. But if a developer did something, you'd make them put trees back in. And, we have parks, we have other places that this should be happening. I don't think the city should get a full forgiveness for something that if it was anybody else, you'd make them do something.
We would certainly hold them to the letter of the law that's in the ordinance, and that's what we're doing here. Actually, there's a provision in the ordinance that does state that for that grants City Council the ability to approve a variance to all or portion of the other requirements to provide replacement trees for public use or structure. And a fire station is a public use or structure, and it's specifically called out in the ordinance. There are other provisions that a developer, a private entity, would have to follow to be offered the same opportunity to apply for a variance, be granted a variance. So there is specific language that applies to this specific situation.
And I heard, and you might not be able to answer this, but I heard a comment made as the architect didn't do a good job with this. But I'm also wondering who at the city would be looking at this plan as well.
If the city would be looking at the plan that's shown here?
Right.
Yes.
I mean, somebody'd be looking at it.
Absolutely.
And stuff, and it goes back to Mr. Contreras' point. It's kind of like, okay, we're kind of asking for forgiveness versus that, and it's a whole lot better on the front end than it is on the back end. And I personally feel that the city should do something to beautify some other part or area from what they've taken from here. That's just my opinion. Thanks.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, sir.
It needs to kind of be an understanding of some of these current trees that are there. Down in that bottom left corner, basically there's forest. There used to be an old nursery there, and they had a bunch of trees that were set out there. When those trees, they just grew when the business went out of business. So when you go out there and you walk the location, you're going to see that a lot of these trees are diseased. You're going to see a lot of these trees are infected with fire ants, and some of these trees are interrupting our egress into the back ramp. So that's why we're requesting this variance, is to remove some of those trees, and then of course we're going to go back with the same caliber of tree on different locations on the property. So what you're seeing is kind of a current location of trees, but there's going to be some like up in that top corner. There'll be a tree up there. There'll be some down along that fence line up there on that north side. So and some down by the parking lot. So our horticulturist went through it, me and the assistant chief and Core, and we were very satisfied with the location of the trees that the architect had put on there with the removal of some of them. And that's what the variances come from, is that we had to remove some of those trees because they were, like I say, they were going to grow together. They wouldn't allow the grass to grow underneath them because it'd be too much shade. It'd be hard to irrigate them. And then the horticulturists would have to come back years from now and have to prune these trees out of each other and all that kind of stuff. So that's kind of a history of those trees back up there, because some of them are just not very healthy.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Gooden, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So my question before your statement, Chief Rhodey, was I would like for us to have a place where we could relocate the trees besides just removing them. But I think I understood when you said that some of them are diseased, some of them are not as healthy as they should be. So the ones that are healthy, I just asked that we could find a place where we could replace them and not just get rid of the trees. That's my request. Thank you.
I need to interrupt. We are at 11:56. We are definitely going to go past midnight. So at this particular point, I'm going to entertain a motion to go past midnight in accordance with our rules of procedure.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to go past midnight by Mr. McBurnett. We have a second by Mr. Kuntz. This is a vote to go past midnight in accordance with our rules of procedures. Please vote. The vote is 6-1. Approved to go past midnight. Please continue, Chief Rhodey.
The one thing I wanted to add is a lot of those trees are pretty good size. So it take quite a bit of manpower to get those trees out of there and then go locate them somewhere else. It'd actually probably be more cost effective to cut them down and then go purchase, the same caliber of trees and, plant them somewhere else on the property, or even work with Parks and Recreation. And they may have a location where they have some trees that we could locate.
So, Mr. Warren, there's no provision in the contract with the developer or the designer of this landscaping to go back and say, you screwed up, now you're going to pay for us to do this? There's no penalty clause in this thing?
There are some. You talk about the cost savings when we went back out there, that we're going to be credited for a certain amount.
I mean, it's been stated that the design was improper. They didn't know what they were doing. So I'm saying, okay, we got to remove 40 trees. Some of them are now, we understand, not to be, let's not transplant them somewhere else, but let's penalize the person who put this together and say, we're going to remove them and you're going to pay for replacing them, and we're going to put them in a park somewhere that's going to be more beneficial because it has to be removed from this particular place, and charge that cost to the person that made the screw up. I keep talking simple stuff, but I'm saying if there's a penalty clause in the manner in which this was designed and developed, let's exercise that clause, take out what we got to do to make our fire station the way it's supposed to be, and penalize the person that drew this thing up improperly, and let's go ahead and take those 40 trees and do something else, the good ones, and buy better ones that are more healthy, as we've just learned tonight. That would be, let's put it this way, we kind of have to approve this variance, but at the same time, we can give the city manager some direction as a follow-on to what we're doing here.
I think what a lot of the drawing errors were, Mayor, was they went in there and they did a mitigation study, and I think the mitigation study was somewhat inaccurate, and they based their drawings on some of that mitigation, so that's why they were putting those trees in there. But once our horticulturist and us got to looking at it, that's when we started seeing the problem. So the trees that we have eliminated have given us to a bonus $26,000. Yes. $26,000 to the bonus. So we've done a pretty good job, I think.
Some of that. Yeah. Mr. Contreras.
Thank you. Just to be clear, we've heard a lot about sickly trees. correct me if I'm wrong, but those sickly trees by the ordinance are exempt from being protected.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so we don't have to count those trees. Once they're identified by the horticulturalist as being sick, not healthy, then we're not counting those trees as trees that need to be replaced.
That's correct. On the chart, I'm not sure if, because that wasn't a column that was included on the chart, is the health of the tree. So the 40 number that I gave in the staff report is based off of the sum total. So the health of the tree is not included.
Some of those could be trees that you don't have to
Correct.
replace. Okay, I'd be interested in seeing an update once a horticulturist has had time to look at that. Thank you.
Mr. Kuntz?
So, we're talking about replacement, not relocation, as far as the ordinance. And so, if there's sickly protected trees that are removed, then, they'd be replaced with obviously healthier trees. And, Mayor, I agree with everything that you said about the fact that, we were told in there that the reason this was being done is because this was not done well.
Right.
And that the plans weren't done well. And that our ordinance requires that you present a tree preservation plan before construction begins. And we're already, correct me if I'm wrong, we've already started some construction, right? So a tree preservation plan should have been presented before any of the, ground was broken. And so somebody, us granting a variance because somebody made a mistake, that's, I've got an issue with that. I don't agree, though, that we have to approve this variance. So in our ordinance, how long do you have before, after you remove a tree, how long do you have before you have to replace it?
I don't believe it specifies a time limit.
It doesn't say, right? So,
Yeah, let me, well, I was just gonna.
you don't have to have the trees replaced.
Mr. Kuntz has got a good, why don't we just say somebody screwed up and tell them to fix this thing, and why do we have to mess with our ordinance?
Well,
Because now you're saying that we can't give ourselves a CO because this isn't good.
No, that's not what I said. He said, how do you enforce this? I said, you enforce it.
And what I'm saying is, why don't we just say, forget this, if somebody screwed up, take care of what has to be done, and we don't have to do it.
And let him figure it out.
Yeah, if that's what it takes.
Protected trees are gonna have to be. We can't replace a big tree.
All that sounds good. So the easiest thing, deny the variance and give instruction to the city manager and appropriate staff to do exactly what was just articulated by the city attorney. Which
And Mayor,
is go
if-
after the guy that screwed up in the first place.
If I might add, Mayor, I've seen the drawings on the architectural drawings and all the, the plants and trees and all that kind of stuff. They're located on the property, all drawn out like they're supposed to be. Everything was correct. It's when our horticulturist started looking at it, he said, well, this is not going to work. This is not going to work. To give you an example, there would be an area there where they were wanting to plant 8 60-foot trees, that what was going to happen is those trees were going to grow together. So our horticulturist went in and said, well, we shouldn't do this because that's going to create maintenance down the road. So it wasn't that the drawing was incorrect, it was that the mitigation was a little inaccurate for what was on the property. As far as there's a big long power lines up there, you don't want trees growing into power lines. Of course, like I said earlier, the concrete problems, you don't want trees doing that. So there was a plan, it just wasn't fitting the property the way we wanted it to.
And deny the variance. Mr. Brown, how do you feel about that?
Well, we will certainly go back and reevaluate this. We also want to ensure that we're looking long-term and that we don't put trees in any area that's going to create problems for our new fire station down the road. And so staff will go back and reevaluate this. We also got a credit because of the reduction of the trees that we were going to factor in the cost of moving forward with the overages of the fire station. But we'll go back and evaluate all of that and see where we are.
So, yes, sir.
Just so you guys know, you can also plant the tree ordinance is self-executing. There's 3 ways to comply. 1, you replace caliper inch per caliper inch on the property. 2, you buy new trees and give them to Bart and let him plant them somewhere in the city.
Exactly.
Or 3, you write us a check,
Yep.
and we go out and buy the trees and put them wherever we want.
Yep.
So, so if you don't grant the variance, those are the 3 things that the city will do.
And that's what I'm suggesting is that it's the course of action that resolves the issue. We don't have to mess with the ordinance, and the city understands what needs to be done. There's opportunities in town to enact that. We were talking about putting trees where they can be, I mean, we've got parks that are basically tree barren. I can think of a couple, and so, okay, here, listen carefully now. The chair will accept a motion to approve the item. Okay? Now, so, if we want to deny this, we're going to vote no. Okay? So we don't, so it's chair, the chair is going to, I will accept a motion to approve.
I'll make the motion to
the
approve.
variance. Approve repealing the variance. Okay, is there a second? Second. Okay, now understand what our intention is to deny this. So can't tell you how to vote, but we probably ought to go no, okay? So, please vote. Unanimously disapproved. Okay. And Mr. Brown, based on what our city attorney has recommended, 3 courses of action, I believe that you and your staff. Exactly. Okay. Very good.
Mayor, I
Yes.
just want to say,
Yes, sir.
as a result of some partnerships that we've formed here recently, we do have, of course, we have KDB and we have the Duncanville Nature Conservancy. We've got partners that would probably love to help us plant trees all around Duncanville. So
Save some labor. Yeah. Okay. That completes the items for individual consideration. We are now moving into item number 6, staff and board reports. Goodness me. We still got 3 executive sessions to go, and I've been informed that one of the individuals present tonight who was involved in one of our executive sessions has a 6-hour drive ahead of him to report to work tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. And so my comment to him was, that's why I get paid the big bucks. But we're here, and we're awake, and you've stayed with us, so we're gonna stay with you.
Well, I do have my longest quarterly report that I've ever done in my history of working for Duncanville, but I will make it brief and I will just summarize as much as I can. Again, Bart Stevenson, I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation. My job title and my job responsibility is to bring happiness and joy to our community. So we're not going to talk about fire sprinkler systems, if that's okay with you. 2 new employees, Mario Macias for our park maintenance and Jesus Limas at the Recreation Center. Talk a little bit about park maintenance. Obviously, this is for May, June, and July. So this is our quarter we're talking about. It's obviously a very busy month, or busy 3 months for our parks with 66 outdoor pavilion rentals. We only had 17 vandalisms over that period. I think that's excellent. We have a policy within our department that we take care of all vandalism, especially tagging, within 24 hours. So that's something we take very seriously. We had 49 thorough park amenity inspections. If you don't know, we inspect all of our playgrounds very thoroughly once a month. So that's required. Not really required, but it's something that we've taken on. It's a policy within our department. We document everything, take pictures, just in case anything should come up. More park maintenance measurables. We talked about trees. We did have to remove a lot of dead and fallen trees over the last 3 months. And also this past Sunday, the storm that came through, we had a number of trees that were affected this past Sunday. So our crew spent quite a bit of this morning in all of our parks taking care of those issues. Our irrigation crew is very important to our department. I'm sure everyone sees the beautiful entryways that we have in our community, the city facilities, the flowers, our ball fields. Can't do without our irrigation. For our ball fields, we had 408 practices, 47 games, a host of tournaments across our 4 complexes. They were able to get 80% of their field maintenance done during that quarter to get ready for the next fall season. And just as a point of notice on that is that they did the other 20% this quarter that we're going to talk about your next quarter report. So they're 100% ready. Again, we did a seasonal change out in our beds. If you don't know, we have over 200,000 square feet of beds that we maintain, 3 changes per year. And then just overall, our park maintenance does a fantastic job. Summer is obviously the hardest time for them. It's when we're the most busy, and the weather doesn't do them any favors either. Keep Duncanville Beautiful had 2 cleanups, one at Lakeside Park and also a Texas Waterways cleanup at Waterview Park. And then at the end of June, Tyler Agee and one of the board members attended the 56th annual KTB Keep Texas Beautiful Conference in Houston. They do have a cleanup coming up on Saturday, September 16th. So if you're looking at wanting to get out and volunteer with the cleanup, they're going to do the railroad right away on September 16th at 8 a.m. Recreation Center, again, 145 memberships sold during that time, over 5,000 visits, 1,500 day passes. One thing I want to talk about here, again, it wasn't really implemented during the past quarter, but something we just recently implemented. It's really important to talk about. We'll talk about it again at our next report as well, is Silver Sneakers. If you're not familiar with Silver Sneakers, that is an opportunity for people with Medicaid to participate at the Recreation Center and the Senior Center for free. All you'd have to do is sign up through Silver Sneakers. You get a digit ID, a 6-digit ID number. You provide that information to us when you come in and sign up. And then for each visit, the city receives $6. It's free for the participants. Some of our programs we have going on. I'll highlight volleyball this time. Volleyball is super crazy going. It's almost as busy as pickleball on Friday nights. They're wanting another night. Very, very popular. Some of our events we held during the last quarter. Again, obviously highlighted by Juneteenth and Independence Day. We get a lot of credit for that, but quite honestly, we all know that it takes every department within our city to pull those events off. So again, thank you to all those departments who provide so much assistance for those events. Some of our upcoming events, we had a movie at the park this past Saturday, Catfish Catch with our PD department, coming on September 9th. Our Hispanic Heritage Festival on Saturday, September 23rd. Family Field Day on October 7th, and our Boo Bash on October 27th. Senior Center, again, we had 49 new renewals of memberships, new and renewed memberships, over 2,000 visits, We continue to do our VNA meal service. This particular month, VNA did have additional funding. So this month, for the rest of this month through September 30th, they're actually providing 2 additional meals to the members. So you get not only a lunch, but you get a breakfast and dinner to take home with you for this month. Some of our activities, again, averaging about 45 members a day. And then lastly, we'll talk a little bit about our bond projects. As you're aware, Armstrong Park is well underway for construction. They do anticipate that project to be completed by early spring of 2024. And we're currently working on how we're going to distribute the wood that we saved, as well as all the little plaques for the people who's donated to the previous or the original Kidsville. We're going to try to get those back to the original owners or their families. Harrington Park, as you saw in the presentation in the briefing, is that we're going to move forward with the concession and restroom facilities as soon as possible. We're working with our contractor on the revised guaranteed maximum price. We're also getting a price for the additional 2 phases should we find monies with fund balance or any other funds that might be available to continue to complete the entire project, as we discussed at the retreat. And then trails are projects still to be identified. With that, I'll answer any questions you might have.
Mr. Contreras.
Bart, could you go back? I think it was 134. Oh, back maybe 132. There, that one right there.
Mhm.
I trust that's Cockrell Hill at I-20.
That was Cockrell Hill. We are working with our police department on Cockrell Hill on a regular basis, and we just, obviously, as you're aware, started working with them on Oriole as well.
Yes.
So
And again, I want to commend Bart and his staff for, this is ongoing. District 5, major entryway into the city of Duncanville. It looks like this, it looks worse than this all the time. We're going to have upcoming meetings to be discussing not just these locations, but other locations where we have homeless encampments, to see what we can do long-term to resolve this. Until then, and until we create a buffer to not allow people to go up and camp, I think that's a proper term Mr. Hager uses, up in the top there, this is going to continue. So I'm asking all council members to keep an eye on this, be listening for when we're meeting. If you can attend, please do. But in the meantime, thank you, Bart, because without this regular cleanup out there, it would look like we've seen it in the past, and they've been doing a good job keeping it cleaned up. Thank you.
thank you. That's again, that's our entire team goes out and does that, not just our litter crew. And then, of course, we have the full support of our police department when we go out there and do these events as well. So thank you to them for providing that support.
Thank you, Bart, and please pass on my personal thanks to the staff of Rec Center and Senior Center. I interact with them a lot and know them by personal name, and these are the people that are frontline dealing with our citizens, and they genuinely care for people in terms of what they do. So thank you very much to encouraging them, training them, and putting the best people we've got on the front line in dealing with our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item up is the update on the FY 2022 audit. Mr. Baldwin, sir.
Mayor, Council, thank you for entertaining this briefing tonight. We have a little bit to share with you. I don't want to go back over what we did on August 1st, so we're just going to pick it up where we had a meeting on the 25th of July, and that's going to be the start of this particular one. You already know how we got here as far as the delays and stuff, so I think it's pretty much what we're doing now that matters. So July 25th, we told you back on August 1st that staff met with McConnell Jones, and they gave us several things that they were needing in order to continue with the audit process. On the 1st of August, we went ahead and briefed you on the status up to that point in time, and we said we would get that information to McConnell Jones through uploading it into the system the following week. On August 10th, it did in fact get uploaded, and McConnell Jones had access to it. On August 18th, it's not up here because we didn't get anything sent back to us, but we did notify them or request to see if there was any information they needed from us or anything along those lines. And they said they'll let us know if they need anything. So since there wasn't nothing they asked for, we didn't put it on the slide. But on the 23rd, staff did receive an inquiry from McConnell Jones requesting regarding cash reconciliations. Staff did on the 25th uploaded the information to them, and it was accessible. I'm going to say August 30th several times here, or at least you just know it's August 30th for the next several bullets, and I'll pause this presentation just to give you a little bit of back information that's not on the slide because it came in after the slide was prepared and submitted. August 30th, McConnell Jones notified staff that they completed the review of the submitted cash reconciliation, and as a result of that, they saw significant variances between the city's reconciliation and the trial balance. They also stated that until the variance is reconciled, that they were going to suspend the audit. They're not going to continue until it was reconciled. We conveyed that the issue should be, that we would review it, but also that the audit needed to continue. That same day, later on, staff facilitated McConnell Jones in better understanding the information that was provided to them on August 10th. Same day, later on, McConnell Jones notified staff that they discovered some of the entries on their end that were dated, causing some of the variances. So in that same response, they reported, and it's in quotes here, so this is what was sent. We have cleared out all journal entries we've posted to start fresh with this trial balance. The trial balance they're referring to is the one we issued on August 10th. So now this is August 30th. That said, they are using the correct one now. On August 30th, staff advised that same day that it would investigate all items McConnell Jones had questions about, and we asked them to continue completing the audit, and we would just take care of these issues as they come up. No reason to stop the audit, as we just experienced. Before we move forward, I just want to highlight a few things. On September 1st, the staff went ahead and closed fiscal year 22. And the reason that was done under the financial system is to make room for their fiscal 24 budget that you're getting ready to adopt. So when you will adopt that, that has to be uploaded into financial software. So Munis software can only have 2 open at a given time. So we've got 2022 has been moved into an auditable file, if you will, section of it, but it's not made for use as we do with the current budget, nor in the budget you're going to go to. So you're going to have only 2 rolled in at the same time. So we move that over to a file that allows the audit to continue and staff to still get access to it. And it allows us now to roll in the 2024 budget when it's adopted. That occurred on September 1st. We notified McConnell Jones this morning that roll-in was done and that the 2022 budget has been moved over and still accessible to them. And by the way, they've had full access. They have, just like staff, access to this 22 audit. But there are questions that do come up that we'll need to address. That said, we informed them that 22 has been closed and that fiscal year, for the purpose of loading up 2024 fiscal year. And we also asked respectfully that they continue to work on the audit and to close it expeditiously if they would. And they did acknowledge this email that I sent to them. They also today had asked for additional information on the cash and investment testing, for the purpose of cash and investment testing. We did provide that. I think it was a total of 6 things they asked for. We got it all back into them today, so it was a quick turnaround. And as far as we know, the audit is still continuing. Our expectations moving forward, and of course, keep in mind, without this information, of course, I got here about 6 weeks ago, but without, I mean, you've got caught up on things like the investment reports and things like that. We did that. Denise came up here and presented those to you, so we're caught up there. And the next one won't come until next month. But The things like your monthly reports. We should be doing a monthly report from finance, obviously on a monthly basis. We're at the very end of this fiscal year audit, I believe, and it makes more sense just let that play out and then try to make up, because it's not just one, it's several monthly reports we need to make up to council and get those presentations. That said, we are beginning a new fiscal year. Preliminary information is not uncommon when you're auditing the end of the fiscal year as we're getting ready to start. And we should still be able to qualify that before you and still present you with monthly reports moving forward for fiscal year 24. I'm not comfortable for 23 because we don't have all that information from them. But we should be able, starting November, to giving you monthly financial reports moving forward. And then as we get this audit closed out and we have a chance to just double check everything, we'll start making up those that's due council. So we're aware of it. We're just trying to get this stuff moved down the road. Right now, moving forward, since McCollum Jones did not use the trial balance uploaded on August 10th until August 30th, it's unclear how much longer they'll need to finish the audit. We do expect to ask for an update on September 15th. And it appears that if everything goes fine and we can close this thing out, we've got a meeting on the 25th. If we can slide this in there, because it's done, we'll bring it forward and we'll present that to you, the CAFR itself, or the ACFR. If for some reason it's not done or there's continuous delays, especially the latter, then there's other options you all have available, but I don't think it's really need to be discussed at this point. But sooner or later, you gotta close the year out. But and before going there, let's see if we can give them a few more weeks to see if they can get it closed out. If so, hopefully we can get it to you before the end of the fiscal year by September 25th, preferably. And that's my presentation. Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Baldwin, for the hard facts. And on behalf of the entire council, continue to press them. We know that what you and Denise are doing day in and day out, hour by hour, is complying and pushing them. So continue to do so.
Just for the record, Mayor, there's your rock star right there. It's not me. I understand.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Moving on to item C, the library quarterly report. Julio.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Good evening. I'll make this brief. So for our quarterly report here, recently we had a longtime staff member of 9 years retire in August, and Carol Fennig, who was one of our great stars in the library, she retired, and then we were able to replace her with Maria Garifas. Went about 2 weeks in that position, so she has big shoes to fill, but we have faith she'll do well. Our biggest program, obviously, in the summer was the Summer Reading Club. So some highlights from that, some images from great programs that we had. So for the Summer Reading Club participants, we had 130 completed logs, 80 programs with 1,600 people in attendance. About 700 of those were on our kickoff party that we had. We had 16 teen volunteers that assisted with 90 hours of support. And then the Friends of the Library always provide us every year with Amazon Fire tablets to give out as grand prizes to our young readers. And so we had 4 grand prize winners, ages 6, 10, and 2 of 11, that were very excited to get those prizes for all the effort they did. And that is my report.
Exciting, really, to interfacing and having people still come to the libraries. And,
oh yeah, no, it was great. So this year, because of recent COVID, we were seeing an uptick in attendance and programming and things like that. So it's been rewarding to see people coming back. So
great.
Yeah.
Thank all your folks for us. We do appreciate them for all they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes the normal portion of our city council meeting. We have 3 executive sessions to take care of. City Secretary, the timestamp is 12:29. Well, actually 00:29 is the timestamp for 6th of September of 2023. We are recessing the City Council meeting at this time. City Council members, please go to the briefing room where we will open executive session. Action taken as a result of executive session.
That's at the back. It's 5A.
5A.
And by now, Swaggart should have caught up.
5A. All right, we are reconvening open session of the city council meeting of 6 September. Timestamp is 2:11 in the morning. And we are on item 5A, items for individual consideration. Take any necessary action as a result of the executive session. And there is no action to be taken as a result of executive session. Therefore, with the completion of all the business on the agenda, this city council session is hereby adjourned at 02:11 a.m. 6 September.
Never shelter outdoors. When sheltering in place, there might be an area with a sign that says shelter area. That means that this area is safe for you to shelter from a tornado. Shelter in a room that is most interior to the building, meaning that there are no windows in the room and none of the walls touch the outside. Once you're in this room, you want to stay here until the tornado threat has passed completely. In order to be extra safe once in your shelter room, the best thing to do is to get low to the ground. So crouch down on the floor. If you're in the bathroom, the best thing to do is get in the bathtub. Once you're crouched down on the floor, you want to be sure to protect your head. So cover it with your arms. If you brought a pillow with you, if you brought a helmet with you, keep your head protected. You also want to have your cell phone with you so that you can keep track on the radar or through emergency alert so that you're sure once the threat has passed. Today we're going to talk about how you can prepare for disasters before they strike. The first step is to get your family or your household together and talk about emergency planning. The first step there is to identify all the hazards that we face living here in North Texas. And it's no surprise to anyone that the list is very long. So identify those hazards and talk about how you would respond to all of those. The next thing you want to do is create a family or household communications list. Doesn't have to be a long list. The best thing to do is actually write it on a smaller piece of paper so that once you write down all the contacts you need, you can fold it up and put it in your wallet, in your backpack, or even keep a copy in your car. It's really important to include all the contact numbers, meaning cell phones for everyone in your household, but also numbers like your insurance companies, so that if you cannot use your cell phone for whatever reason after an emergency, you have all those important numbers already written down. The third thing you want to do with your family before a disaster is to build a family emergency kit. This is the kit that you would take to your shelter location in case you're there for a long period of time, or if you had to leave your house in the middle of the night during a disaster. You want stuff in here that will sustain you and your family. So, important things that you should put in your kit: water bottles and snacks like granola bars, a change of clothing for each person in the household if you have room in your kit, some cash in case you need to use it later, that contact communications list that you put together, keep a copy in there, any important documents that your family needs, copies of insurance, information for your house, for your car, pets, any of that that you want with you, make a copy, put it in your kit. Chargers for cell phones. I need glasses, so I keep an extra pair of glasses in my kit as well. If you have pets, also remember that you need to make a kit for your pet to include food, water, copies of their vaccination records, maybe even a toy, so that when you leave with your pet during an emergency, you have stuff for them too. North Texas is the most disaster-prone area in the United States, and I don't say that to scare you, but I say that to say that you need to prepare before disaster strikes. So follow all the steps we talked about today, and you'll be more prepared for the next one.
have collaborated with the Duncanville Independent School District. We are going to have a parade for the Duncanville football team, taking their state championship.
We're currently planning the Duncanville ISD Championship Parade. So the Duncanville High School football team won the state championship, which is amazing.
Starting at 7 p.m. on Freeman and Wheatland, and then a small ceremony right after in Armstrong Park.
My name is Lauren Sanchez. I'm the Regional Emergency Management Operations Coordinator for the cities of Cedar Hill, Duncanville, DeSoto, and Lancaster. And I have been in this role actually 2 years last week.
My name